town, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare, if I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Check, spin on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there
once, but I remind you there's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Time and time again, I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me, good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Gotta be in first place, second just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you.
And this fight, it just started with Chelsea finding that engage over the wall, and then the follow-up from the Rumble. So much damage on the Adiogs as well. You know, he is the one that can deal damage at this point, but I don't think he did any. I don't think he got the opportunity to. Tide as well, despite ulting, taken down to a level where you just can't fight on that health. Well, 2 minutes on that next drag, and I think that's where both teams will probably be looking. Ooh, some poke lands.
Oh, Paranoia comes out. It's going to be a double knock-up from that Wild Grove here, and an instant double kill for Minji. Another kill is found as Minji does rocket jump out to get away from that Jax, and that's going to be a clean 4 for 0 and Baron now.
Whether it's a Xayah ult missing, a flash down somewhere, people are getting picked. The Wild Growth as well, knocks up 2, and so much follow-up. Minji even once again being hooked, but not a problem whatsoever. He gets out, and I think from this point, now J-Team, they feel unstoppable. Pretty far in.
Yeah, Jinjia does have some escapes. He has the ultimate if he needs it, but it's going to be Woody who's paying the price for Jinjia. But Maple comes in and finds 3 as Arzi will arrive too. He's going to stay in the middle of that fight and just tank up everything. Wako flashing forward after that killer instinct will be able to secure himself 1 as Xiaotu is going to leave that full donut scoreline and pick himself up his first kill. I don't see, he picked up a Triforce. It's a Triforce icon. Get rid of it. Okay, he has no Naba. The Baron, though, solo Glacial Prism will come out, but Gotto finding his way in the pit. He finds the Baron. The Magnet Storm is phenomenal as it's looking like Beyond will be going down. Lakai running for his life. Taco going to be chasing alongside Adiogs as the channel comes through, and that team fight win with the clean Baron for Hellpeaks.
I'm surprised Beyond kind of went for this, because I feel like trapping yourselves in the corner is a recipe for disaster against all this AoE. I mean, look at this. They're all just stuck. There's no way to go. And they're all just CC'd up by this Magnet Storm. CFO, they want to look again. Drive does not have TP.
Yeah, Gemini coming through. It is onto Minji, but he's gone so far. In fact, having a flash even closer to the base of J-Team. He's doing good work here on Bruce's health bar, but he is in no man's land. Is going to be going down, and Enzo finds 3 into 4. It's such a huge team fight as there's AoE everywhere, but the benefactors, it's all coming up J-Team. The Emperor's Divide finds another 2.
They can Baron.
It's 4 for 0. Baron likely on the cards. I have to see that fight again. I have to watch this beautiful Enso. This man.
Yeah, look at him go. He got that flash out of Gemini. And then Gemini getting pretty low, but he finds the engage here. I guess it was the flash, yeah, the flash onto 3 there. Oh. And the 4-man knockup follows it up. If you're the one with the comp that needs to peel, and you feel confident enough to engage because you're that far ahead, things have really gone well and truly wrong. There's no way they can ever get to the backline because your entire backline's dying at the same time.
现在最大的问题，我觉得是选手之间有点彼此不信任吧。我觉得这是一个蛮大的问题。我觉得输比赛的话，多多少少一定会遇到这个问题。然后加上我们最近辅助的跟动，然后有些人会觉得这个好，有些人会觉得那个好，然后彼此就会去袒护另一边的人。但我觉得队伍整体氛围没有到那么糟糕，但是很明显就是大家对彼此没有那么信任。我觉得可能我们每个人都要坐下来好好谈一谈，然后说出自己的心声。就不管是选手对教练，或是选手跟选手之间，其实那个不满的情绪，选手之间可能自己有感受到，只是大家没有把它讲出来。就觉得因为有2种声音嘛，所以2种声音都是觉得换个人就能解决问题，但是会有2个不同的意见。经过训练赛之后，或是比赛之后，我觉得大家最终的目的都是想要赢。这些选手也是明理的人，就是到时候也就知道我们最后最正确的选择是什么。然后到时候随着训练赛，然后比赛获胜之后，大家会重拾自己彼此的信任吧。
你只会玩9头，
按照互背。
你只会玩9头。
你有没有第2只？
你有第2只吗？
有啊。
谁？
对啊，
他超比你猛。
我也觉得。他昨天怎么那么屌？他每台车都开得到。对啊，每台车都开得到。还有 GPS， 你有钱可以装 GPS。
也有小鞋给他装。
我跟车长会认识是因为之前在 J Team 2队刚打职业的时候，然后之后在 J Team 1队也跟他同队，所以就认识算久了。
他是买了枇杷膏，
他沟通量很大哦。
等下包厢在里面，人家要去唱歌，
你们要去唱歌，
然后等下我要去那边跳舞，我赢了要去旁边跳舞。
可以啊，欢迎。
跟车长认识的话，应该是在 J Team 的宿舍吧，然后那时候跟他相处就觉得他这个人很外向，会主动找别人聊天。
其实他私底下他蛮害羞，只是他很喜欢做效果，然后他其实就想要逗大家开心这样子。尤其就是他赛后之后会表演那些跳舞嘛。
他中了一些枷锁，并没有。哦，今天还多了个道具，是不是？哦，哎呀，滑倒了。哎，一袋。
然后对面开局就，没必要吧，车长？冷静！我觉得车长在踩一捧一啊，冷静！
我的车长的话，就是他就是一个比较不在乎外界眼光的人嘛，就挺做自己的啊。
车长的表演的话，觉得那个拳上的最好吧。
他跟那个打野2个在打拳，我觉得蛮好笑的。
拳上，哎呦，跟拉巴2个人互扁。来看一下这边这回合谁会获胜？拉巴抱进去，情报抱住了这个 driver。
拳上的那个表演的话，我给10分吧，就是刚好跟上时事嘛。
我会给他满分，因为其实挺有梗，挺好笑的。
给分的话，给他2分吧，因为没有打死人。
有提到就是这个 combo 的配合嘛，就你只要瑞尔开到，你后续蓝宝大绝是很容易让武克斯有个收割的机会哦，
直接把对方吸干呢。那现在这种状态 ，HBS 是瞬间失去了可以战斗的力量。虽然说决定他们有着双射手，但接下来一定是尽全力想要来阻止对方的龙魂。叫出了黛西，也许灌灯飞。
往前再透过就计划把对方给击飞，然后瞬间一个爆炸的 AOE 直接让敏智收了一个 double， 然后迎过来的哈拉比突然是四面楚歌，这套5人炮塔当场倒地，那 DCG 是直接遭到了全灭 ，J Team 准备要去假巴龙了。哦，这开战开得太果断了，J Team 直接冲了进去啊！对，他在5个人正直站好，然后蓝宝就定位的那一排就直接选择开战，而且同样也是夜曲进场完之后搭配入了大绝起到一个留人的效果。
哇！但前面的 FSL 又被绑住，又被打了一整套。恩豪这时候是直接顶到了俊佳的脸上，马上开出鬼灵珠，想要来留人，但发现留不太住，又是你屋顶又被 DWT 给抓到，但是被头一个闪现绕后才4个，佩佩罗这时候再起来。交了闪现过墙，准备把这些队友全部卖掉，而 DWT 的正面成员也是全部被收光，杀手本能杀到后方，把佩佩若想逃命的心也给直接碎成2半，最后的破心者斩下，让俊佳拿到了 ace。怒气是完全空的大儿，那找到了116的位置，直接点破3环8了，还有世界第2加高通，你能不能偷得到吗？冰龙龙框住了，他进场了，他偷到了，再绑到4波波，吸住3个人，月守护加空杀防壁，其他一个团战，被打了，还有竟然再往前晋级对方的利凯，进到了红区，也进到对方的蓝区，子琪交闪，他库也交闪，要追击，3个字。再来呀！再来呀！
这副 BYG 是卡不了的，利凯卡的位置是没有挡到嘎痛，先出手的是猪女大，但是被闪现进来，完美重击！哇！而且
然后 S8 的完美开团，双 C 的完美大绝。
而另外一边车长把上路怪塔拔掉之后，身上没有 TB， 所以要选择直接走过来，想直接举，但原本来是只有4个人啊，交闪现离开，但火不连击已经没有了。另外一边是 Bruce 想来单挑，但看起来一个 Gemma 有点难敌到对方接近的4名成员，看着自己的接近位想阻挡一个羽毛倒钩，闪现只有2个人，抵到3个，在悲伤牛以及拉莫的伤害，这时候永伤想定但回身 ，CF 的阵型已经全部乱了，再一个羽毛倒钩已经让 Bruce 打下个 double kill， 往前还要再顶亏这个空杀防壁 ，CF 的所有成员都要被决定给扫个干净，这就是下肢 J Team。哇，敏智玩的很好，就是第一时间他被那个飞爱牵到线的时候，他的第一反应就是把飞爱带到一个很差的位置，然后他自己有皇冠，第一时间不会受到太多伤害，然后奶哥被迫得交闪直接走掉，然后蔡雅就直接过去单打他了。锤那个蔡雅的同时，还是有可能可以来跟的，哇，直接敲到3个，牛顶3个，波比也敲3个，哦，这时候往前吸，但队友已经跟不上输出了。对，我觉得就团队协作上，他们是最好的。
我这个流走了也是。
加油，兄弟们！
这把不套路哦，这把不套路。
对，我们正常就赢了，是吧？
好，
大家先选。
流头。
在这。
你能丢掉吗？可以。
来，5秒，能打吗？
我会交大。
一下牛头。
阿曼，一下牛头。
牛头。
好，那我下次走来这里。
留头一滴，死了，
他死了，我打他死了。6次先找到了，6的寒冰有剑。OK，给个眼，你们双人线给个眼。
我能给龙之包。
踩这个草，还可以来帮我上路吗？
我直接推。
我只能给3条。
我不太能帮你，
上路有点力，
我不太能帮你，我们这边得踩的，我们这边不能让的。
我需要来帮。
等一下可以的话，给我河道4个，我这样中路才可以，这样才可以送他的。
好
啊，不然我这样就被他推。
他
他们吃龙了，龙给了，
龙给了，我这波逼了去上，然后出来帮我把这个人排掉，你辅助跟他
头就闪。
我去。
那头没闪。
好。
我逼了要去上的。这里可以打哦。
对，
现在位置不是，
我摇动了，
九龙不会到，不用打，牛头有闪现，牛头有闪，他要顶了，我再来，我再靠，
人打。
看没有，
有看我，要走，怎么？
好，
这个海路又回了。
牛头在那个，
让我换波兵，
我需要逼了。
好，走，看不了。
好，
看不了，别看，别看。
我死了，我
想出全 AP 的，可能这把吃又缺3了。
我现在需要慢慢发，我需要
就自己玩，你就自己发就好了。
我自己玩会一直被虐塔。
我们也没办法帮你，我们这边得踩的。
慢慢发育。先看一下阿波硬点。
排演排演，我在上，动了，推过来，哎，我踢上绕背，他只有踢正面了，我只踢正面，我想去拼城，哎，我可以压位置，哎，对，准备进去，哎，这边往前打，可以打，往前打，要拉着罗源，要救，别慢，
好，拉着，直接拉着。
10秒到，小心拉着。
我先推这个，没看着，我先推这个，看着。
我们不要让雷，不要让。
5秒到，等他们到3千血，我们再吃，我再开大，我干掉我上
8000。
哎，还有半血，很排。
我想压大，可以往前吗？他们拉掉了，
中塔。
地龙魂好像得接，地龙魂都要打，现在都能打的。这边能摇大吗？我可以拉，看一下这边摇个大看看，这边摇大，看，艾文，
我在后面，我在他们后面。
我还要跳，回去，对，听我讲，吃到底，然后茂凯去排演，对了，去对到，我可以来，
这边到
，OK， 打，哎，慢慢看，先打，来，哎，什么？不要看着，我来这边跑，吃到了，全都没闪，吃到了 ，OK， 我去整线，
刘通没闪，
阿阳没闪 ，OK，
可以，太死，
不要让我死，
你别扛，
我扛，
发了好痛，刘通没闪，
刘通会来吗？
不太会，
别死，慢慢来，
不是，
可以，
我还要这样吗？
他们开我，不要卖我，
不用
扛的，
不卖，我不要卖，
准备反打，这边准备打了，
我想摇大，我想要这个位置，
往前，
往前，我压到了，氛围很好，
看到我，
行，慢慢来，
还没
小心传统，慢慢看，后面，走，看慢慢来，牛头可以帮吗？哎，牛头，
试一下有机会，没线，我们有时候等一下没爆了。
牛舍，拼一下，我可以走，正常就好，正常就好，随便赢了，兄弟们别急。
哎，小炮有点小炮，
所以小炮，
往前压，
哎，直接打，小炮没大，
先点塔，
点塔，就点塔，nice，
哇，我看不起的啊，我真看不起的啊，
哎，有没有前雷大树？好怪西嘛，没事啊，你看前面线它失误太多了，你线失误太多，没事。
Say you're looking
F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Don't call your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Don't pause your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight.
myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up?
Ashes divide, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for day number 3 of week 5, the final day of the week. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I am Vishian, once again hosting tonight's show, and alongside me it is a very familiar face, it's Shock.
Familiar face indeed. And look, we're getting very close to the end of the regular season here. I think it's 4 games left for every team, so really not too long for these final playoff spots to be locked in. I am expecting that we will end up with some tiebreakers at the end of it, which honestly, I'm excited for.
Yeah, it does feel like, at least in the top 6, it's fairly unavoidable almost that there just is going to be a tiebreak. I think at the moment it's like 1 win separates every team except CFO and DCG, who are tied at the moment. So it's like, feels pretty certain that at least one of these positions will have a tiebreaker. And that's something exciting to look forward to, I like to think. And have a look at yesterday's results. There were a couple of surprising ones. I think eyes mainly here towards West Point versus Flying Oyster, but then also Frank taking over J-Team. Was a bit of a draft gap in that one, but yeah, a couple of exciting results.
For sure. I mean, I think on any normal day, you know, Frank beating Type A J-Team really is the absolute upset, right? Like, there's just nothing that can top that. But it does actually feel like West Point taking out CFO is a bigger mismatch in terms of this is a team that isn't in the top 6, taking out one that quite comfortably is. So pretty important there for CFO, especially as they are not close to falling out of playoffs, and they should remain in, but they are close to falling out of that top 4.
Yeah.
And that means quite a bit for the playoff seeding, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think after today, you'll see it on your screen here. It is CFO and DCG who are tied there on 4th, and it's CFO who have to go up against PSG Talon while DCG have Duish team. So very, very possibly, and almost you'd expect the results after today to be that CFO will be 5th and DCG to be 4th. Given you can't really write off CFO just yet because they do have pretty high highs, but given that they are on a 4-loss streak, not looking the hottest, and it seems like nothing at the moment is really going well for them entirely across the map. It seems like they're not getting destroyed, but they're really not finding progress. And so you do have to be a bit worried as they come up against PSG Talon tonight. But again, another important one, Frank and Halpigs, only 1 win separating them from that 6th spot. I guess those are really the sort of games to look towards, is between, DCG and CFO, and then of course the Hellpigs game.
Yeah. I think as well, PSG now having their 2 lead feels like they are just cemented first place and likely not going to have a tiebreaker for it either. So back-to-back there in the regular season. Today's matches, though, feels like the ones we're mainly looking at are games 2, 3, and 4. All these games, I think, well, depending on who wins, of course, have some relevancy to the seeding and also could be, close games. I think the first game and the 5th game, you kind of look at them as being write-offs, right? It feels like Duish Team and Impunity are the 2 weakest teams. And they're coming up against some pretty tough opponents. I guess, for me, I'd just be hoping to see Impunity put up at least some sort of fight in game 1.
Yeah. And then, of course, in game number 5, we hope for some drafting shenanigans, because I think that's what makes the game fun. I do wonder, though, when are these teams going to start picking up Trundle? It's something I've wondered for a little bit, but internationally at least, now we're seeing Trundle really come into its own in the jungle meta, because it's kind of similar back in Season 4, if you remember, when top lane was kind of... Well, we take a look at the LCO intro graphic. These are the 2 teams that will be coming over for playoffs. But as I was saying, it kind of like... Back then it was Mundo, Shyvana, Renekton top, and then everyone worked out, well, Trundle can be played into them. And it's kind of the same with the jungle meta at the moment, where... If you take the Sejuani, you take the Maokai, then you can just pick the Trundle into it and have a real good time for yourself. But final is actually currently going on, and
yeah,
we will find out who the 1st and 2nd seed are. Of course, they'll come over here as our, I believe it's 5th and 6th seed.
Pretty sure that they kind of enter in that spot. They do have a chance, though, because I believe 5th and 6th seed of the PCS become the 7th and 8th,
That's right?
Yeah, so LCO will kind of start in a chance to not be eliminated after a single series, which is nice.
Yeah, they will come over here, and I believe they 1st, 3rd, and 4th, which I don't feel too confident about them being able to take it, to be fair.
3rd and 4th, I think, at the moment, could be pretty tough. I think they have chances against, 5th or 6th. Not saying that they're going to be favored, but I think they do have chances. It looks like we'll get some LCO highlights of game number 1.
Crazy hook there onto Raze.
Yeah, and this was Chiefs actually walking away with the win, 1-0. And actually, the last time Chiefs and Bliss played each other, it was a Bliss 3-0.
Yeah.
So, kind of exciting.
Kind of getting a highlight reel of Raze getting caught at the moment.
Poor guy. I think he ended 0-4-11 or something, but he also had the top damage, so can't really say no to that.
Kind of like if you cast your mind back to that one Betty game where they lost, and he was like 0-0-11 or something on the Xayah.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy that Chiefs managed to win this, though. I think they had a big throw in the mid game, but some nice team fighting, catching out the Varus multiple times, brought them back in
as you see it
later
here.
on. And it's interesting to see that LCO are also cursed with Varus. The PCS, it seems super useless. Just always seems like one of those champs. Oh, I didn't even notice Raze did that. Really nice flash there onto Daystar. But Varus, I don't know, just feels like on stage at least never finds the same value as it does in scrims. And I just realized lived 406 on that Rumble as his Nexus is being sieged.
He's about to get his first death here. And it was pretty well played for the most part by Bliss. We're not going to see it on the highlights, but there was one stage, and we were watching it before the game.
Yeah.
And there was one stage there where Team Bliss had the Baron. They got the inhib tower bot, and instead of completing the inhib, because they had a massive minion wave, I swear they could have got that inhib and then gone to the dragon, but instead they just decided not to take the inhib, went to the dragon, and it was kind of, they got that dragon, which stopped the soul coming through for Chiefs, but very soon thereafter, Chiefs started winning team fights, just picking off the Varus, and the pressure of not having that bot lane super minion wave really led to a really quick defeat afterwards.
Yeah, I think it will be just really interesting to see LCO come over again, because they've obviously had the time to learn from the previous time they were here, where it was the early game really that took them out a lot of the time. But let's put that aside for now. It is J-Team taking on Impunity in game number 1, a game that you do feel like J-Team are very heavily favored despite their loss yesterday. I think, it felt a lot due to draft, right? I don't even think they necessarily played bad.
Entirely due to draft.
Yeah, it really was just their draft made it super difficult for them, had just so much AP on that side, and probably won't end up having this here. The question will be really, what kind of pace are we going to see set from J-Team? Because while they are a team that often gets early game leads, you don't really think of them as a team that has to get early game leads. So we'll see what kind of approach they take up against Impunity. And on the side of Impunity, I mean, you're going to have to, I think, just try and It feels like sometimes Shera has the chance to carry if he can get through the early game, but it's a tall task against J-Team.
Yeah, and it feels like he does actually struggle to get through that early game. And I think that's like a key thing to think about is that against Duish team, who are the team they pick up the win, he fairly easily gets through the lane phase against Yaltu. Even against Yaltu's Nico, fell a little bit behind, but not too behind to be out of the game and came into his own in the Azir. But it feels like against Minji, it's going to be a very, very tall task to be able to do that, especially when you, not only as a Rashi, it's pretty hard to play around your mid laner because you know you're going to be going up against Driver in that top lane. And Bruce and Enso as well in the bot lane, while they're not getting the same amount of credit as the likes of Driver and Minji, I think they're really playing quite well. Even yesterday, it felt like a pretty impossible game there for Bruce to be solo AD as the Varus, but did a reasonable job for himself. If we take a look at these AD comparisons, first in forward percentage here for Bruce, and it's almost double the forward percentage of Blaze.
That is pretty impressive. I think it does kind of make sense given his champ pool, right? Both the Ashe and the Lucian there. Judge champs that likes to play aggro in the lane. For me, the really surprising thing about Bruce is how low his CS percent past 15 is. But I guess there are just a lot of carries on their roster, right? Minji and Driver, of course, will be gobbling up a lot of that CS as well. And Blaze, I mean, I think when he's been getting kills kind of fed to him, he's been doing good things with them, but I don't think they're that proactive about getting them themselves, and I am pretty worried for their bot lane here. Especially because, you know, Bruce is more than happy to pick up the likes of the Ashe Milio, Lucian Milio, and really just make your lane phase difficult.
I'd like to see the Lucian Milio again. Bruce's only game on it so far was quite a highlight reel, really. Draft phase though, Rumble banned away quick here from Impunity, and I think we might start to see that more often, especially against those more carry-orientated top laners like Driver, like Arja and Rest. Now, Nico is going to be banned. Okay, so we've taken out the Malachi Sejuani.
Yeah.
So the priority on junglers should go up a little bit, but you do feel like you could just lock in the Azir immediately for Minji here.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, is while Tristana and Jace are up, there aren't the APs, you know, notably the Sedge Malachi and the Rumble to pair with them. So I would be, I don't know, Minji, he's probably the best Tristana, so I wouldn't be upset, I guess, to see it locked in, but I also think it would be a fairly free Azir draft if they did want to go for it. And it looks like Shera will look to pick that one up instead. I think it does fine into the, or it does well even, into the Tristana. Question will mainly be, what do you pair with it? They take that Rel Flex nice and early, gives them some very strong team fight. So J-Team, where are you going to get your AP from? We saw the full AP comp that they had yesterday, but could today be the full AD comp?
Maybe it's Udyr. Maybe Driver's learned a thing or two, picks up the Udyr Demonic Embrace top lane.
Could be. Oh, the Vern. I do like the Vern. I think he's still very, very strong on the patch. I don't think it's the best up against Azir. Okay,
here's your
I'm
AP.
a big fan of that.
Here comes the Lucian, surely.
I wonder, is it Lucian or Ashe, do you think?
I think it should be Lucian because, again, you want the AP. Lucian Lucian Milio offers far more AP than the Milio Ashe will.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they can just get AP from Driver's pick. You know, I'm sure he can blind Gragas or something like that.
Ooh.
And Milio Ivor, I mean, this gives a lot of kind of... Ooh, okay, going back towards the Poppy. So they are definitely going to need AP from somewhere. I would expect it actually comes from Driver's pick now, because I would imagine that in second phase, it should be those pairings with Milio banned away.
Oh, maybe they
could even take one, yeah. Well, let's see. I get the Varus. I mean, I'm not a Varus enjoyer, as I've said many times. It is a little bit easier, though, with an Azir on your team, just to kind of be able to provide some of that consistent DPS. So I think here, probably should just ban away the Ashe and the Lucian. But that is going to mean that J-Team, and Driver in particular, can get the Gragas top if they want. Blitzcrank is the ban. The Rel Flex does make things pretty annoying.
It does. You don't know where it's going, and with junglers kind of being targeted in that first phase, it does maybe lead you to believe that it could be the jungle Rel.
Yeah. Okay, will it be the Lucian ban? Alternatively, maybe they do just ban one of those AP tops?
I think importantly, at the moment, there is still Jax open, so this Poppy could also be a flex too into the top lane.
Yeah, okay.
And you could still take the likes of the Ivern, who pairs well with double AD, as long as you are able to get the Lucian, which has remained open. So I think if you pick the Lucian here, you kind of solve a bit of your AP problems, because, again, I've said it before, but while obviously you think of Lucian as a very high AD champion, when you pair it with the likes of the Nami, the likes of the Melio, you're actually doing more AP damage in your trades than you do physical damage, which does solve a lot.
That's pretty crazy to think about. Okay, so what do we look for in our 4-5? I think Lucian should be just guaranteed. The question really is this Poppy? I think it will just go jungle.
Should go jungle.
Yeah, I think Poppy Gragas makes a lot of sense. Like, Gragas is a good top lane blind, gives him the AP. So I think JTing with a much better draft today than yesterday. I'm a little perplexed, I guess, by the Xayah ban, just because I guess it makes sense, right? If you want a full engage comp like you have, Xayah's the best at dealing with it. But at the same time, giving over the Lucian anyway, I'm not too sure. We'll see, though. I think on paper, Impunity have a really, really strong team fighting composition, but I don't think they're going to get there. I think J-Team's lanes, both their champions and their players, are too strong, and they have so much threat all across the map right now. I'd be very surprised if Impunity make it to 20 minutes in even a remotely even position.
Yeah, I do think that maybe for at least the starting sort of 6 levels or so, the bot lane for Impunity should just win because of the Varus. I mean, it will depend actually if it's going to be that lethality or the on-hit, because if it is lethality, you imagine the lane presence of it should mean that the Lucian Melio can't really fight, but as soon as Lucian gets towards sort of that 1.5 items, he will start to be able to win those short little trades, dash in, get the trade off, dash out, even use that culling to try and find further damage, but we'll have to see. It does definitely feel like Minji and Driver should be favored, at least in their 1v1s, both nameplates on and just the champions.
Yeah, definitely pre-6 for mid. I think post-6 Azir can start to win out, but Minji has been so good on the Tristana, and it's so crucial as well in this champ that you manage to find some snowball, whether it's from kills or plates or whatever. And I think he's super good at that. Oftentimes you'll see him being 0-0 for a while and then suddenly kind of explodes onto the scene, picking up a bunch of kills and knows how to push it even further. But I don't think this is a game where Impunity have drafted so poorly that they can't win, right? Like, I think they do have a pretty strong team fight. So if they can get to that kind of pure 5v5 without being too far behind, they have a chance. It's easy to play as well, which is nice.
I think this also might be the first time we see Arashi on a carry jungler, so might be something interesting to keep an eye on. Obviously, hasn't looked too bad, all things considered. His stats kind of don't tell the whole story when it comes to Arashi. I think, obviously, being on one of these bottom 2 teams means that the stats often look a lot worse than the gameplay would suggest. See, though, has opted for the blue smite, so bit of extra movement speed definitely helps as that Viego.
Okay, I am a little surprised by Driver going for the full early game up against the Ornn, just because it feels like I guess we'll see, but in my head, Ornn should not die in lane at all. I'm a little surprised he didn't go for something like the phase rush just for better team fight, or even the first strike for the scaling. But if he does feel confident, I guess, that he can build up a big enough lead over Ornn to make it worth it, then I respect that. A lot of confidence in the man.
I do have to say, he's been in lanes like the Ornn versus Renekton, where as the Ornn, he's picked up solo kills. So I believe in this guy. Bot lane, though. It is the bush acquired here for Felia on the Rel. Blaze as well, lethal tempo, so should be either the on-hit or the AP, but given his team's damage profile, you have to feel like it should be the on-hit Varus in this one. That can be pretty dangerous, honestly. It's not the easiest to position as the Varus, especially coming up against Gragas Poppy.
Yeah.
And with the sort of on-hit Varus as well, when it comes to fighting over mid-waves, he's not going to be able to come near contesting Bruce.
Well, so far, it looks like the side of J-Team are getting these 3 lanes of priority, maybe pending how top lane is looking. But see a really nice start here for Lava. We'll see what he does. I mean, maybe he can look to invade the blue. We see that pretty often. Just start bot side, pick up the red, and then go 3 camps into the enemy blue. And I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever to see that here with how much priority they have.
He's headed that direction.
Yeah,
Arashi already on it.
It's spotted out here early, but Lava's so fast.
How broken is this champ?
Does he have water walking? I didn't see.
He does have phase rush,
Yeah.
so probably does.
Ooh, okay. Arashi got that.
Ooh.
Wow. What happened here?
Now, mid lane does favor the Tristana early, and not too sure that it favors the Tristana this hard.
No,
Already,
it must have been just a misplay.
yeah, level 3, Azir's going to have to burn that teleport, and Minji feeling pretty good about himself. With that pressure, Lava looking again for an invade. Does have to be careful. It is Felia going to be here first. Does land the knockup, but Melia coming through will be able to apply some of this healing. And now Minji, with so much mid lane priority, is now looking for Felia. Flashes forward. Does he get the reset? I think he only just did not.
Ooh.
And with that, doesn't have the damage, although now it's Shearer turning up. Nice stun. Wallbang from Lava. Can he get the shield? He does. It's first blood for Lava. Importantly, though, no triumph available. With the runes he's acquired, as Arashi might be looking for a stun of his own, as Blaze does arrive quite low, but so is this Lucian. And it's going to end up just being a 1-for-1, but in favor of J-Team acquiring that first blood.
A game of absolute inches there, though. As Felia, he was so close to just get that reset coming through from Minji and having him clean everything up. I guess we'll get to see it again. So TP comes in from Shara, but he has a huge wave under tower, and I think he might have left it as well to come to this fight. Lava was engaged on, but isn't too worried. Still has a fair amount of HP remaining. Yes, Shara left a lot of this minion wave to come over to this, and this bomb must have just expired. It was so close. But Lava bought just so much extra time. I mean, you feel bad for Shara. He's just too weak here in this early fight. So sad. That would have been a very important pickup for him, and it looks like, in the meantime, Bruce got ganked and Shara died solo, I think is what happened. Oh, no, Shara must have got ganked too.
Lava picked up
Yeah,
that
so
one.
2 ganks. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay on both. But man, mid is really out of the game, it feels like. Only 17 CS here.
I want to say in that skirmish bot, it was really well done by Minji to not sort of tunnel vision on trying to pick up Felia kill and turned around. If he didn't turn around, and at the time he did, it feels like Shara would have almost certainly picked up that first blood. As Flash Body Slam comes through, LJW on 1 HP will be able to charge to get away, but nice look there from Lava making use of that Hex Flash.
Death number 1. They get this 2v2 kill. Got out Arashi very early. Has so much movement speed. He managed to catch up to him. Wait, how did this happen? Oh, okay.
Oh!
Damn. Was it a 1-for-1? No, it wasn't. Okay, and in mid lane, Shara, I imagine he used the Q forward and then just couldn't get out. Ooh, he got his E blocked.
Yeah.
Now with that on cooldown, Q as well.
Uses the Q, Minji able to just jump away from those soldiers. Yeah. Was just inevitable.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, your wave's pushing away and your jungler just showed bot. So you kind of know that you're going to get ganked, but you also really need to fix it so that you don't die, but ends up dying anyway. Not an easy choice there for Shara. I mean, if you're this far behind, there are really no good choices left to you. Just got to try and make the best of that situation.
And so Bruce being looked at here by Arashi. Although they keep walking forward, this could be dangerous. No summoners available for either of these bot laners of J-Team.
Blaze going for the Shiv does mean that he's going to be able to hold down that mid lane in the mid game for a pretty long time.
Yeah, this is disastrous for Shara.
Yeah.
Boots to what is almost a noon quiver, it looks like here for Minji. Now he does have the fleet footwork, which often means the Tristana goes Shiv. But with the noon quiver first, it feels like maybe he's just going to go Kraken Slayer anyway.
Yeah.
And admittedly, it will mean he has more damage when faced up against an Ornn in a team fight. Driver though, up 20 CS in his isolated lane. Obviously there was some help from Lava, and then almost a 30 CS gap mid.
Yeah, it does feel like the lanes are going quite well. Credit to Impunity's bot lane who've managed to keep it somewhat even. Obviously that is a lot because of those early skirmishes around the bot side, and then that gank, of course, that comes from Arashi. Generally, if you have that losing lane, you do want to kind of prefer to be pulled away from it if you can skirmish in the jungle. Typically your champs will be stronger. Blaze is bone plating as well, which is a bit strange. He's going to take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, nice dodge from Bruce, and it looks like Blaze might just be dead. Constant running forward here from Bruce, and he's got so much damage. Now Felia is sticking around. Lava in the area, but it looks like Shear's coming down, and it should just be the blue buff here acquired for this Poppy. Driver
does not have flash.
Is going to get hit there by the call of the Forge God. Nice explosive cask. Does it mean he's safe? It certainly does. Even getting such a big chunk there on both this Ornn and the Viego. With that, maybe they are going to be able to stop this Herald.
Yeah, I think they probably can. I'm not sure Impunity would want to do this anyway, just with how weak Shera is. I think if you are involved in any sort of early fight here as an Azir, you are going to be less than useless. You're just not even going to be a champ. You're just 300 gold, really, and a reset for Minji. Now with this mid priority, I wouldn't be surprised to see J-Team head towards it and start it up. So this will just be winning all across the map, grabbing both of those neutral objectives, and of course, winning 3 lanes at the moment. Like that, the gold is relatively close. There's been some kills picked up here and there, and the CS bot lane, while they did die, have kept it even.
Now, where are they going to look to invest this? It feels like mid might not be a bad option. I can't quite see how many plates are available down there in bot, but it should be 5, you'd have to think.
Yeah. Heavy trades in mid, but Minji, he's a little wary of where Arashi could be. Does need to wait for Lava to be ready to pressure again.
Wow.
Yeah, a little bit of poke. Actually, a lot of poke coming down. Ooh, nice dodge. Wants to get this plate. It is quite hard to take plates into one, but he's going to get one eventually. Lava's on this bot side, though. Maybe if they can make some sort of bot lane skirmish happen, drop Herald after, could speed the game up a lot. 10 minutes in, though, and I think Impunity have kept it relatively close, especially considered how disastrous that early skirmish in their jungle was. Only down 2k, which isn't the end of the world.
Oh, base Shearer going for Leandres.
Yeah, and Minji's looking for a play on top. Okay, he's just leaning. So it's going to make LJW respect.
Oh, okay, Magnetic Storm does come out as well as the Chain of Corruption. Bruce getting quite low, but does have the flash available, and now Teleport coming through for Minji. Blaze is in a predicament, does manage to pick up Bruce, will eventually go down, and now it's a 4-person team fight as LJW going to teleport down now. Driver left alone up in the top lane, call the Forge God, and it will not be able to be procced. There's a really nice ult there from Lalva. Ensures that this Ornn cannot follow up, and Driver getting so much free time now up in the top lane after what was a 1-for-1 down in bot.
Definitely. Super nice there, really, for Driver, who just grabs so much gold on the top side. Gets that top tower down to 2 plates. So that was a huge pickup and a lot of gold invested into the Gragas, who is kind of your primary AP at this point. Obviously, there is a lot that comes from the Familiar Illusion as well. And engage here onto Blaze, or onto Bruce, excuse me, was really nice. Now, I think he actually was out, but he turns for autos too early.
Gets slowed as well, and then doesn't even land the autos.
It's still not horrible, I suppose. There was both sums there from Blaze, so I'm sure he'll be very vulnerable later on. And I think it was really nice by Driver to just commit to heading top. He didn't have the TP up, and recalling at this time would be really bad. Lava really saves the boys, I think, with the ulti there.
Yeah,
could have been in a lot of trouble.
It does feel like if that Ornn was able to complete R2, then the follow-up with the Azir probably would mean a couple more kills picked up from Impunity. But all things considered, it did end up just a 1-for-1, and so much gold given to the Gragas. So even with that many people committed bot, only trading evenly and giving so much gold over to Driver feels pretty terrible. Now Bruce is able to E away from that. Driver coming in. No. Oh my god, Driver. Now that is a bomber combo. It looks like Impunity trying to trade back. They won't be able to though, and it's a nice 2-man pickup, and Minji! Oh, he doesn't get away. It's the flash follow from Arashi that will confirm the kill there. After what was almost a heroic play out of Minji's Tristana. All across the map, though, a 3 for 1. Arashi getting himself some much-needed gold, but certainly won't match the amount of gold that this bot lane of J-Team are picking up.
No, that bot lane play was insane out of Driver. I mean, the E-Flash managed to connect onto 2 and really uses that TP advantage to full effect. And while Ornn trades back some gold, it wasn't enough. We'll see what happened to Minji. So he engaged onto Shera, who does have the bone plating. So that reduces a lot of the damage here initially. Had the W to leap back over the wall and was very, very close to getting out here, but taken out at the very end. Another kill picked up for Arashi, who is 2-0.
I wonder if Minji's W at like max range could have got him over the wall immediately. It would have been close. Dragonfight, though, looks like is what's coming up next. There is no sums available for Blaze on this Varus, so definitely a point of weakness. Poppy ult going wide, but it is going to be Smite confirmed here. Arashi picking that one up for the team. So all things considered, there is no fight. It is just going to be the Dragon picked up here for Impunity, stopping any stacking as Bruce is not going to be aware of this. Does put down the pink ward and really saves himself from inevitable disaster almost. Driver, with how much of a lead he's gained for himself, heavily winning these trades, even against the Jack show. It is Bruce though. Dove under tower, Inso trying to trade back, isn't going to be able to on this Melio, but Lava coming down might just be the difference. Blaze trying to chase this Melio, and Arashi turning out, but it's the flash over from Lava. Confirms the kill on the summonerless Blaze. And it's just fighting all across the map. It looks like the 2 mid laners were trying to head down there too. Driver being the real main benefactor of everything.
Now look how much gold he's got now. 147 CS here at 14 minutes. Picks up a full tower, well ahead of the next member. More than 2,000 gold ahead of his opponent as well. And a lot of this really was just abusing the initial bad TP and then following it up with a good TP of his own. And Bruce, he managed to avoid getting killed before, but that Chain of Corruption comes out and he does not have the cleanse taken out, of course. Second Herald's up pretty soon, and it's games like this where the action is just non-stop. You never feel like you really get a chance to breathe before there's another objective that comes up. Especially when a lot of sums are missing, fights will just keep happening because there is no flash to disengage.
Yeah, I was going to say, in a game like this, you do feel better as the J-Team comp because you don't have sums. Lucian requires sums a whole lot less than Varus does. Tristana as well, not so reliant on her flash, unlike Azir, who does kind of need it to either reposition or look for these big teamfight engages. I will say, admittedly, Viego does kind of thrive in these types of games, and you're seeing Arashi play fairly well. Definitely looking for sort of everything he can. But again, it is really Driver that has been the main benefactor of all of this commotion.
Yep. Now up to Bruce and Enzo to try and survive on this weak side here. Herald is going to be picked up, so as long as they can not give anything over, then it's a one trade for them. And I think this Herald could be one that just goes into Tristana's lane. Feels like allowing her to use a snowball would be good. There's now Leandris for Shera, so he's finally able to fight. It is 16 minutes in, and while their goal deficit is bad for sure, it's not insurmountable.
All right, Shock. Yesterday, hold up. It is Bruce going to get engaged on again. Does have flash available. He's trying to trade back. Does flash away, but the Chain of Corruption will connect. Driver teleporting in as well as a double TP. It's Minji finding himself a first one, explosive cask, but it's going to be Minji jumping into his demise. Shera picking up that kill, and Driver running for the hills. Is he going to be able to get away? Enso giving him a nice speed boost there. Should mean his safety. The kick away of Ophelia too does definitely confirm it. Now, it looks like Poppy, Lava putting down the Herald mid, will be picking up at least one. It should get a second charge. Actually, the Herald was used. Might even pick up a second tower.
Yeah, that would be pretty big. Not even so much for the goal, just opening up the map.
What I was going to say, Sand Castle does go up, is yesterday we saw J-Team with a full AP team comp and a Varus. This time we're seeing Impunity with a full AP team comp and a Viego.
Yeah, I guess the Varus just
doesn't want to win.
AP was better just to clear mid waves or something. I'm not too sure. Lava engaging here though with that phase rush can just kite out Arashi. Gets his Gromp as well.
I do feel like you can just go static Shiv AD. Why not? I don't know, but there isn't too much resistance that can come through. This is Driver going an AP build. Lalva really the one member of the team that can heavily opt in, as he does. Charge forward, wall bangs up Ophelia, picks up the kill.
Yeah, what a CC chain. Well, more gold will fall here. That's how it goes down. And the mid-tier 3 is actually pretty low as well. I think the Herald might have got a charge onto that, or otherwise it was just Minji battering it down.
Damn. Yeah. I think at this stage, J-Team very heavily favored. I think regardless of Varus build, they probably lose here, but certainly the AP Varus not going to make it any easier for them.
Now, there isn't that much MR to speak of just yet. Really just the base and some picked up on the Poppy.
Kind of strange to me that the Poppy has gone both for these plated steel caps and a Sunfire cape.
Yeah, the steel caps does feel pretty weird.
Not much TC can come through. Obviously the Raul, Viego, as well as the Varus. Even Ornn. Dragon started up though from Impunity. And I don't think J-Team are going to want to give this over. Lalva being the first in the area will spot out the 3 members of Impunity. Driver though is on the flank, bottom side of River. Clearing out this wave. Does flash away from the stun. But it's Lalva with a massive flank here. Finds the angle, but it's not going to land the stun. 3-man knock-up, however, from this Poppy. Now, team fight ensues. Magnet Storm used to try and delay anything, but Minji, one reset. He's going to get another one. Is it Arashi going to be found? It looks like with the hallowed path, will not be going down. And it's the 3 carries left remaining here for Impunity, but it's against 5 members of J-Team as Driver coming around the back, might not allow any defense of this inner tower.
So, looks like this one will fall. After this, they probably do just go back to that Dragon. With a gold lead, we were saying in the pre-game, if Impunity could manage to be somewhat even in around 20 minutes, maybe they'd have a chance, but it feels really hard now, down something like 8,000 gold, and it was a super nice flank here from Lalva. He tried to find the flash onto Bruce, which is a really good idea. Was extremely close to getting him there, and would have just chain CC'd the rest of the team on top of that. So much AoE, though, that comes out of Driver. Got a lot of free gold this game, and you can see it really put to work as he just deals so much damage in those fights.
Ooh, LJW, definitely in a spot of bother.
The
Rashi coming up to help, but
so
Enso
low.
here. Enso will increase damage just a little bit as LJW going to have to flash away. Driver smartly does not chase, would have found himself stuck between 3 members, and actually they're staying there. Perhaps predicting someone to face check them, but J-Team going the other way should mean they don't.
So instead, Impunity can just walk away. But now, though, it feels like you do have to buy time to scale.
Oh, Arashi does have the Heartbreaker there available to get himself out, but that's a big cooldown. And with the strength that J-Team have, you do feel like at some stage soon, if that happens, then they can just look towards the Baron, because Viego without ult, not such a strong champion.
No. It's going to have difficulties into this comp as well. It's going to be really hard to get his first reset. And look at the top lane CS now. It's almost 100 CS up. Over the wall is J-Team. Oh.
Minji is not. Minji's on top of the wall, yeah.
I still think Impunity won't be able to get here in time, but do get that on the big jobs.
Yeah, they're not even close to here on time. It is the Baron picked up. That should mean good things for Driver down on the bottom side. Up in this 1v1. Looks like Shearer actually just diving forward. Be interesting to see what's happened as we do take a look down here. Shearer still continuing to run forward. Gragas not with the flash, so it's hard for him to look for an instant sort of assassination. We'll just in fact recall using that Baron empowered recall as Enso buffing up the mid wave. Does have to be a little bit careful. Any sort of CC on him could lead to him going down fairly quickly. But with Bruce arriving now, feels a little bit safer. Ooh, Arashi.
They have a long. Ooh, so much damage comes on Ophelia.
Ophelia's getting absolutely annihilated. Culled, you might say. As flash forward does go Bruce. Does get another relentless pursuit. Will find the first kill here as Lalva continuing forward. As well as Minji. And Driver finds a 3-man cask, but the flash away from Arashi means he gets knocked back towards his base. It is a lot of damage. No kills found, however. It is just going to be these objectives. One tower will go down. Inhibitor will fall shortly after. And Driver looks like he's gone top to start prepping this wave so they can look for yet another inner tower. So much time left on this Baron. A minute 30 means 3 more waves can come through. It looks like bot lane will be ignored, but super minions coming through in the mid wave, as well as just Minji Enso. You think about the Lucian Emilio power, but with this Tristana and how strong she is, just buffing up this Tristana seems to be doing the trick. And next wave comes in. Driver, I'm not sure what that stopwatch or that Zonya's was. Maybe a misclick.
Yeah, probably just on the wrong key. Although he didn't have any other actives other than the Everfrost. So
I think he might have had a ward and maybe like a pink ward. And
yeah, it could be.
I'm not sure. He probably doesn't need it anyway. This guy's a Giga Chad. Now we are sieging up in this inhib tower. Larva channeling the ult. Will find it yet again onto LJW, and he will not be able to connect his second part of the on-Hornus field. He goes in, finds a 3-man Magnet Storm, but ultimately no kills will be found. He's getting so low. Actually, on the backside, Blaze picks up 1, but it's 2 now found for J-Team as Shearer running to the base. Will the bomb collect him? Will Minji pick himself up another, and LJW will be going down 2. It's Bruce picking up that one. And with that, teleport coming in here. It should be the end of the game here. J-Team do pick it up. It's 24 minutes in a pretty convincing fashion.
Yep. Really felt like it was just pretty much Impunity's game from the get-go. There was that early skirmish that maybe was a bit dicey, but overall, just J-Team, they're in a different class really compared to Impunity. And I think credit to Driver, you know, despite, again, blinding top, finds himself with a just absurd lead, right? Was up almost 100 CS, got pretty much the entire tower for himself, and a lot of that as well. You know, normally you see Driver kind of beating people out just a pure laning price. That felt more like he just really knew how to punish the TP being used incorrectly. And oh, I like the glasses. Oh. Wow.
Oh, damn. I like how he just brings props now too.
Yeah, no,
like he's
good.
just full on committed to it. Yeah.
But
I think he deserves that dance.
He does. That TP bot was really nice, and he had some good Gragas combos. I think that the Gragas combo thing is actually kind of underrated, right? It's very easy to just pick Gragas and be fine, right? You can always have relatively high impact on Gragas just by, you know, putting your E out and trying to AoE a bunch of people with R, but actually throwing your R in the right places, sending those carries towards your team, and, you know, finding really high value E flashes, getting a big lead in lane. That's all the kind of the extra steps that separate a great Gragas from just a good one, and it's clear to me the Driver's a great Gragas.
Yeah, I want to say he's the only Gragas we've seen so far too that correctly executes the sort of positioning the Q and then going, well, not only that, but like using the Q and then ulting people into the Q and then Everfrosting them. Like, he has pretty complex combos, because that's not something easy to pull off. That, I mean, lots of times it's like one tricks really that are able to consistently pull that off, but we see almost every Gragas game Driver is doing that so consistently, and I mean, honestly, credit to him. It means that he's either putting in the hours or he's just crazy good at the game, which probably a bit of both, really. But I want to ask you, because I actually don't know, obviously Driver having a good game for himself, but the MVP for this one, because I think you could go towards Minji, and I think you also could go towards Larva.
Yeah, I was thinking Larva as well. I think that, I mean, Driver did put up a pretty massive performance, but it was Larva who was kind of starting off everything on the bot side of the map, and it was also Larva's play that made that, you know, early skirmish not so disastrous, right? He he managed to really just kill Shera when he was on that sliver of health. So I'd give it to him, but I think you're right. It feels to me like it could be Larva or Shera, or Larva or Driver.
Yeah, I think Minji also honorable mention. He was putting Shera in the dirt there for the large part of the lane, and while yes, you do win out early game, he was definitely winning it a lot harder than he should have, forcing out the TP level 2 or 3, which really was what led to so much success in that bot side skirmish, I think, as well, because Shera teleported back to his lane. There was like 10, 12 minions at his tower, and he cleared a few of them before being able to move, and by then Minji was already very, very much involved in the fight. In fact, getting Felia's flash out and turning around at the correct time to be able to pick up that kill on Shera as he joined in. So I think it's hard for me to sort of decide who will get it, but yeah, it's definitely one of those three. I think in general, though, the entirety of J-Team played pretty well. Bruce getting caught out a little bit there did feel like he was the target for a lot of the pressure of Impunity, though, and he did soak a lot of it up pretty well, I'd like to say. Maybe, I think the one mistake really was when he got dove bot,
Yeah.
After already seeing them there, walking a bit greedy and getting Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, this was nice though.
This
This
is
was when
Driver.
Driver's TP comes in, and the E-Flash finding not one, but actually two. I mean, the Champion's hitbox is pretty insane. And the ult sends Blaze really to his death there. This was such an important pickup as well, because they had the Herald too.
Yeah.
So they were able to take that entire tower there. It's just a massive gold swing. And Driver
Ooh.
also tops the damage charts. Now, some of that, of course, is just hitting Ornn in the side lane, but
Yeah.
I think he definitely passed the eye test of dealing damage in the fights.
Can you imagine if he had all the Andres this game?
Yeah, it
how
would've been
high his
pretty
damage would have been?
ridiculous.
I think Everfrost, though, was probably the correct decision. I think Everfrost is so good when you're against champs like the Varus, because if you are able to make them sort of, disperse all the other team and you get a Varus near you and you can Everfrost him, pretty much he is just dead to rights, and you've got so much follow-up there. But yeah, I don't know. Across the board, a lot of damage. I always like how Milio just consistently does the absolute least damage in the game, because all of the damage that Milio adds counts for whoever he's adding it for. So like the buffs that he gives, it means that the Lucian and Tristana's damage are a lot higher, and he doesn't benefit from it in the stats. So he always looks like he's, doing nothing. Certainly does a lot though. It is Lava picking up the MVP. Pretty low KP, all things considered, but I think that is just the nature of fights going across the map at all times. Definitely did set up the team for success though, especially in that early stage of the game.
He had some really good ultis too, right? There was a couple times where he
like
stopped
a
the
3 or
Ornn
4
from really
two of those
getting that through. So it was very
Here's
nice
one of
by
them.
him. Yeah. And this is really big. I mean, not often are you thinking of Poppy as an Ornn counter, right? You typically think of Braum as the one that kind of shuts down the Ornn ult, but so often just using that, it makes the fight super easy because, well, one, they can't engage, and two, once that tank is gone, accessing the carries is a lot easier.
Yeah, this was, I think, the 3-man,
Yeah,
really
he was
nice.
so close to getting Blaze here as well.
Yeah.
I really like what he went for, even if it didn't quite work out. I mean, it was still a good outcome, of course, but he didn't get his target. But I really admire the attempt. And Poppy definitely feels like one of those champs that has kind of become a bit of a specialty here in the PCS. There's actually some very good Poppy players.
Yeah, I think Kenny Chan, Lalva, they're probably the most notable, in my opinion. We've seen Godtone tried a couple times.
We have.
Let's not talk about that.
No.
Hopefully we don't see that again in the next game. What do you think? Coming up, obviously, next game will be Hellpigs and West Point. What are you thinking? Because West Point winning this would put them even with Hellpigs, which is 1 point behind Frank. And Frank going up against Beyond today could lose. I think, honestly, you'd expect them to lose, although they're on a bit of hot streak. But this could be 3 teams all 1 win apart for that 6th spot.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think I would give this one to West Point probably, but I guess we'll talk about it more when we come back, because that's it for game number 1. Of course, coming up next is the Hellpigs versus West Point game. It's a game you're not going to want to miss.
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there's no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there's no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah,
taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find it. Someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never find another me.
Welcome back. Coming up next, we do have Halpigs versus West Point, and I think, interestingly enough, now I'm not a top main, so I don't want to seem biased here, but it seems like at the moment, a lot of the most interesting matchups are these top laners, and I think since Relia now has his visa and he's in Taiwan competing on the same ping as most of these players, going up against Taco, the Taco Relia matchup could be quite exciting.
It could be. I think exciting mainly because, you know, Taco, he's looked very, very good on those meta champs. I think Relia has actually kind of looked better when he's playing stuff that is a little off meta, right? Like he had that very good Fiora, the Relia game as well. So maybe he'll try and pick some of those up. And I think taking away Taco's Renekton, as always, seems pretty key, right? Because it's not only blindable, but does do very well against a lot of those champs. And will be interesting to see where the top matchup goes from then. And I think by now, you know, Hellpigs, they've definitely kind of figured out what sort of game plan they want, but it should be pretty obvious to other teams as well, you know, what kind of weaknesses there are in that. So I would expect to see jungle, mid and top, you know, get some champions targeted, I would say.
Yeah, and Hellpigs will be on blue side, so, I mean, it does give them the option to look for that first pick Azir, and I think more than almost any other team, it will be such an important pickup for them. But first of all, Game 2 of the LCO Finals has been done, so let's take a look at it.
Yeah, we missed this one because we were casting. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, it's a bit anticlimactic, but it looked good.
It did. Biopanther, though, looking good on the Jace here. Ooh, we get to see a Zeri.
I am a little surprised. For those of you that don't keep up with the LCO, Bliss is... They like to play for mid-jungle a lot of the time. And so having Ahri to enable that does make sense, but... would be nice to see Daystar on a bigger carry champ. It looks like a lot of these fights are very, very close.
Yeah, oh, okay. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a lot of low health bars.
I think a person to watch out for, really, when it comes to these sort of teams is Daystar seems to be the best mid laner in OS. And on the other side, really, it is... You can make the argument for some other AD carries, but Raze, in general, is sort of highlighted as the best sort of AD carry in the region. There are other people like the likes of Violet, who we won't see in the PCS, unfortunately, but seeing it here, Ray's getting a lot done on this Zeri pick. Quite an interesting build.
Yeah.
Going for the Hex Drinker third. And damn, it's just AoE team fights across the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's good that they're getting good at team fighting, though, because that's what the PCS is all about and something that they were hard tested on last time.
Yeah. Damn, I wonder, I mean, what is it? This is kind of just a throwback team comp from Team Bliss from Game 1 when you come to look at it. Obviously, bot lane changing.
Yeah.
The Varus instead now will be the Xayah, but it is the same top side. So I imagine coming down now they are 0-2, you'd have to think they'll change that up.
Yeah, I really hope they change that mid pick. I think that Ahri is... like, it's good, right? Like, it has that mid-jungle setup that they want, and I think it is a strong champ, but you need Daystar on a harder carry champ, I would say, because I think, yeah, at least on stage he has looked like the best mid in OS, and you've really got to try and get more out of that. It looks like both those games so far, because they kind of got his choice of matchup. I mean, I didn't see how the draft played out, but I'd be very happy playing Azir into Ahri, and I think also the Akali, you know, the Ahri doesn't really have a strong enough lane to really kill it, right? Like, you can put it down in CS, but nothing is really going to happen. So I guess we'll get updates on how the series keeps going, but I hope that Bliss, at least when they come over to the PCS, do kind of go back to, okay, we find a way to enable Daystar, because that's their big strength, I think.
Yeah, interesting though, is do you remember last time when Bliss, I think it was their very last game over in the PCS, I think Daystar was like 0-7 or 0-8 in the final game there. He got absolutely demolished. I don't even remember who it was against. I think it might have been Beyond. But yeah, he got pretty demolished in that last game. He does look very consistent though, and I feel like he will have a better showing coming around this time. I think both teams look like they've leveled up really, and saying that a lot of the PCS teams have as well.
That's the worry, right?
It is very hard to gauge until you see them actually come up against each other, the strength of the region, because you only get to compare them against their domestic league, right? So you don't really know exactly how they look until they are over here. But I definitely hope for some closer series. It looks like at the moment, though, Chiefs have leveled up between their prior meeting with Bliss. It's crazy. I mean, a lot of you in chat probably haven't seen, but Team Bliss and Chiefs have versed each other, I think it's 20 times this year.
That's
between
insane.
playoff series and regular series, because they always end up in the final together. They also end up in the upper bracket final together. And then obviously the regular season games. It just means that they constantly are in these best of 5 series up against each other. And it is generally Bliss who takes it, but at least at the moment for this grand finals, it seems like Chiefs on the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs did win the last finals
That is
as well.
true, yeah.
So while I think Bliss might hold the head-to-head record, not totally sure, but Chiefs have won where it mattered,
The
really.
important ones, yeah. Absolutely. And Chiefs were the only team out of the 2 that got a win as well in the last PCS playoffs. So we'll have to see if they can top their last performance. But first of all, of course, we've got the more important region to talk about. It is West Point on your screen here. And again, I want to just say how much better this team look now that Rally is actually playing with them in person. I have to imagine a lot of that comes down to ping, because even on the higher ping, he still preferred to play those carry champions, and the ping gap does make such a huge difference. And being able to play a Rallier, I said it last week, but playing a Rallier on, 10 ping, if you will, versus playing it on like 80 is a massive difference in how well you can sort of reach the limits of the champion.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it just applies to basically all points of the game. There's lots of smaller interactions you might not even see. Stuff like a CS missed here and there because of the ping, and even maybe a skill shot dodged or not dodged could make a really big difference for some of those team fights. And stats come up here. Gold difference at 8 is actually the highest in the league here for Taco. So normally we look at gold difference at 14, but something that's so important is that first Herald fight. And I mean, Taco often has that Renekton, which is, again, really strong that first 8 minutes, really strong at that Herald fight. So it's kind of clear what they're playing for.
I think importantly too, he has played quite a few games with Cassante at this point, which is not a champ you often herald at winning by 8 minutes. I think it usually goes even at best, sort of, and it really comes online once you start to get some items. But this guy is just so good at laning, and I think even when we looked at his gold difference at 14, he was like 3rd in the league or something. So still very good in his own riders. We got the base coach. This guy's getting more wins than the chicken shop owner, so probably a good sign here for Halpigs. We'll have to see how the draft goes. Renekton obviously taken away, as well as the Azir. Very, very good bans against this Halpig side. It might mean, though, that Godzone can get one of his easier champions, the likes of the Maokai, the likes of the Vi, or the Nautilus, because his Poppy has left a lot to be desired.
It has, yeah. Hopefully you can pick up one of those simpler teamfight junglers. You'd have to hope anyway. And obviously the Renekton and the Azir staple bans at this point. I have to feel like those will not be going through anymore. Kaiser's that last one to round it out. And that does mean if you want to first pick one of Godtone's champs, you can.
That's where you just take the Maokai.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. It does mean giving over the Trist, but
Victor's still...
Trist with Rumble, I mean, is possible.
Yeah, I still
think
like the Maokai.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense for Godtone. I think Adiox does have a whole heap of different mid laners, control mages he can play.
Can still be a jungler, this Rel.
Yeah.
I almost would like to see it be the jungler, I think. Well, it's not the point and click you'd like. It's not the hardest champion to find a massive engage on.
No, it shouldn't be too hard. And I want to do West Point just take Tristana Rumble, because I feel like giving over Rumble Rel might be risky. And also, you need some AP that can pair with this. And it is a little hard to get AP.
Maokai.
I mean, you can take the Maokai, yeah.
That might even just be better.
Yeah, I mean, if
getting
you
it away
can get
from
Tristana
Goldstone.
Maokai Rumble, that would be really good.
Let's
see what they prefer. I think, yeah, take the Maokai seems better, just so you don't give any sort of counter to Taco. If a Rumble does come in, we'll see what Rel here wants to play in it, but I'm sure he's got something.
Well, he likes his carry champ, so maybe we'll see something sort of unique here. Obviously, we saw Solo Kill yesterday, picking up the Udyr into Rumble, and it looked fantastic. I don't know how much of that was just the team comp, though. Being able to go second item, Abyssal Mask into, I don't know, just magic resist, full magic resist. Sejuani, though, so with that, it is going to be Rel support, Sejuani in the jungle. I think this is the same team comp we saw yesterday from them. It didn't look that good.
Take the Xayah. Okay. It does.
That's good.
Yeah, I think it's also a good takeaway as well. Because I think playing into Rel as something that's not Xayah is always pretty annoying. I mean, even as Xayah, Rel's just an annoying champ right now. So what will be the pickup? Ooh. I think the Rumble into bans is better, but maybe Relia doesn't play it. It helps to take away the Rakan instead. So where do we head towards in the second phase bans? I think I'm not sure if it's worth banning out Adiog's mages or not, because he does have a lot of them. At the same time, it feels like, you know, champs like Victor might be a bit stronger, blind pick especially, than something like Anivia. Suppose it just depends really what Nui doesn't want to verse. They banned that Jax away from the Sejuani. They could go for those Jax Cassante bans. They definitely feel like a more known quantity in terms of, you know, you're getting value out of this, and those Control Mage bans might not find the same effect.
Yeah, Adiox did play the Anivia into Tristana yesterday, though, and it did look good, admittedly.
Now, this Tristana can go bot lane.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd, like, want to take it bot lane, but to avoid the Anivia matchup, I think you would.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want it bot either, because it feels like Rel Xayah should do fairly well into this Tristana. Kennen, the
Kennen
final ban. Taco hasn't shown a Kennen yet.
No, that's pretty random, I think. I wonder what that means. Because I don't think Relia would be scared of Kennen blind, right? Because he can play a Relia into it.
Yeah.
So that means he's probably blinding top and keeping this Tristana flex. But what will it be?
I don't even think you want to blind top here, giving Taco a perhaps preferable matchup.
Yeah, but do you give Adiox the free control mage? I mean, you just don't have that many choices.
I think he's just picking a control mage anyway, right?
Oh, I kind of like that. So Victor does very well against other mages, and while it isn't normally a blind pick, at least these days, it is really strong in lane.
Now, I wonder, does Adiox... Oh my goodness.
If he can play Kassadin, it is a pretty good Kassadin
It is,
game.
yeah. There's 3 AP threats. Okay, Orianna also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Ori into Victor. I mean, it does do well with their comp, but I think Victor does win the lane. It's close enough, though, that you are happy playing it, right? Like, I think for the comp, it still makes sense. They lock in that Cassante. Give themselves a bit more time to think. Asol would be an interesting one.
It feels pretty hard. I mean, the lane should be okay for the Asol, but I think coming into team fights, there's so much lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of range, though. I wouldn't be opposed to this. The risk of Asol really now is that the game blows up too early. But I think Victor's not going to be looking for too many skirmishes either. It is going to be the AP Cogmore.
All right.
Which, honestly, should be pretty competitive
He's
up
played
against
it before.
Victor. Yeah, I mean, AP Cog has a very strong lane as well. I think I'd still maybe slightly favor the Victor, but I mean, Victor is just, he's kind of like Nico, just really strong lane all around.
You do have to be a little bit... Oh my... What is...
Relia is cooking.
Yeah.
I kind of like this, though. I think it's a hard comp to play it into, but I think it's a pretty decent matchup for it. Well, I guess we'll see how it plays out, but I think that West Point, while they have somewhat read what Hellpigs have kind of put forward, I still think that they haven't maybe dealt with it as much as they'd like. It still feels like Hellpigs got a lot of what they want in terms of like the Sejuani jungle, the control mage mid, and I think there might have been better ways to do it. I guess a lot does come down to this red side 5 pick, though. The Yone picked up for Rel here. We'll see what he gets done into it, because, well, I think normally this should be a matchup that you're probably expecting to win out in. Taco is a different beast in the laning phase.
Yeah, I want to say also, there's only one champion in this game that Xayah really struggles against, and that's the Victor. But other than that, this Xayah pick could find so much value. It makes the game a lot harder for Tristana, makes it a lot harder for Yone. As well as the Maokai, really.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it does. A lot of this will come down to Relia, but again, as you sort of touched on, Taco's so strong in the laning phase. I have to see. I almost suspect that we're going to see a solo kill in the top lane. I don't know which way.
Yeah, at some point.
I don't know which way it'll be, but it does feel like... I mean, we saw the stats for both of these laners. I think Taco was at 7 and Relia was at 4 in terms of solo kills. So it does somewhat feel inevitable, I suppose.
Yeah. I think also, you know, there's Victor picked up by West Point. I think it is a pretty smart decision. And I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure Victor was one of the champs that Newly had a really good game on when he did play an LCO Split 1. Obviously, they only got to play for a little bit before kind of the peace implosion. But I remember him having a pretty solid Victor game, so must be comfortable on the champ. It was a takeaway and does well in Adiox's champ pool, so clearly have done their research. Maybe they've decided that God Tone, no matter what jungle, isn't going to be an issue. Instead, just want to kind of shut down that mid and top, which I think they've done something for, at least.
Yeah, and obviously West Point coming off a huge game yesterday beating CFO. If they are able to now take this game against Hellpigs, will even up the scoreline and put them only one win behind Frank for contestation of that 6th spot, which again, I've harped on about it, but every team below the threshold of 6th is really, really doing everything they can to get there, make it to the playoffs, face off against the LCO teams and the other PCS teams in the best of series. The one thing I do worry about for Hellpigs, if they do make it to that stage, is they do feel quite one-dimensional. I mean, it feels like the only way they can win is control mage, mid, CC, jungle, and then really relying on Taco to get them through the early game for Tide to take over in terms of damage alongside Adiogs.
Yeah.
Which, in a best of 5, certainly can get punished. Maybe you get one game there if you are able to get the comp you want, but it's pretty easy to learn how to pick ban against it, you feel.
I think so, especially when you're looking towards a best of 5. You're going to put in a lot of preparation for it, of course, since it will be going the distance, and some nice damage onto Cha already.
I think this part of the game is really annoying against Tristana, where she doesn't even bother to try and get the bomb stacked up. She just chucks it on your head.
Yeah, it still does good damage.
Yeah. Now, last time Adiogs played Kog'Maw, I believe they lost, but he did play it extremely well. I could be wrong. I know he definitely played it well. I don't remember the result, but I'm pretty certain it was a loss eventually.
I can't quite remember either. But it's getting that early prior here. It's pretty nice that Kog'Maw has a lot of damage and wave clear on that same ability.
Relia just gets knocked up, auto-attacked by Taco, and the game's paused for a setting issue. We just found out. I think all things considered, how the lanes are going, it does make a lot of sense. The thing I do worry about, I suppose, is this bot lane. I think West Point will struggle as the lane continues because you can't really ever jump forward if you are Tristana. Especially, like, into Xayah alone, you can't. But then also the Rel makes it even harder. Obviously, it doesn't feel like you should ever really be killable because you can just keep that rocket jump away. We'll have to see.
I think we should be hopping back in the game in a moment. See some clicking there. Well, Nuli is definitely getting bullied out.
Yeah.
Kind of be expected. I think Cog definitely has the stronger level 1. It's really when Victor gets more points in the laser and this starts to really add up. Could be tough. Nice dodge there as well. You know, honestly, Cog and Victor in the laning phase are two very similar champs. You know, a lot of E-poke coming through in a somewhat undodgeable ability.
Yeah, I think Adiogs obviously has a huge range advantage when it comes to those two abilities. Later on, though, the laser from Victor should be doing a lot more damage.
Doing pretty well for himself already, though. I think as well, you know, if you do blind something like the Kog'Maw, you have to be very worried about some gank setup coming out. Something with Maokai would be really hard to avoid, but honestly, Victor Maokai doesn't feel that threatening. So you can see Adiogs, even with pretty much no vision coverage, still feels pretty confident walking up to that tower.
Absolutely is. So all things going pretty slow here. 665 is lower than God Tone, but won't be now. IC8 though in the area will force out Flash from this Maokai. Is turning attention towards Char, but with that double jump away, should be absolutely okay to walk away. It does look like now though 665 will be able to pick up this Rift Scuttle. In fact does, and he's going to cross mid. And Adiogs will be holding priority in this lane, although is getting chunked out quite a lot.
Yeah, must have taken a full trade or something there, because he had a big health advantage and suddenly it's all gone.
Yeah.
And that might mean that top scuttle is actually contestable. Because it looked like Godtone was just going to cross and get it for free, and maybe he still does.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty hard here for Maokai to walk in. Taco on the Cassante does feel a little bit stronger than the Yone at this stage of the game.
Godtone perhaps fishing for a bit more, wants to try and smite this one away.
Yeah,
Neither mid can really
actually
help.
getting pretty low. Doesn't have flash as well, remember. Does get stunned up. Is this going to be the kill? Godtone gets himself the first blood on the Wani.
What did I just witness?
That's the God of Asia.
It is. Not often do you see that.
No. I mean, I think 665 being so disrespectful.
Yeah, I think he graded way too hard. Got down to very, very low HP there.
The Raptors just...
Yeah, I mean, he was taking it up for so long.
Yeah.
And obviously without the phase rush as well, doesn't really have the way to get out.
Blames it.
And that's crazy, because Godtone didn't even have to use the flash. You know,
Yeah.
you're expecting maybe the flash auto or something at the end to be the one that finishes it off, but really just kind of... He didn't even run him down, he just walked him down.
Every now and then, Godtone does have these moments of brilliance. The Nautilus game comes to mind as well, where early game got the enemy team's flash, the jungler's flash, went, took the blue, and then found pretty much a kill in every single lane. And now, this game, goes bot to the scuttle, gets 665's flash, goes top to the scuttle, realizes 665's gone to Raptors, and then claims himself the first blood. Now really setting up his team for success.
He is, and maybe looking for something top.
Yeah, Yone going through. That is the fate sealed, but it's all out coming through too. And Relia, he's in no man's land, but Tarko, a rare mistake, doesn't mechanically play it as well as he perhaps could, but is still able to get away. If he did use that flash before the Ntofu strikes, probably does pick up a kill there onto Relia, but it was not to be, and it's just the ult trades. It is flash as well traded for these top laners.
It probably just will be resets coming out, but in the meantime, Godtone with bot pro might be able to start this up. They are a little low though. I'm not sure if this is super fightable. The Victor would be stronger than Kog'Maw at this sort of fight, so West Point, they definitely want to contest.
No flash available for this Maokai, and they will heal off this dragon.
Yeah, do they actually do it though? Or not?
6-5 is...
Okay, looks like he wants to.
Battling it. Oh, Kailstorm comes through. Adiog's getting quite low. This won't have the damage to kill him, but it certainly will mean that his laning now is near on impossible. And Dragon should be afforded to the side of West Point. Fairly inconsequential, you feel, though. Hellpigs should be okay to just scale into this game. Both teams, really.
Yep.
So as long as this doesn't end up in a chain of dragons, as Char flashes forward, will force out this flash from Tide, looking for the feathers. Won't find the root right now, but IC8 going forward with 665 in the area. They are able to back out, though.
Rage did use jump cancel, but fortunately had the backup he needed. But with that, 665 is slowly pulling himself back into the game, but it's still down low.
Okay, still no flash available, Maokai. It will be up very shortly, and Bramble Smash doesn't get the knock up. Low, obviously.
He is down a lot of camps.
Yeah.
Had to spend a lot of tempo on that dragon as well. Which is nice for his team. But does set him a little bit further behind, and maybe he won't be 6 in time for the Herald spawn. It's looking like he won't be. Which is pretty big. I mean, Godtone could just come and start this
Tide
up.
is 6 and no one else in the bot lane is. Featherstorm comes out, but he has no mana. Does manage to get the Blade Caller through. As looks like IC8's trying to find the kill, but Tide running away with Ignite ticking on him from this Rakan. And now it's about running away. There is no summoners available for this Xayah. Char lands the knock up here onto IC8, but the speed up coming through for Rel should mean that it's okay to get away. And the presence shown from 665 down here means that Rift Herald certainly will be secured up on top side for Godtone and the rest of Hellpigs.
Yeah, I think this isn't too bad. I mean, giving over Herald to the Sejuani team is pretty normal since they have that kind of strong 2v2 with their top laner, but not being able to really trade a whole lot back bot. They do deny this wave and I guess pick up a plate, so it's better than nothing. Oh, maybe not even the play. I still think you'd say Hellpigs probably come out ahead.
Yep, definitely is. Newly now feeling a lot more comfortable in this lane, especially with the items that Adiogs has got. Not the strongest of laning items. Obviously the tier picked up. Does kind of need it on the Kog'Maw, obviously. As you get to the team fight stage, you are throwing out so many Kog'Maw ults that your mana does suffer a lot. Relia face sealed, but misses, and the all-out in return. It will be Relia just going down. wasn't really close at all, really, as now the junglers will find each other. Godtone will not land the second proc there of the flail.
Yeah,
but it is Relia. No teleport. Taco going to get a lot of gold for himself.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate timing, I feel like. Just, I guess, felt like he was safe with 665 around, especially because you'd maybe be expecting Godtone to be going back bot, but now Adiox, he's going to get caught by this. Can't really see it.
Yeah, it does have flash, but oh my goodness. Char has come in from bot lane and jumped all the way in to land that grand entrance there, as well as the quickness onto Adiox. Secures the kill, it is Tanuli, so that's really nice. Getting him both some gold and extra stacks on that Hex upgrade.
Yep, definitely a big swing, and I mean, Victor is going to scale so well into this game. Adiox is kind of the victim of the classic just play safe mid as you get ganked from both sides.
Yeah, didn't really have anywhere to go. Feels like even Flash wouldn't have got him out of that Nature's Grasp.
No, but Nuli, he must have so much gold here. I don't think he'll quite have Mythic, but probably has, you know, Blasting Wand, or actually Leandry's probably better.
This should be a Leandry's game.
Grabs the Mercs, kind of preemptively.
I guess you kind of have to, because if Sejuani ever decides that she wants to kill you, certainly can look for it. And Taco very handedly winning out these trades.
Yeah, top
having
line
completed, Iceborne Gauntlet versus Vamp Scepter boots. Not even going to be very close. I actually don't think there's really a way for Relia to win out a fight at this stage.
No, he's going to need some time. Char being looked at, has no one to jump to.
Not have flash. Permafrost does come through, but not before the grand entrance gets him to safety. But now it's the blue buff. Nuli definitely will be stronger than Adiox if there were to be a fight. Although definitely Godtone quite strong in his own right. Will secure up that blue buff, and again, just more camps here for Godtone. He's up 20 CS. Putting on a bit of a clinic here in the jungle.
Doing a good job for sure. Question mark, I think, around this next dragon. Oh, and Billy, he might be looked at here.
Yeah,
does have the
get
Mercs, but there's
flash.
3 around.
Coming forward, Glacial Prison held will be used. That does get the flash, so this Victor now extremely gankable within the next 5 or so minutes. Tide getting quite low. Buster shot will not take him out though. It should be a lot of gold though. Ooh, this could be a bit risky. Featherstorm available, so it is hard for Prage to jump forward. As IC8 actually coming through, Magnastorm should come through, and he's stunned up for so long. Flash Rocket Jump gets him to safety, but it now feels like, oh my goodness. Char coming in. The second time he's done this under a tower, finds himself a kill. Rift Shield in the meantime though, put middle, giving Adiox a bit more much needed gold. Godtone down here. No sums available for either of these bot lanes, but just so many dashes, they should be okay. As the dragon has spawned, but health bar's not really allowing for it to be started.
No, just so much used across the board. Prage here, he knows he kind of has to save the W until after IC8 uses everything, but then realizes that he's going to have to flash. And it was nice Char, he finds the flash, the solo kill as well. It was a big pickup, of course. It's a lot of gold. And also just denying more CS on a Tide is nice. No, I think 665 was forced to flash away there. And you can see he's pretty low.
The Monarch Embrace here. I almost feel like it might have been a better tank Maokai game.
Yeah, I think solo AP Victor is pretty solid. But I guess he just wants to have more anti-tank tools.
Also, being behind, you just have less gold available, so the AP items are a little bit harder to get to than the likes of the Radiant Virtue.
Okay, Relia has TP to come to this, but he doesn't have an item. Okay, he's TPing.
Yeah, Taco also can answer Will, and he's coming into a very, very nice location. It is going to be IC8 found, but not before finding a nice amount of CC. Taco's there in the middle. He's not really taking any damage. Unstoppable all out there onto Relia. He will use the Fate Seal to get himself out, but it should be now Dragon picked up maybe by Halpigs. It is low health bars as Char and 665 are looking to come in, but it's Taco going forward. He does get CC'd up. Adiox, though, flashing forward, will secure that kill there. Is Relia actually looking for Adiox now. Taco with the movement shield does help him survive, and the rip back secures a kill there for this Yonan Taco. Taco, oh my goodness, the laser secures it, and that's a big shutdown now onto Relia. Oh, Nuli, sorry.
Yeah, look how strong Nuli is. 3-0-1. And that little play that Reliant made off the back end there, would you call it a ping diff?
I call it an Adiogs not respecting the Yone diff. But I'm not sure.
Well,
Let's have a look, yeah.
I think Reliant, I mean, he can TP in a lot earlier here because he did have that prior on the top wave. A lot of HP already lost, obviously on 665, but this is a fairly good position. And if ICA had died just a second earlier, couldn't get his Magnet Storm off, things would have been very different. But it's really nice. I mean, this is the perfect spot for Nuli's Victor to play into, just DPSing over the wall. And it maybe looked like it was all over here, but low HP bars still on Hellpigs. And it's a re-engage from Hellpigs that really starts this off again. Taco was forced so low, and Adiogs walked into the gravity field here at the very end, and that's what ended up costing him. Unfortunate death, and I think most unfortunate really for Hellpigs is how much gold Nuli picked up, because I think Victor is the big problem champ in this game. You know, like the only champ that Xayah is really afraid of is the Victor. And now that Victor is absurdly strong.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Could be looked at here though.
Taco is very strong in his own right, and he's working towards some MR now. Kind of interesting that he has gone for the plated steel caps. Well, he's probably going to have to deal with a Yone in a side lane a lot. In that case, it makes sense. But when it comes to these team fights, certainly can be locked up a lot easier than usual. And this will be mid tower gone.
Yeah, don't think this can be defended in any way, shape, or form, so it should just fall.
Yeah, Godtone almost up 30 CS in the jungle. That could be a big difference maker, because having the extra tankiness on the Sejuani, especially when this Maokai is going AP, just means that Godtone's going to be so much better at walking through sort of the chokeholds into these saplings, into the Victor poke. I almost think that Godtone should, in the near future, try work towards a Warmog. It's something we saw a lot in spring.
Yeah, I'd be down for it. I mean, he can just tank all those saplings. Would be really good. It's also one dragon apiece, and gold fairly even, so all things considered, I think it really will just come down to who executes the fight better. Nuli's about to pick up some more, though, and Adiogs.
Oh, yeah, Adiogs.
He has to lane against that Bork Yone, which really is not what Kog'Maw wants. The poke will not stick into that much lifesteal, and too much mobility, really, to guarantee landing your ults onto him. And you wonder maybe if the lanes should have been swapped. I guess they put the...
Oh, Praise stunned up. Does
yeah, he's looked at.
Channel the rocket jump, though, and Taco now teleporting top, so it will be the lane assignments that better favor Hellpigs.
Yeah, I feel like there isn't really much that Adiogs can do, especially if he's playing weak side Kog'Maw. I mean, everyone was on the other side of the map. Probably should have just been willing to give the wave, but it feels so bad, you know, to have that much wave clear and still be unable to walk up. Nuli's working towards the Shadow Flame, which I think in the long run might not do the most damage, but at least for now is going to be absurd because there isn't a lot of MR picked up. Just Taco, so having that 2-item spike is going to be really, really nice. And gold for the first time, really, starting to go back in West Point's favor.
Now Godtone going towards the Sunfire Cape. I don't like it. So much magic damage coming out of West Point. You've got Yone, Maokai, and of course Victor. Feels like you should probably just maybe sit on the Barmy Cinder, work towards some MR, or even just health.
Yeah. There is an Abyssal Mask here for Taco, so that guy isn't going to take that much damage from Victor, although Leandries makes it a little easier. Not that easy,
stunned
though.
up, Chaos Storm. But you're seeing, really, with how much has just been used on Taco, doesn't take all that much damage.
Yeah, and that was the Victor used ahead of this next Dragon. So I wonder if they just want to give Dragon up and keep trading for gold, which is fine. I mean, their carries do benefit a lot from gold, and drag when condition might not be super realistic in this game.
Oh, Nature's Grass coming out. Is Adiogs going to realize it in time? He's going to get caught up. Char, quickness, grand entrance does lock up Adiogs. The flash out will ensure his safety, and in the meantime, it should be this Dragon picked up. Very important for Adiogs to not die there. He's going to have to recall, though, so it might even be this tower picked up with 4 members strong in the area.
Oh, he TPs. That might be a problem.
Adiogs is committing... Oh, I'm surprised they didn't go harder. Maybe they were worried because he was so confident with his teleport.
Yeah. I think they also didn't have confirmation on the drag. Like, you should know they're doing it, but it's hard to say. I mean, they could just be countering the play and going to drag after. So they decide to respect. I think it's probably the wise choice.
Really going to be found here by Godtone.
Now, who's finding who, though? This is a Bork Yon.
Yeah, Godtone running away. Rallier, Fate Sealed will not land. Godtone with the flash away. Actually goes back towards Rallier, but does eventually get himself out.
2 items now for Nuli, and I think he's probably going to work on that Void next. It's very, very strong. 2 levels up on the Victor. Which is very, very nice. That Sunfire now completed for Godzone. 665 working on his Leandries, which should also be a pretty big spike.
Adiogs has the most unique champion pool out of any player here in the PCS. Obviously, you've got players like Zhao
I
who
was
just play
just
everything.
thinking Zhao
But like,
Zhao.
I'm saying Adiogs actually wins.
Sure, as a functional champion
Yeah.
pool, I think I'd agree. Okay. I don't think we're going to see too much action here for a while. Most likely we'll just be scaling up towards that next dragon. Maybe Adiogs can put some poke down, and that could allow Hellpigs to then find something after, because there is no lifesteal. So if the poke lands on any of these 4, it definitely will stick. A lot of poke landed on the Godtone, though. That Warmogs would be a really nice pickup if he can't get it.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see it.
Must be so annoying just permanently being half health.
Now, it does feel like for Hellpigs, while the Xayah sits here on the 2 items, you probably want to wait. So as Taco, he's finding a nice angle here onto Nuli, who's going to have to flash out, and it's eventually Taco who will be going down. Now it's damage control. Don't lose anyone else. It is nice to get that Victor flash away, but maybe not. Oh, Adiogs almost finds himself a kill on the back end there. The Leandri's burn is not going to find the kill onto 665. Certainly does force him out though. Tide, Rallier, face call, will miss. Has to go back. And now Prage and Char left a little bit isolated. Char though should be able to get away. Adiogs will not land that last Caustic Barrage. Again, it's so many low health bars, and Rallier missing that Fate's Call. Bit of a disaster there for him. Could have maybe looked to kill Tide even through the Feather Storm.
It was crazy though. I mean, even despite not getting the kill, he forced out the sums, the ult, and he managed to do all this without having to TP to the fight. That was a proactive TP from Taco that came in. And Rallier didn't need to invest anything. Has himself the Kraken now, so is going to be really, really strong.
Yeah. Feels like in the side lane, no one really can match up to him. Although he can't really siege. It is hard for him to hit the towers. Definitely is. Feels like he's just going to clear minions and try and look for fights.
Taco maybe looking for something again. They know that Nuli has no flash, so next fight is going to be a big one because that Victor is so much of this team's damage. Although there is a lot of damage that can come through from other sources too.
It looks like he's going towards Zhonya's, but I'm almost surprised he didn't opt to get the stopwatch first because, especially while his flash is down, staying alive as this Victor, who is so strong, feels very, very important. And Taco doing a pretty good job here of trading back against Rallier.
This will just be lifestealed back though, you have to think, after the next wave. And that tower goes down, maybe looking for something. Hellpigs, they can't quite find it. Yeah, I wonder if he is building the Zhonya's. It would keep him completely safe. Ooh.
Fate Sealed misses there, and Taco.
Yeah, good trades, but with the amount of lifesteal, you really feel like it's only temporary.
Nature's Grass coming out, will land onto IC8. The follow-up, Quickness Great Entrance will only land onto the Rel, who does manage to get the Magnet Storm off. Doesn't really find anyone of value in the Ignite. Ticks away there, takes out Char, so it's a 1-for-1 for now. As Adiog's getting so low, this Chaos Storm just doing so much damage here to the mid lane carry of Hellpigs. And with that, there's a teleport coming through here for this Yone. It's looking like Baron will be started up from the mid. There's no one there with that Scrying Orb spotting them out. Godtone in the area. Does not have the ult available. There's also no ult here for Taco, who is teleporting in.
I think that's Adiog TPing in, and it might be too late, but Conwell poke is good.
Yeah, 6-5 will be going down. And this Baron is only at half health, so they are able to now look at it A bit of a disaster turn of events here for West Point. Baron down very, very low. Newly looks to steal it, but it is going to be picked up there by Godtone. He's good for it. And after what was a proactive Baron call, definitely ends up in disaster here with Helpigs kind of heisting that one away.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that happened. I feel like maybe could have committed to killing the Baron, or maybe should have just turned away as soon as the Cosmo TP came through. I think they should be able to get away this drag, but still, Helpigs should be feeling pretty good about that one. Tristana even altered that for damage.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, Dragon not really looking like a win con this game. If the game goes long enough, it can, but it is nice to obviously get those in-combat move speeds and whatnot.
I think just too few cooldowns left here for West Point. It didn't have the Victor or the Maokai Nature's Grasp, and obviously Rakan was in base, I think, so a lot used there. Kind of gives
back to
Helpigs the lifeline.
Will use the Featherstorm to dodge out of that Nature's Grasp, and now I didn't see exactly what happened there, of course, but it looks like Tide going a bit crazy.
And Nully's building towards the Banshees, so just wants that magic resist.
Taco just sitting there, letting these minion waves be Baron buffed up. Should be fairly good laning against this Victor.
I'm pretty worried about Victor not going for Void Staff, because now Sedge and
Banshees.
Yeah, the Banshees, I mean, for the MR kind of makes sense, but honestly feels unnecessary. I really don't think you need it.
I'm sorry, this Banshees is a terrible purchase, I'm so sure. It feels very akin to the Crown.
Yeah.
Where you get this shield, like a lot of the Banshees value comes from the MR, of course.
Yeah,
but the shield is a big part of it too.
I don't really think so. Honestly, I don't think he's considering the shield at all when he's buying it. I mean, he found someone.
Yeah. Bumps Char there. Is still chasing him down. Dodges out of the grand entrance as well. And Adiogs as well as Godtone. Damn, 665 in a bit of a nightmare game at this stage.
Yeah, he's really just not finding anything, and maybe could have just been the tank Maokai to tank all this up, right? He's got such strong carries, but there's no one to stand in front of them.
Yeah,
the Victor, it's going to keep the rest of Helpigs away.
It does mean now, though, that a fight for West Point feels pretty winnable. Taco versus Relia. Taco doing amazing. Relia doing just as well. Flashes from both of these top laners, and it's so low health bars. You talk about Relia's life stealing out, but look at this all-outed Cassante. The movement's coming through. Relia turning around, gets that shield there, and Taco not able to land the W. It will end up in just massive health trades there as back towards bot lane. Char getting so low. Looks like he looked for an engage there and try and get some follow-up from Nuli. Ultimately, though, nothing to come of it. And the 4-0-2 Victor is certainly strong in his own right, but he's not finding a lot here, especially with the constant Chaos Storm on cooldown.
No, and I think now his build is really going to start catching up to him. See the Hex Drinker for Tide and an Abyssal from ICA. So, you know, Adiogs obviously has no MR, but also the probably last target you're going to be able to reach.
Yeah, Abyssal also available now for Godtone, so that's 3 of them.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. And Nuli, he probably should have built the Void instead of the Banshees, or even, you know, grab the Banshee second, Void third, if you have to have the Banshees, which I don't think you do. And this fight was insane. I mean, how insane is it that this top lane tank has like maybe more dashes than Yon does? I mean, these two are just going back and forth.
Oh, this is so close.
Yeah, it's pretty insane just how much damage Xander gets with that ult.
I think if Relia misses that shield there, which it was very, very close for Taco to dodge out of range, might have been Taco picking that up even.
There's a Gale Force now for Relia, so while we have been kind of talking about Nuli as that main carry, I think it's really difficult, especially if Xayah ult is forced out by something, to actually position against this.
I will say though that this Yone is extremely squishy, so if Godtone were to somehow land a Glacial Prison on him, it is likely that this Yone will be dealt with fairly quickly. I like Tide's build here. I feel like it's pretty unavoidable to be occasionally hit by a Victor laser.
Yeah.
And so getting some of that lifesteal in feels nice, as well as obviously the damage reduction you get from the MR that Hex Drinker affords you. I wonder if he's going to upgrade into more immediately, or...
I think you just sit on it. Complete your lifesteal. Okay, Nuli's got the Blighting Jewel, so at least he is building towards the Void. I think once he completes that, that might be the difference maker, because right now his damage is really held back by just not having the magic pen.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see, but 15 seconds out from this Dragon, as well as 50 seconds for the Baron. Hellpigs having priority over this mid wave, should be able to go down through this river here, clear out some vision. Saplings finding a little bit of damage onto IC8, but again, there is just so much magic resist coming through now that it's not that meaningful. You see Godtone tanking that one up. Rallier on the flank, though, should be spotted out by Taco.
And Nully's trying to group with the team. He
Tide
is going to
hitting.
get down here.
Nully is coming in. IC8 getting hit pretty low. That's a pretty important cooldown as well from the Yone. Losing out on that W can be extremely meaningful as Dragon gets so low. Nature's Grasp comes through. It is taken there by 665 as Gage found Grand Entrance and everything else used here by Char, but it's Rallier on the side looking for what he can. As low health bars, IC8 has gone down. Tide very high in HP, as well as some low health bars here from both Prage and 665, but ultimately it will just be the 1 for 0, as well as Dragon picked up for West Point. Baron, though, on the cards is Godtone looking for Char here.
Is kind of fishing for more. A lot of cooldowns were used. I'd be surprised if we see anything but resets come out, and it looks like that's what it'll be. But that was that third Dragon picked up for West Point, so can now pressure the Soul on the next one. And Hellpigs have actually overstayed on the map for a pretty long time here. I think there's potential to take all the Baron vision and maybe even start the Baron. Although, with that Scuttle Crab picked up, they are going to have the vision.
Yeah,
and it was that full maul completed by Tide.
Yeah, I like it, honestly. There's a lot of magic damage coming through. It even helps against Yone. Now, importantly, another 600 gold picked up in the bot lane there for Rallier on the Yone, picking up that inner tower. So this Yone going to be a big problem, I think.
Yeah.
DMC, what he can get here. Going towards the Hullbreaker. So going to become even more of an issue in the side lane. Is level 18, first in the game to reach that. Taco, quarter of the way there.
Adiox has been quietly putting out a lot of damage in fights, as is somewhat normal for the Cogmore, but...
Muramana.
Yeah, I think we saw that last time, didn't we? Believe we did.
Might be right, I don't specifically remember. It's behind in items, though.
Yeah, now Nully has the Void, which is a huge pickup. We'll probably be going to the Rabadon's last. Not sure if he'll pick it up before the game actually ends, but now can do meaningful damage to all this magic resist. Better late than never.
Okay, Baron started here.
Start.
Nature's Grasp coming out extremely early.
This did not seem worth it. I'm not sure why they started.
Yeah,
they forced out the grass.
I think they're maybe just trying to get Rallier off the side lane, but with the grass coming out, they won't do that. And it looks like Taco's still doing fine here. You aren't really able to siege as the Yone, as I said earlier on in the game. Adiox now with a blue buff will have the opportunity to do a little bit more poking as the Cogmore, although at the moment nothing lands, and it's going to be a solo kill. ICA getting some credit there because of the speed up, but all in all, Taco somehow manages to solo out Rallier. Now Rallier does finish his Hullbreaker with that death. Double teleport here coming out of Hellpigs. They do land that Glacial Prison here onto 665, as well as ICA looking for what he can.
Ooh.
Ultimately doesn't land anything, though. It is Nature's Grasp still down and on cooldown. Taco looking for Nully.
Oh, Nully's aware.
Yeah, does use that sort of clear from the laser. But it is Taco and ICA sort of forming an impenetrable wall. ICA going forward. And at 665, he's getting stunned up here by Taco, who is getting quite low, but has that flash available. Char going forward, though. It is a 5v4, and Tide is freely heading there. Takes down Char to start with, and Taco facing a lot of damage from Nully. The Featherstorm alongside that Blade Caller will not find any roots there. A little bit of damage, but ultimately it is Baron. 1 for 1 is the trade.
And we'll see how this all happened, because it was off this pick in the bot side, but I believe it was just purely 1v1. Don't think anything else was added.
Ooh.
And this is with, he has the Hullbreaker in base, so they don't need to kind of play this that fast, but once again, the ultimate has missed, and he was taken into tower range, takes an extra 2 tower shots. And it's a really big misplay from Rallier, and it costs them dearly. They try to make this 4v5 work, and to be honest, they were pretty close. A lot of cooldowns had already been used, so they can play aggro, but there's just, this Cassante takes too long to get through, especially with Victor not yet having the rabbit on, so missing a lot of extra AP. And now, looking towards the next dragon, West Point, they could give this one up if they wanted to, and just use that to buy time. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them do that.
Oh, okay. Randuin's picked up here from Taco. So this 1v1, it might be fairly even, I think.
I think it might even be Taco favored, to be honest.
The Hullbreaker does add a lot for Relia,
Yeah,
though.
it's hard to say how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah. I mean, the percentage health there from that W and magic damage does add a lot to this zone. We'll have to see. I'm sure it'll develop. Relia will constantly be pushing, but it still just remains fairly hard for him to make any effort on the tower. As Taco, you're seeing him there, peel him off. A lot of damage. It does feel Relia favored. Nature's Grass coming through onto this dragon, and Hellpigs, while they have the Baron, aren't spending a whole lot of time doing any pushing with it.
No, this is really good by West Point. They've got the mid-wave as well, so now Hellpigs, they can't do anything with this Baron.
Dragon being started up here. It is the Soul. Hellpig's not even going to it. Goldtone maybe pushing a little bit too far down. I want to go. I need to see this dragon. Yeah, it's just going to go down. This is the Soul now for West Point. Are Hellpig's going to be able to find a fight? No, they're not even going to be able to do that, as Taco's now 3v1ing down bot. All out is used there. Does get Relia down to half HP. Importantly, when his team are around, Hullbreaker not going to be active. And recalls come through, but not before they lose an inhib tower. Despite being the team with the Baron, they're losing across the map.
Yeah, that was a macro disaster, really. I mean, there's several things you can do there. You can try and push out top and then go to the drag. That way it takes time for Relia to get there. Nully, I think he's fine.
Base is cancelled, yeah. All right, now Hellpigs have to find something with this Baron, because right now they're up 1k gold, which is less than you get for just taking the Baron. They lost the Dragon Soul. They lost an inhib tower. And even now, they're not pushing. They've got Adiogs going bot.
Yeah, the Baron's run out, and I don't think there's any way they can make it through this. So, honestly, just kind of inexcusable macro. It feels like there should... You either defend top and then give the drag, but really, you should be able to get the drag. I don't think they were really in danger of losing a whole lot top. And by giving the mid-wave, they gave access for the rest of West Point to walk on up there.
Taco 3v1ing top while 4 people sat mid and watched the Victor Maokai 2-man.
Pretty much.
The dragon.
Well, Prage, he's got an LDR now, so maybe he'll start to add some meaningful damage to these tanks.
Yep, Xayah finishing the Bloodthirster. Looks like it might be Guardian Angel coming through last here. And I guess there are no tanks, really. It's only the Rakan, who is not the tankiest champ. So it does feel like you can skip out here on the LDR, but might pay for it later.
Well, 2 minutes on the next Baron, and an Elder coming 2 after that. And I think West Point...
Goldtone.
They're looking.
Yeah,
Goldtone.
Prage is going to have so much damage. It's a median kill, and meanwhile, in the mid lane, Tide getting so low. This should be the game. It's 2 found, it's 3 found, and Adiogs flash forwarded on. He is now in the middle of the team, and it's only Taco alive. West Point pulling the trigger after what was a macro disaster out of Hellpigs. They are going to even up the score. It will be... Oh.
The wave is really far.
Yeah, actually.
They have time, though. They have plenty of time.
So much time, yeah.
Taco versus the world, as always.
Does feel this way for the team quite often. See what he can do. It doesn't feel like a whole lot can really be done as everyone going forward here. Taco in the middle of the team. Does get rooted up. He's already half HP. He goes all out. He's trying to find anything he can, but there's just no way. The Cassante cannot win the 1v5, and it is going to be West Point picking up the win here. After a strong start from Hellpigs, they've now evened themselves out on the standings. 1 win behind that 6th spot, and pretty inexplicable what happened there, that last part for Hellpigs. You can't... Yeah, I don't know. There's just no explanation.
No, it feels like one of those situations where maybe there's just so much going on at a time, and if you don't have a clear shot caller, you're just kind of being pulled between different positions, not really sure what to do, but ultimately just needed to commit to something and didn't really do that. Didn't commit to anything. Were pulled around everywhere. And that was really what kind of just ended the game, I think, because once you get that soul, it's going to make the team fight so much easier. And you'd already broken the base, so really had everything they needed. I think that West Point probably should have won that game a bit more cleanly than they did, right? It feels like for a lot of that game, they should have been ahead. But I think in the side lane, Taco being able to win out on some of these 1v1s kept them in it for a very long time. And I also think while Nuli probably played the best overall on his team, his build did leave a lot to be desired.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I want to say Prage played pretty well as well, I think. There was never any real mistakes coming out of him, and he was just a constant damage threat. I mean, at the end there, it was really him getting the damage done onto Godtone to start off that fight, obviously. Big collapse there in the mid lane. And I want to say Char as well. Some really big...
Some good Rakan engages.
Yeah, some really big Rakan engages. I think Relia definitely... Yone didn't look as strong as his Fiora and Aurelia did. But it seems like now West Point have found their playstyle as well. With Relia now coming into Taiwan, it seems like their way to success is split push top laner and then team fight all around the rest of the map.
Definitely. I mean, just in time, right? Because you've now 3 games left for them to try and sneak into that 6th place player spot. It does feel difficult, I think, to get just a straight 6th place, but I think getting a tiebreaker isn't unheard of.
Yeah. To be fair, I think obviously up next we have Frank versus BYG. If Frank win this, it does feel pretty improbable that either of those 7th place teams are able to do it, because at that stage there'll be 3 games left and you need to win at least 2 of them. And then if you win 2, Frank has to lose all 3. And if you win 3, Frank has to lose 2, which I don't actually know the schedule left for Frank, but that does, I mean, pretty much it's out of your hands if Frank were to win. Obviously, right now it's only 1 win difference, so a little bit more favorable. It does seem, though, that at best it should be a tiebreaker for that 7th spot. It doesn't really feel like it will be just a clean one of these 7th seeds ends up 6th while Frank falls down.
Yeah, I think I agree. And I mean, I guess we'll talk about it later, but Frank vs. Beyond is a game that Frank might even come in as favorites off recency, right?
Yeah, recency bias, I'd have to say I probably do favor Frank, but yeah, coming back to this game, I mean, 665, I actually feel like with how the game started, Halpic should have won. I think 665 being that far behind, and honestly, everything was pretty even up until there was a bit of a disaster fight where Nuli found, I think it was 2 kills in that fight. Maybe it was even 3 in the single fight.
Yeah, I'm
no,
not
he
sure.
found 1 kill onto Adiox.
Yeah, then it was 3-0 later, yeah.
So he found like 2 kills around that dragon fight, which brought them back into the game. But with how strong your Sejuani was, as well as honestly the Xayah was strong, you also had a fairly strong mid laner. I mean, Cogmore obviously not quite as strong as the Victor at this stage, but the zone control he can offer walking towards the dragon pit should have meant you can get it cleanly. It didn't end up that way. And that's what really let West Point back into the game. But I feel like Halpigs had all the tools at the start of the game to just win.
Maybe. I think that there were lots of throws on both sides, right? Yeah. You can think of the time where West Point started off that Baron and really just ended up leeching it for Halpigs. And that does worry me a little bit for these teams, even if they end up in a tiebreaker against the likes of Frank, or I guess each other again, right? I don't feel like any team, at least out of these 2, is clean enough to, I don't know, make it guaranteed, right? It feels like you're still almost leaving it up to chance just because so much can go wrong, and I think that's something that a team like Frank would punish. But they do manage to get the win here and have been on the upswing, you know, West Point taking out CFO as well. Yeah. So maybe they can do some damage in these last 3 games that they'll have ahead of them. And this was that game-winning fight, really. You hesitate to even really call it a fight because it was just an engage onto Godtone, caught out, tied, 1 HP, Zhonya, nowhere to go. And Adiox, I think it's really hard to play the Cogmore against this much engage, especially when you fall behind. You know, if you're ahead and the engage is too weak to actually pull the trigger, then it's fine. But if once you start falling behind, it becomes difficult, and the damage there pretty high.
665 topped it, despite running it down early game.
He is cheating, though.
Yeah, that is very much a cheating champion.
Look at the gold graph.
Yeah, sort of fell off a cliff there. I mean, honestly, you don't often see the gold graph, this back and forward.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. The draft from Halpigs felt like they kind of got what they wanted, but I don't really like the Cogmore mid. I think it doesn't offer the same amount of teamfight damage as you would have got if you had have even gone for the Nivea, the Orianna. I mean, even the Ahri, it feels like you could have just played Ahri this game. While the early lane might have been hard, so much easier to capitalize on the immobile Victor once you hit 6 with the Sejuani.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see the Orianna picked up, and It is that MVP that goes the way of Noli. I think to no surprise, really, had a very good performance. And I think the really impressive thing about this is just the fact that it was so prepared, right? Like the Victor blind pick coming out, knowing that it just does well into basically anything Adiox can play. Because Victor is just absolutely annihilates control mages. He does struggle against some assassins, but Adiox hasn't shown any of them. And so wasn't worried about that at all.
Yeah, it does feel like the only control mage that ever does particularly well into Victor is the Azir, and that's because you can look for
really.
Yeah, you can gank the Victor once you hit 6.
Yeah, it's kind of the same with both Ori and Syndra. It's like they have some sort of level 6 gank threat.
And I guess also, the Victor can kind of get matched in terms of damage when it is the Azir, but banning out the Azir in the first phase and not giving it to Adiox meant it did feel like a fairly free Victor pick in that game, and I think good for the side of West Point to realize that, and it's something that now you can see Halpig's finding what works for them, but now it's kind of coming to their detriment where teams have seen what they do and it's like, well, we just draft against that and they kind of can't win.
Yeah, I definitely think that the format or the template has kind of been laid out here by West Point of if you just ban Azir Renekton in your first 3 and then you make it difficult for any other kind of control mages to be picked up, I think that's a really good recipe, really, to take down the Hellpigs. And I think when they come up to that last week, next week, it's going to be really tough for them to get those last few wins that they need. That's it for game number 2, though. Coming up next, it's a big one. Frank taking on versus Beyond. You guys better be back here.
Flex on the beat. It's F Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. F Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Phone calls your name, you know it's your time. stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you.
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Frank Beyond. I think this is a big one. I think this
It
is a
is.
really, really big one because Frank looking good again. Looking solid and contenders for one of those top spots finally. I mean, it's taken 4, maybe 5 weeks, you'd argue, but we're back. We are
Yeah,
back.
we are
and
so
Beyond,
back.
on the other side of things, not looking so hot recently. It seems like there's a big flaw in their game where you take away Kai Sazaya and they don't really have a carry anymore. Lakai not performing very well up top lane. 116, at least recent weeks, been looking pretty bad, honestly. And then it has really just been Betty, who has been looking fine, but not on those two champions. He's not been able to carry.
No, I think that Beyond have kind of shown all their cards very early in the split, and since then have, similar to other teams, started to be figured out, and they don't maybe have the kind of breadth of different strategies, really, right? It feels like something like J-Team have just so much depth in terms of the carries and stuff they can play, and we'll get some highlights from the grand final.
Oh my, that's just a one-shot.
It is.
Okay.
Jace Ziggs.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of a combo. And it's also Lucian Ivor, and I believe that was G2 that played that. But yeah, I mean, Chiefs picking up the 3-0, so they'll be the one coming in as the LCO first seed. They'll come up against our 4th place team, and Bliss will end up facing off against the 3rd, which very well could be, Frank and Beyond, the two teams we're about to see.
Yeah, it could be. I think Frank have a lot to gain before they are able to take that 4th spot, have to still get past DCG and CFO, but it looks like Chiefs in this one really just getting the better.
Yeah.
Making Why Not look a bit like Godtone, taking them down. See what else happens around here. I mean, it looks like, we've seen the Ziggs bot lane in the LCO.
Yeah.
And it hasn't found a whole lot of success, but at least in this one, it looks like, you can see on your screen, all these inner towers are taken out fairly early. Massive team fight here out of Livs, but they get a Biopanther early. How do they lose this one? This is just low health bars and Kisei Rays remaining full HP.
Yeah, I think if the Ziggs Jace get left alone, just so much damage that comes through.
Oh, Kisei lives.
Yeah, so low there. It looks like it was a close game though, from what we can see from the scoreboard.
Yeah, all the fights are definitely not one-sided at all. It's pretty back and forward.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed, despite it being a 3-0, that it was relatively close games. That was a lot of damage from the Ziggs. Was just about open, but had enough for that ult to come through. And
yeah,
damn.
Why not shielding himself?
Yeah, I mean,
and this is such a hard game to play Varus. We see this so often where you get Varus and the game just looks unplayable. I mean, look, he flashes away and he's just absolutely taken out. It's something we've so consistently seen. Now, Varus has had some success internationally, but it seems like at least these two regions, they pick it, and then it feels pretty impossible to position. Daystar there getting absolutely annihilated.
Yeah, maybe just not big enough leads in the early game from the Varus. It feels like, you know, the Varus laning phase is just too hard to deal with in some of those major regions. And honestly, could be a factor come PCS, because the PCS love their early skirmishes, and I could definitely see that early laning phase being a pretty important factor.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I will say that both teams look like they've kind of embraced the PCS style in a way. You know, like a lot of kills, a lot of skirmishing, which it's very important, because as I remember last split when LCO came over, they kind of wanted to sit back and scale, and that's not going to work versus the PCS, right? They're really not going to let you do that for free. So I think they do have a better chance this time around.
I'll say PSG last split would let you sit back and scale, but they were just so much better than everyone else that it was like, congrats, you've made it to 40 minutes and now you lose. But yeah, it does seem like it's going to be pretty hard. I mean, they're going to come up against the likes. In the mid lane, I want to focus on especially. I mean, you've got Daystar who looks really good, but does he look as good as Minji does at the moment? Maybe not. Missions laning probably can just punish Daystar quite a lot. And so, I mean, it is nice to see them try something like that Ivern Lucian, because that is a lot of pressure early. If Ivern's spending some time around mid, Lucian can get a lot done in that sort of 2v2, but yeah, falling down to Chiefs. They 3-0'd the Chiefs in the upper bracket final, and then Chiefs to come around and 3-0 them. It's a good sign for Chiefs. Obviously getting a lot out of scrims. I expect they may be scrimming against some pretty good players and
some pretty good mid laners, I'm sure.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, are they looking good as a PCS? I'm not sure. These are definitely two of the teams that you do think will make it to the playoffs. Obviously, Frank are on the brink of not being there, but have looked a lot better. Definitely on an upswing, at least in the recent couple of weeks. I think as well, we didn't touch on it, but when the sort of figuring out BYG is obviously there is the Kai'Sa, the Xayah, but also the Viego, because Kongyue doesn't look anywhere near as effective as he is on Viego on anything else.
No, I don't think so. Especially when he goes towards some of those weirder picks like the Lilia. I'm not really a huge fan of it, especially because it's like Rod of Ages Lilia, which didn't feel that impactful.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe we can see some weirder stuff. I'm surprised he hasn't played Wukong at all. You know, it has fallen out of meta, for sure, but I think there has been times where so many junglers have been banned where you could start to think about it again.
I honestly think a champ like Trundle wouldn't be so bad on Kongyue, because it is still a like, obviously you offer yourself a frontliner, and it is also very much a carry champ, because you just go put that subjugate over onto a tank and just charge at any carry that you see, and you pretty much win them all. But take a look at these bot laners. Damage per minute, first in the league, Eminem.
Yeah, actually a lot of these are just the same champ pool, pretty much same DPM and damage percentage. Feels like their only big differentiator is that KDA, which honestly, as long as you're putting out the damage, I don't think your deaths matter too much.
Yeah, Betty just a KDA player. Nothing to see here. Eminem getting stuck in there with the boys. And I think, honestly though, some part of this will be, because when we see Eminem play the Kai'Sa, he often plays, like he's played a lethality Kai'Sa game, he's played an AD Kai'Sa game. And so when you are playing those builds for Kai'Sa, you aren't just sitting back and throwing out the W's, you're more getting in there with your front line. You see some CC land on a carry and you are killer instincting in there, and you often do go down eventually, but not before putting out a lot of damage, which matches up with his sort of lower KDA, higher DPM stats. But now into the draft phase, Kai'Sa banned by BYG. Obviously likely to be first picked here from Frank, and They've taken out the 280 mid laners.
They have. Now, I want to see if in the mid lane, Nico or Annie get prioritized, because Pretender and 1116 kind of feel like our two facilitator mids, at least of this split. And so them picking up those sorts of champs would make playing around the jungler a lot easier. And currently, both are left up and available. I wouldn't be surprised to see Beyond look to ban it, but maybe there's just not enough room in those bans.
Something I want to point out too is both of these junglers having their best performance on Viego. So Viego might be a hotly contested pick in this game. We'll have to see though, of course. There is one ban left here for Beyond. Azir open, Viego is open, Zaya's open, so some heavy hitter picks. Obviously Sejuani's still in there.
Okay, so you ban away the Sedge, take away all those tank junglers. So first pick, I mean, it could be the Nico.
Udyr.
True. Look, if they can get Beyond to pick all AP again, or if,
yeah, mind control.
Like, that would be the way.
See though.
Riven.
Oh, just lock it in. No, it's terrible, but just lock it in.
Okay, so taking away the Renekton with the Jax ban feels very Lakai targeted, right? Like Lakai has pretty much just played Jax, and I think, you know, taking this away from him, it now forces him to show a bit more in the top lane, and to be honest, he hasn't been looking that good on what he's been showing so far.
Yeah.
So clearly want to make him uncomfortable. The Nico could be the pickup. I'd be a pretty big fan of it. I think the Nico should be pretty contested between these two teams, of all teams, really.
Yeah, and what will Pretender answer with it? Feels like it could just be the Annie.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. I wonder, do you take Nico Viego? Yeah, I think you do, because I think if you don't, it will be Annie Viego as a response. So you need to take this now, I would say. And I wonder then, you know, what do you go for in the jungle? I mean, the Poppy still remains available. Rel obviously is a flex.
Yeah.
I hope they take this though.
Kenny Chan has looked better on the carry junglers though. I believe he was another Lilia we saw, right? I think it's been Kongyue, Kenny Chan, and WSL.
Yeah.
Are the three Lilias we've seen thus far. And I think Kenny Chan, if I am correct, was the only one to pick up a win.
Oh.
Okay.
I like that.
Finally, we're going to get to see Renekton Italy.
And LeBlanc's made it all the way down.
Yeah. LeBlanc does fine into the Nico.
I think it can manage it for sure. And that's interesting. I mean, that also means there's a lot of CC in both mid and top. And I kind of like LeBlanc with Nidalee too, because a lot of the time LeBlanc with the Shiv ends up just kind of, I don't know, having difficulties, I guess, in that early to mid game where you're stuck on something like Shiv Alternator and you can't really deal the damage. But Nidalee can definitely make up for that. Whereas once you get to the late game on LeBlanc, you are just pumping out the damage when Nidalee starts to struggle. So it's definitely different from Frank, but I think they've kind of read what Beyond want to go for, and they've prepared something against it.
Yeah, and obviously Lakai being on this Cassante, we'll see how he matches up against solo kills Renekton. We've quite often seen the Cassante fall pretty far behind, at least in the early stages of the top lane matchup, and Alistair now the ban. I wonder if you answer with a Rel, because Beyond have first pick, and pretty much exclusively when we see Rel picked, it is the Alistair, and we will see it. And so I wonder if we're just going to continue to see supports sort of banned out here. Because honestly, both of these supports want to play Leona or Nautilus probably here. Maybe Rakan.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Frank should ban one of Xayah or Rakan.
Maybe they should just ban the Xayah.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. Just make it a lot easier for Renekton to play. The Ashe is banned away though.
Yeah, I think Xayah would probably be best ban here. Because especially now that Ashe is taken away.
I think against Betty too.
Yeah. Ashe taken away means your lane is harder. I mean, you can take the Varus, admittedly, but probably wouldn't look that good. To be fair, though, if you do take the Varus here, you have like 3 poke champs. You have the Nidalee who can throw out those spears. LeBlanc, more of a poke champ with the Shiv build, and then it is just going to be the Rakan, however. And now I expect to see Xayah just locked in by Betty. And if not, almost certainly will be Eminem picking it up.
Yeah, I guess what would be the argument not to pick up the Xayah? It doesn't feel like there is one at the moment. Maybe if you're scared of something like Lucian Milio 4-5 coming through.
I think admittedly the Xayah doesn't do so well into poke comms.
No.
And from what we're seeing so far from Frank, they don't really have to commit to a fight. They can kind of just sit there throwing out abilities. And eventually once they poke you down, solo kill can go in. But by then it's like, it might be a bit too late for the Featherstorm to matter.
I guess they do have some options, but Eminem should take the Xayah
now he can just
away.
take it. I think Frank have smurfed this draft.
I think so as well. I think a lot rests on Betty's last pick here, and I kind of feel like it's just going to be Varus.
See, I think it should be a Felios.
Oh, I agree. I think having a lifesteal AD carry against all this poke is really good, but I think that if you wanted a Felios, you would probably be getting Thresh along with it, especially against this sort of comp, so...
I actually like the Braum here. I think Braum, whilst you have a poke comp, feels pretty nice. It's pretty easy to proc too. Renekton insta-procs it. You've got LeBlanc who can actually help proc it, obviously. Come on, there we go. I like the Braum better than Leona on this occasion. Even though it is Kaiwing, who is so good at these engaged supports, I think just to round out the draft, Braum does offer so much.
Yeah. I'm very worried that this is just last pick Varus. Okay, I'd be down for that.
That is a hyper carry. Does also pretty comfortably purchase lifesteal.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually a fan of what they did with that Zeri, but I still like Frank's draft.
Yeah.
Now, it is very execution heavy, right? It's not an easy draft to play, I would say.
And you have to get to LeBlanc items for it to really come in.
I think Beyond definitely have the easier comp, but I do think if Frank can execute well, they can come out on top. Nidalee, for me, is always a... I really like watching Nidalee, but I really hate playing with Nidalee, because this champ is... It really is feast or famine. It can very easily be useless. At the same time, if it gets ahead, you know, if you do see just a really good Nidalee player and a good game for it, it looks incredible.
All right, real quick. Now, Zeri took cleanse.
Okay.
And obviously he is against a Renekton, but I feel out of all AD carries, Zeri should be probably the one least likely to get hit by a Renekton. I feel like Ghost would have been a lot better this game for the Zeri.
It's tough. I feel like you... I don't know. You're right. If you can get away with Ghost, it's so much better, but I feel like even Zeri is not safe from the Flash Renekton W, and that just ends AD carries games completely. So I'm not sure.
I also just feel like there's not really that much follow-up, because you'd have to imagine that if there is a Flash Renekton W come through, won't be able to one-shot the Zeri. Not later on in the game. It'll get it low, but then what follow-up is there really after that? LeBlanc can maybe look for it, but then puts herself at risk, and Nidalee almost certainly can't, unless obviously Betty's well out of position and can land a spear, but that realistically shouldn't be happening. I think Ghost might have been better here, because it's going to be pretty hard for, even with the movement speed you have, to catch up to what will be just kiting back constantly from Frank.
I guess we'll see what value he ends up getting out of it. I want to see as well this LeBlanc kind of played around in a way, not so much ganking it, but just make sure that LeBlanc does get her items. Feels oftentimes there's just so much skirmishing when, you know, Nico is going to be a lot stronger in early skirmishes compared to the LeBlanc. Although 1v1 lane, I think, it's definitely playable.
I think eyes should be a lot here onto Kenny-chan.
Yeah.
Kenny-chan should be clearing his path a significant amount faster than the Viego in this one.
Should be. And I think when there is a Nidalee in the game, that is pretty much always the focus. I mean, really wants to just run around the map, get active, invade, gank lanes. So we'll see where he opts to path. They do have a Braum, so if they wanted to do something weird at level 1, they could.
It does feel like, though, pathing up towards this Renekton makes a lot of sense. Even though you are against the Cassante, you should have damage early. And this will be...
Maybe they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this is unspotted, and they're going to look to take it away. I kind of like it, because I think that contesting a Braum with 2 ranged champs at level 1 is pretty much impossible. And they are going to get confirmation on it now. The question is, can Kongyue trade? Because I don't think he can. I think the Nidalee is too fast. He's going to try, though. And there is already a ward in the topside river, so this is known about for sure. And Kongyue doesn't have a buff either. He solo started the Raptors. And will it just be a split map? I think the way Kenny-chan's playing it, it will be. But that does maybe make bot lane vulnerable.
Imagine if Kenny-chan just went straight up to Kongyue's jungle. You know, while trivial, obviously the Nidalee buffs coming in this patch was movement speed. And while it might be like trivial and laughable when you're talking about solo queue, sorry, it does actually mean quite a lot when it comes to early clearing, because it just means you're getting to these camps even faster.
Yeah.
And Nidalee as well benefits a lot from it from the ganks, especially if you go up towards this Renekton. Having that extra movement speed can mean the spears are a little bit easier to land. Kenny-chan already clearing out the entirety of that bottom side here. Fairly reasonable clear speed here by Kongyue as well, though. Obviously already at the 4 camps, while Nidalee only at the 3. It was Nidalee starting a bit later, though, because looking for that invade.
Kongyue's going to look top. Solo kill's pretty low.
Solo kill does have the slice and dice.
Ooh, that was a nice attempt, though. I think it's probably better for him, too, because this is going to be strong side Cassante, at least for the early game. And having flash down on solo kill means there might be a window for Kongyue to come back after he cleans up his top side. And I want to see where Kenny-chan goes after he finishes up all these camps. He could sprint top and try to defend the dive, but Nidalee, obviously a champ that normally plays for her own tempo, might just try and play for both scuttles or something. Mid lane is going the way of Nico early, somewhat to be expected, mainly just because of the runes. It's very hard to contest with all this extra power that comes through. Pretender needs to be careful though. If he gets caught by an E, he is going to die. Looks like he's going to reset.
Now, Ward will spot out where Kenny-chan is, and with that, Beyond should play a little bit safer, as it's actually Frank going on the offensive. Betty is going to have his flash forced out. It's traded for a Ghost, but Ghost definitely a significantly shorter cooldown. Trade definitely favoring Frank here, and Betty perhaps getting a little bit too ahead of himself there. Saw that Nidalee still chose to walk up, gets caught by the wind of Spite, loses a summoner for it.
Well, in mid lane, reset has already come out. Tender's just come back off base, and he's already lost a lot of health. Nico just honestly too strong early, and I think 1116. Oh, big trade here that can come out. Ooh. Nice dodge as well. He might have to flash here.
Oh my goodness.
That was big. I mean, that was definitely a little greedy, and he's going to lose a lot of this wave for it. Even if he can TP back and pick a lot of it up.
Kenny-chan?
Oh, okay.
The blind spear. Blind spear.
He has to.
Oh, he didn't.
I miss the old Kenny-chan.
Yeah, doesn't look for it. Now, despite Flash being down here, for both top laners, it is solo kill. Now, looking to proxy the wave, obviously Kenny-chan up on the top side means they feel pretty confident. Dragon spawning. Now, not sure Beyond can really look at it. They do have priority probably given to the mid very shortly, and should maintain that, at least for the time being. But Kenny-chan clearly can get there very quick. Has the tier 1 boots. Quite often we see boots rushed for the Nidalee.
Yep. And while the Sanse lane feels pretty ungankable, I think a Nico with no flash could be looked at. There's a lot of gank setup that can come out from the LeBlanc.
Kongyue going up there. Pretender does still have his flash, but it is Kongyue starting out on this dragon, and not likely to be spotted out. Maybe they will know Kenny-chan headed in that direction, but likely just here to pick up his raptors, and it should be first dragon, although
he's trying to sprint to it, but I think it is just gone.
Yeah. Nice work here by Beyond, picking themselves up a very early dragon.
Definitely is a good time. Really just use that mid-prior that they had there, which is to be expected from the Nico. But question marks will come, I think, around this Herald, because Beyond managed to clear that dragon early, so they can swap up to it and should maybe be stronger. At the same time, though, Renekton Nidalee has the potential to just absolutely one-shot, especially Kongyue on the Viego. He does not have cleanse, so flash stun would definitely take him out.
Yeah.
Still, though, Pretender's probably not ready to fight. Obviously, the 1v1 lane is quite good for him now, as he's getting more items, but wouldn't say he's favored in those skirmishes, and Kenny-chan might try to take away this blue that's respawning. I think he will be able to, as Kongyue is maybe looking for something on the other side of the map. Solo kill feels ungankable, though. Doesn't have the flash, but with the ult, I think he'll be fine.
What skin is this Renekton skin, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen it.
Maybe Elderwood? I don't know if that's a skin, but looks pretty purple to me.
Perhaps. Alright, bot lane, both still haven't recalled. It is the cull for Betty, so despite being weak side, will be slowly picking himself up a little bit more gold than Eminem. I think pace of the game at the moment, Feels pretty good if you are Frank. I think the scaling isn't really too much to worry about this game.
Yeah, I think you might be worried about your Nidalee falling off, but you do have scaling from your LeBlanc Zaya, so it's not the end of the world. Maybe you're just worried about the Betty scaling WinCon.
Yeah.
By just the kind of player that he is. I think you're right. On paper, both teams are fairly happy, all things considered.
And I think as the game goes, there's only really one damage threat you have to worry about for Frank. So if you can... Oh, Eminem flashing away. Pop Blossom will still land, but it's the Root now land on a 116. He does not have flash available. It's first blood now given over to Eminem on the Zaya.
It's a pretty big pickup. The first blood especially. And that was 116 without the flash. He gets a bit too aggressive on the mid-wave. Punished very heavily for it. And Frank should get basically everything they want now. They're going to get this Herald. Question is, can they defend this red buff on the bot side? I think the answer is no. Can't have everything in life. But they can have a Herald.
I think you'll take that trade any day of the week. And importantly, some gold over to Eminem on the Zaya.
Nice attempt, I think, but there's just too many sums here. And also, there's not really that much follow-up around. You know, as long as Eminem can flash in time, which, honestly, there's plenty of time now after the change. Just feels like he wanted a bit too much there.
And it was important that Zaya had already set up the feathers directly behind where 116 was coming from. Perhaps a bit of a counter in that regard, where Zaya likes to just clear those waves, and it does set up for a root immediately after Pop Blossom does come out. Pretender very, very close now to picking up that Static Shiv, which will make life a lot easier for him.
Yeah, that's definitely when things start to get really good for the LeBlanc in terms of accelerating. And you do need to accelerate because you're kind of weak in skirmishes until you complete at least 2 items. Obviously, you can poke, but can't add some meaningful damage. Well, next Dragon's in a minute. The Herald is still in Kenny Chan's inventory, so we'll see where he ends up putting it. I think just putting it mid might be the best. Just try and accelerate that LeBlanc further. And also, LeBlanc will be knocking on that tower. Has that Shiv now. And it's going to be... Nico has quite a bit of wave clear, but at some point, Nico's going to be forced to reset. And that's when you're really going to start to feel it on the tower. Because the wave clear is just too much. Trades are starting to become a bit more difficult as well. Cool. Chain lands. And once again, Pretender was one of those guys who was spamming a lot of LeBlanc even before the Shiv. Was clearly very comfortable on the champ. I think that is the difference. You know, some of the LeBlancs we've seen so far looks like they might not be super comfortable on LeBlanc anyway, and we're just kind of forced into playing it with the Shiv. Although LeBlanc has been meta for a lot of League's history, so they should be at least familiar with it, if not comfortable on it.
Did you ever play that old LeBlanc, the one that was like...
The weird one?
Yeah. There was the original LeBlanc, there was the one in between, and then they went back to the original Blanc.
Yeah.
Did you play the one in the middle?
Yeah.
How did you find it?
It was actually pretty fun. I wished that was like a different champ, though, you know?
I don't even remember how it worked.
I think it was like the Q was like Rise E.
Right.
I think it like spread. And then I think you...
Oh, I do remember that. But it had like a timer or something.
Yeah, no, I think it was like the... maybe it was the W that like put the mark down and then the Q popped it. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. Back to live. Yeah, it is going to be Kenny stunned up, knocked up, and looks like a kill going over. Betty picks up that one, coming, trying to get himself out of there as the door goes up. Betty running forward pretty fast, but it will just be the one kill found. Betty picks that up, so both AD carries now. The benefactor of a kill each. Dragon being looked at. It is the second one here for Beyond. Low health bars, though, for at least Kerez. Kongyue might be happy just to start this up, as doesn't look like Frank can really do anything about it.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really bad death from Kenny Chan, because not only does that give up the second drag, but it also means that you can't Herald to trade for it. I think giving over the second drag might be somewhat expected until your mid laner gets a bit stronger, but you should have been able to Herald mid or perhaps even Herald top for it. Instead, though, Kenny Chan, he's trying to get proactive in this river. That was a really nice engage that came out of Kerez. And Betty picking up the kill and the flash wasted is super, super nice. Herald does now come down mid, but there's going to be plenty of members here to defend it. Don't have their attention dragged away by the Dragon, of course, and Pretender does leap forward.
Yeah, finding nice trades for himself. Damn. Static Shift's so fun. Importantly though, very soon, if anyone's seen the patch notes, they're taking away how Static Shiv interacts with items. So the Static Shiv, well, I think it's actually Night Harvest is changing, so it doesn't proc off things like Static Shiv and any other. It doesn't proc off anything except abilities or auto attacks, basically.
Yep. I believe that's 13.15 though.
Yeah.
That's pretty far away.
I don't even know if we'll have it for playoffs.
No,
in fact,
I'm
we
not
probably
sure we
don't.
will. Betty, I wonder, can he get some gold down here? Probably not. It's going to be Shiv Warfare down here. Oh, he gets this one, though. Fair amount of gold picked up, and Lakai's tower is being sieged up here by Solo Kill. It's getting pretty low, actually.
Yeah, Solo Kill doing a good job up here. Up 10 CS, up a couple of plates. I think things should slow down now, I think. Rift Herald in 1 minute, probably the next thing to look at. Teleport coming through from Lakai up into the top side as Kongwei recalls in preparation, I imagine, for this Rift Herald. And now I think at this stage, while Pretender not exactly where he wants to be, I think the side of Frank can absolutely try and take this because the Renekton is really, really strong. As well as Eminem now being in the mid lane means you will have access to this Xayah, who has finished the Kraken Slayer. And Pretender in his own right is pretty strong. Should have priority on that bot side, and then if you do teleport to join, has a reasonable amount of damage.
I think we'll definitely be looking to contest that next dragon. I'm a little worried about Kenny Chan's Nidalee because it has not really found anything, to be honest. It was just a split map early and CS, or pretty much even. No kills found. Kaiwing, he's taking a lot of damage here.
Puts up the door.
And maybe...
Solo Kill. Okay,
He's
does
gonna make
dodge
it
out
out.
there as Betty finding some nice auto attacks. Hero though, not started yet. And
Are
Solo
they
Kill,
going to contest?
I feel like they,
Okay,
will,
they
yeah,
are.
definitely are. And maybe with this, they just gonna get it. We'll see if 116 uses teleport in response. At least for now, they are positioning to contest RBYG. Kaiwing standing.
116 is basing. I wonder if he's going to base TP with item or something.
Yeah, maybe. Lakai
I
on the
think he will.
back, Solo Kill guarding him, and Kaiwing putting this up. Dredgeline comes through, is going to land there onto Kenny Chan, but no real follow-up. The Pop Blossom lands on a Solo Kill. He's getting quite low. See what he can find. Betty picking up the Rift Herald for himself as Pretender, trying to find any damage he can, and it's really just the zoning coming out of that Pop Blossom as Kongwei stealing
Ooh.
this Renekton, jumps over the wall, lands the stun on Pretender, forces out a flash. All going very good here in those team fights for BYG. Betty picking himself up a second kill as well as picking up the Rift Shield for himself.
I'm very, very worried here for Frank because I think that, you know, you were kind of using this Nidalee Renekton to bridge the gap until your LeBlanc has come strong. And in this fight here, I mean, the Nico Viego is just having so much more impact than the LeBlanc alongside that Nidalee. Solo Kill on the Renekton was kind of just CC'd up forever. Did get some damage off at the end, but it ultimately wasn't enough. And, you know, if your LeBlanc and Nidalee can't land any poke before the fight, and they're not strong enough just to take a straight up 5v5, it feels like you're not getting anything out of the champs, right? Like, this definitely could have just been something like a Poppy Annie, and it would have looked a lot better in a fight like that if they are going to play them out like this. So now 35 more seconds on this third dragon, and it's one that I think Beyond should be very favored at. 1116 didn't even have to use his flash in the last one, and while there is that Mythic now picked up for Kenny Chan, it's not there yet for Pretendo. I think a lot comes down to what kind of poke can land before the fight starts, because they need to get something. I think the straight 5v5 should be so good for Beyond right now.
Does feel that way. See if, with Pretender being constantly in the side lane, while it does obviously give you pressure on the map, it means that BYG just join every fight, pretty much full health. It's so hard to land just a dry Nidalee spare. Rift Herald going to be used here. Will they be able to get the tower? It does feel like there should be enough wave clear coming through from this Xayah to deny that. Although 5 members strong means pressure given. Pretender jumping over, finds a pretty decent trade there onto Kongwei, and Rift Herald does go down. And so now, Dragon is live. It's BYG who have priority over this river, but some nice damage found. It's actually Zeri ult committed, so if Frank can get out, might have an okay time here. Should be the Zeri ult going away soon. And massive spear lands. Kenny Chan, max range spear. That's some good poke and very much needed poke onto Betty. But as Karius jumps over, will keep this Nidalee stunned on up, and solo kill. And the rest of Frank are trying to find something. Betty remaining with those sums. Obviously no ult available, but the health bars are so low here for Frank. Pretender going to have to find some poke. Is just going to face check the bush. Does get taken down. Going into that invisible state as 116 flashes forward. 3-man pop blast, and Eminem does not react, but the damage is coming through. All out goes the Cassante. Lakai is taken out though. Eminem picking up a kill for himself, and what looked like a fantastic engage from 116 left a little bit to be desired as the damage was just lacking.
Yeah, I'm very surprised after that engage came through that Frank were able to just basically walk it out. I think they might end up getting this dragon though. Pretender's TP is not quite up. Okay, they back away. I think they didn't know about the TP situation because wouldn't have been able to get there in time, but you can see the poke landed before the fight. It wasn't that good, and once again, here's like Kenny Chan's Nidalee just completely useless. While he did get that one spear on Betty, which admittedly put him a bit lower in this fight. It never felt like he was really threatened. And Pretender as well. Almost pays with his life here for that greedy face check, but manages to get out. Oh, and I think the Xayah here, along with the Braum, you know, stalled this out for a pretty long time. Yeah, a lot of damage blocked up there. And back to live. If Frank can get this dragon, it would be very important.
In the pit, and there is no jungler. Kongwei, though, is very close. It does reset temporarily. As it is going to be Kenny Chan who picks it up. Very important takeaway. Carving quite low, puts up the door, and solo kill getting knocked back by those Natofu strikes. And it looks like attention now given over to solo kill. He does pop the Dominus. He's trying to find some damage as Pretender lands a nice charm. Well, sorry, chain there onto Karius. It is forward go, Frank. I think they should want to disengage this as Hook does land solo kill. Damn. Karius bends it like Beckham and somehow lands that hook.
Yeah, that was illegal.
Kenny Chan, though, this is a very easy place for the Nidalee to be landing spares, so Beyond do have to be careful. And it looks like a disengage will come through, importantly. Kenny Chan managing to get the smite there onto that third dragon, first for their team.
Yeah, it's a big pickup. In fights like that where it's kind of drawn out and there's a lot of people grouped up, that's where the LeBlanc really shines. Like, she hasn't really hit her spikes yet, but still managed to deal quite a lot of damage in this fight. And I think that LeBlanc in the PCS, it's been a bait a lot of the time, and I feel like this game, at least it's kind of getting to the point now where she might be strong.
Yeah. I want to say as well, Beyond, it feels pretty hard for you to take that fight in the choke. You're against Xayah, you're against LeBlanc, even the Nidalee and Braum. I mean, that's probably like the worst place on the map for you to take a fight. And so, managing to get away, don't have to lose really anything of significance. Betty did lose the flash. Yeah, a fairly significant spell in its own right. Now, Vision setting up around this Baron. It is BOIG in control of that for now, but solo kills pressure on the side lane. See if they are able to get anything through it.
Betty has so much gold, and he doesn't have a bounty. But Eminem does, even though their team's gold was even.
I think it goes off recency, right? How much gold you've picked up recently?
I'm not really sure, but it still feels unfair.
It does. It's like me when I'm 0-4 and I get 1 kill and I get put up to like a 400 gold shutdown.
They know who's the carry.
That's true.
Okay, well, 3 minutes away. Being able to pick up that drag was so important. Now 2 items come through for Eminem, which is, of course, a very big spike. And I think Pretender shouldn't be far off as Night Harvester now, which might even be the bigger spike, because that just really enables the LeBlanc's damage. Could be an engage here.
Okay. I don't even know who that hit.
I think it hit Carrots, but yeah, I don't know.
It was weird, like both Night Harvesters procced at the same time. Oh, Pretender getting knocked up here. Will eventually go down as Kongwei picks it up. And with that, a lot of pressure might go towards this Baron. Betty does get hit by the Winter's Bite. It actually gets poked out fairly reasonably there by Eminem. Now, vision control entirely afforded to BYG as 1116 is working slowly up on this top tower. Looks like they won't turn towards the Baron yet. Obviously, Pretender up in 20 seconds does have access to that teleport. And admittedly, Zeri at this stage of the game won't be doing all that much damage to the Baron.
No, it looks like they are just going to try and take some gold. They're working on both the top and bot towers at the same time, so it's going to be a nice pickup for them. But LeBlanc does have that Night Harvester, and it was Flash invested from Kongyue, which might make that Dragon fight a little more difficult for him.
Okay.
Top lanes feel like they've been not irrelevant, but just very contained this game.
Yeah.
Really just on their own island for the most part. Have been involved in the team fights, but haven't really grabbed KP.
Yeah, I think Solo Kill's done well in the team fights to sort of zone more than anything. It has been like, I guess that is kind of just him and Kai Wing's job, is to keep people away from the Xayah and the LeBlanc so they can continuously throw out harass. Now Pretender looking to pick up himself a tower. This is actually the first tower of the game here for Frank, so some much needed gold. Puts the gold in an even state here. Now, Dragon in a minute. Have to see the setup. Feel like Kenny Chan's kind of already been outscaled at this point.
Yeah, it does feel like this Nidalee is pretty useless, especially with how many Merc Treads have come through. And that is the worry with the Nidalee, right? It is feast or famine. You can very easily end up in this position where you don't really add anything beyond spears. And the problem is it's so hard to get a spear onto one of those carries, especially now Betty has lifesteal. So not even sure it'll stick. The LeBlanc poke still might, just because it's going to be a lot stronger and more frequent.
Okay. I have to say, don't underestimate the attack speed buff from the heal.
True.
Feels real good as an
True,
AD carry.
on LeBlanc, actually.
Yeah, true, actually. I forgot.
Okay, 10 more seconds. Frank do have the control right now. I wonder. Looks like it is going to be a 5v5 on it. No one's really posturing for the Baron. TP comes through from Lakai. Oh, that was close.
God, Kyrgios, if you had pulled that off, that could have been the game-winning play. Solo kill coming in. Pretender, though, you're seeing the poke starting to land. Now, Biddy does have a Vamp Scepter.
He needs to access the wave, though, and if he's not allowed...
Pretender hits him again. So maybe he's going to be able to heal up to what he was before that last poke, and it's so easy now for Pretender to look for these. Lakai positioning aggressively, does find a knock up there onto Kai Wing. The Betty does use the ult, and now it should be just Frank trying to disengage. It's a nice frozen... Oh, Betty getting low here now, and the ult will run out of time. Frank staying relatively high in health. Solo kill will recall, though. And I feel like now Frank should have priority over this Dragon.
Yeah,
Betty with no ult. Zeri without ult's pretty useless.
Maybe they're looking towards Baron. Or I think they're just going to recall up here, but they probably just want to make Frank waste some time, pull them away at least a little bit. I think that's what they're going to do. But now it should be Frank who pick up this drag. So things still feel very even here, but the LeBlanc is definitely making her presence known by now. AoE poke is just so annoying. You can't find an engage. And it kind of puts you on the clock as well to kind of make something happen before you just find yourselves all at half HP.
But it's very hard. There's so much disengage that comes out of Frank in this game. I mean, even just through the Braum. Kyrgios is getting very close to hitting Pretender, though. One of these hooks is going to land.
Yeah.
Pretender's going to die, and it's going to be Baron.
That's pretty much it, right? Is that you have to constantly look for these as Pretender, and you really only have to make one mistake for it to end in disaster.
Yeah, it really is. And you could get rooted by Nico, stunned up by Viego, or hooked by Kyrgios. There's so much that can possibly hit you. I mean, it's all really going to be about him choosing his options, I suppose. And
yeah,
starting to work on the Lich Bane, and that's just going to make things even harder for Beyond.
It is working on the Lich Bane, but there is a lot of MR. It kind of feels weird because I think it's difficult to go for a Void early as this LeBlanc build, but having it against those Merc Treads would be nice. At the same time, you know, Betty is probably your main target and doesn't have any MR to speak of. He's be careful on bot lane. He has a lot of mobility, but in a straight-up fight, it's one that will not be favored.
Yeah, and it's not easy as well for Beyond to stack up any magic resist, really, because there is just still so much AD damage through solo kill and M&M, where if you do go too heavy into magic resist, you will end up just losing because of the Xayah.
Kongyue ults his way out, but that will be control over the Baron area lost.
And Betty has so much gold. He's at 3 items. Bloodthirster now completed.
He's rich. He always ends up just so far ahead of CS. Not sure if that's... I don't even feel like he's taking the jungle CS because...
Looks like he might be taking some mid CS.
Yeah, could be.
Because 116 is a lot weaker than his counterpart in Pretender, while as Betty. Honestly, Eminem staying relatively even is a little bit behind, but I think those 2 kills going a long way to keep him in this game.
Kenny Chan's gone for a Shadow Flame.
Oh.
Feels like you might be better off building a
couldn't
redemption.
Couldn't that be Horizon?
I suppose it could, yeah.
Yeah, because I
I'd be
think
down for that.
additional amp tone means it should be, right?
Yeah, it should be. Well, that's better than the Shadow Flame, that's for sure.
Does it proc off a trap? It should, right?
I think it should, but I'm not sure.
Because not a whole lot of spears are landing, so it feels like, you know, a lot of it will come from the trap as Kaiwing rooted up there.
Takes a bit of damage. Beyond are about to lose their bot tower, though, and they might lose more. LeBlanc does very well in the side lane. Now, she is recalling, I think, for the Lich Bane, so Beyond might start this up and try to pull her away. They are heading
They don't know they're on a ward, so they're trying to be sneaky here. And in fact, 116 just takes half his HP for the attempt. Teleport, though, coming in from Pretender. Importantly, he hasn't been able to land any real poke here before this. Kira's going forward. It is onto Kaiwing, though, and that door reducing so much damage. Nice Glacial Fissure there, ensuring a disengage can come through. Betty, though, has held his ult this time, which is so important because if that Zeri ult comes out and the disengage comes through, fight becomes a lot harder for BYG following that.
Just a bit of a ulti trade here. Tinder is getting some good poke. I think the Baron still remains a bit of a pipe dream for both teams. While they do have the DPS for it, it's hard to start up. Feels like a lot of poke obviously can come out from Frank, and if you do, ooh, Betty, he's taking a bit of damage here.
Yeah.
He does have lifesteal, but if Pretender can keep him away from the wave, which honestly he can, if he just kills the wave early and then dashes past it.
He's on the wolves. He's getting his lifesteal. Oh, I don't know if Pretender knew there was a sneaky Cassandre in there or not, but chain lands.
Good damage.
Oh, Betty coming forward. Betty finding all the damage as the hook will land from Kira's following that flash out of Eminem's, Zaya, as Pop Blossom comes through, lands onto 2, solo kill now. It's going to be the target. It's 3 kills already found here for the side of BYG. It's the 4th going to come through as Kongyue gets his reset, although solo kill not going to go down without a fight. Does manage to stay alive just, but now it's going to be Baron, the focus of BYG, and Kenny Chan stay in the area, might just try and look for a steal, but you feel like BYG will be able to scout it out, and massive team fight engaged here by both Betty and Kira's.
Yep, should just be the Baron and probably the Dragon going along with it. They did miss there onto the Nidalee, but I don't think she's going to be able to get him to steal this. If she does, though, absolute miracle from Kenny Chan. I mean, he does hit it.
It's going to have to go in. Flash available.
Nice to hold the damage there. And I think that'll mean there's no way in for him. He's going to try, though.
Oh, he got it! He got it!
That was insane.
From the other, he was coming in from Howling Abyss and got the Baron steal there. What the hell?
I don't know how he got that. And honestly, Frank has the better tempo. I wonder if they can really quickly one-shot this drag. I don't think they will. There's TPs that come through. Are they going to try?
Kenny
No, I don't
Chan,
think so.
what a hero.
Yeah, that was really, really insane. I mean, it looked like he was just completely held out there. Beyond were doing a good job of slowing down the DPS and just doing everything right, really. And just the hero play from Kenny Chan gets it in the end. Now, I do have a little bit of bad news for you, though.
What's that?
Well, there's an Abyssal on Lakai. There's a Moor, I believe, on Betty. And the Nidalee did buy a Shadow Flame.
That's all right. My good friend Eminem, he's going to get the job done.
He is. And look, Kenny Chan stole the Baron, so he can build whatever terrible items he wants.
Yeah, that's right. That's why he picked Nidalee. He knew this. He knew it was for this moment. Take a look here. I think Kira's hook, as well as Betty, just realizing that this is a perfect time to just go in and look at that.
Oh, yeah, the hook was crazy. I think Eminem definitely kind of overstepped a bit too far. It was a nice engage off from the Nico as well in this fight, set everything up. So let's see how Kenny Chan does this, because I think Beyond, they're basically ticking all the boxes, right? They're finding the Nidalee, they're forcing her away, they're holding the DPS when she's got the spear on it. This all looks great. And I think maybe they just honestly relaxed a little bit. And Kenny Chan saw the window, just flashes over everything there to get it. And
Pretender's happy.
I bet.
I would be too if my jungler did that. My 0-3-0 jungler has stolen the Baron.
He has. Oh man, look how useless the Shadow Flame is though. There is so much magic resist.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's good against Nico and Viego still a little bit. The Merc Tread's not too impactful in terms of MR. But yeah, does feel like a pretty useless item. And now I guess I wonder what this Fiendish Codex will be. I imagine Zhonya's, but feels like you're never going to be really doing any damage.
Yeah, I mean,
for this
sometimes
game.
you see Lich Bane in Italy, right? But it feels so useless at this game, just with how far behind you are. I honestly think it might just be better to build Cosmic or something and just heal your 80 carry more.
And by the way, 120 vision score on Italy.
I literally never look at that stat. It's from Zombie Ward, right? Is that why it's so high?
Yeah. Zombie Ward usually does that to you. Kaiwing though, hooked up, will put up the door, and Lakai now looking for him. All out still available as Kaiwing gets very, very low, but does ultimately stay alive. But Betty flashed it forward, and that rip back was massive. But Betty survives. The Bloodthirster helping him out massively there as solo kill. Trying to trade one back, but he won't be able to. Oh, he actually will.
Another pose.
Goes golden, gives us the statue. It is going to be ultimately, though, a 4-for-1 here, or 5-for-1 even, in favor of BYG. And Betty got so low, but not able to be found. That Moore finding so much damage. And yeah, 10k damage there on the Zeri.
Betty does this, man. He picks up a hyper carry, and just if the game goes long enough, he's going to take it into his own hands and pull beyond over the finish line,
now, can
whether
they
want
do
it
it
or not.
Climbing up, 10 seconds, I don't think they can.
So,
yeah.
but maybe they could go 2 inhibs. They do have a bot wave.
I think cool. Maybe.
Okay,
no,
never mind.
definitely
There's no
not.
bot wave.
Yeah.
Lakai was the bot wave.
Damn. I think, importantly, Frank getting a bit too antsy to find vision in that topside jungle. You really can't fight without first landing some poke here from Pretender.
Yeah, that really is the thing, right? It feels like Frank's comp, it does require some really nice execution, and they honestly just don't really have
And look
it.
at this damage from Eminem, but not enough.
Yeah.
Oh.
He almost killed Betty there, but...
He almost killed like 3 people.
It was pretty insane. And this is kind of the thing that we were worried a little bit about for Frank's comp. It does require a lot of it, technical execution. You need this LeBlanc and Italy to land some poke beforehand.
Oh, full build.
And that hasn't really been how Frank has been winning games. I mean, they've just been picking, the likes of the Annie or Nico mid lane and just picking a jungler that can fight, right? And then all they really need to do is go forward, right? The Nico Viego that Beyond have picked up is very much a Frank mid jungle.
Yeah.
And I think this is... They've faltered on high execution comps before. So I guess, I was hoping maybe that Frank, after getting some confidence back from winning a lot, would maybe be able to pull this off, but it's looking pretty rough now, as I think no matter what poke you land, Betty heals it up instantly. And there's no Void stuff, of course, on the Nidalee, although LeBlanc does have one.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'll be pretty impressed with Pretender. He's gone for the cooldown boots as well as the Void staff.
I do like that. Yeah, he's building good items, this guy. Is it too late, though? I mean, look, he lands minuscule amounts of poke onto Betty.
I still think Eminem has a chance in this game. You saw how much damage he possibly can do.
He does, but he's down a full item.
Yeah. But I think in terms of the game, he's doing all right as the fight breaks out. Kaiwing blocking quite a lot of that damage, and the depth charge will be used here. It does force out that Feather Storm, so the Xayah now feeling pretty weak. Lakai landing the Toffee Strike and so many flashes forward. He does survive for now. Ghost available, but he's not popping it. Kaiwing coming through and all out comes out. Eminem is going to be taken out as well as Kaiwing. It's traded back though. Kenny Chan finding himself one as solo kill in the middle there. It's another reset though for Kongwei. Ultimately, it's now only solo kill left alive and he's trying to do whatever he can. It's not enough. I think game still will continue though. There is a static Shiv left alive and that tends to drown out the game, but it is going to be ultimately there. A 2 for 4 in favor yet again of BYG. They're getting everything they want plus more in these team fights.
I'm not sure if Shiv will be enough. There is this super creep here, and Betty is just a bit too strong. He could probably tank up Pretender at this point.
Pretender
with
stunned
that,
up.
I think it's all done.
Yeah, game does look good. And unfortunately, it was really just the execution coming out of Frank was not good enough. And Betty, 807, going to be the MVP almost certainly. And I don't know, very well played ultimately from Beyond. I think there was a bit of faltering here and there. Some of those engages that looked like it would be good for Beyond got turned on their head. And I think a lot of that was Eminem on the Xayah finding a lot of damage. But ultimately, this team looking infinitely better putting Betty on a hyper carry than putting Betty on the lethality Varus.
Definitely. I think finding a way to get Betty a hyper carry in every draft should be a priority because he looked so good on it, and he always does, really. I guess those items will just pop off. And I think on the Frank side of things, I actually am not too worried about them because it feels like it was a pretty big departure, I think, from what has been finding them success. I really think that given that draft, if the Nico has taken away, if they had just taken something like Annie Poppy, you know, Annie plus really anything, I think they would have had a lot more success. I think the LeBlanc, Nidalee, Renekton, it can work on paper, right? It actually is a very strong top side, but it's extremely hard to play. You know, this is the kind of thing you'd see like a top LPL team pull off, and I think PCS, unfortunately, is not at that level.
Well, I mean, one big problem with that is they just ignored the fact topside existed and split the map with bot side. So,
and honestly, you don't often see split map from Nidalee because you want to invade. You want to take 3 quadrants.
Yeah.
And if you split the map and don't cross, you automatically give Viego the chance to take one half of the map. So I think that was strange.
Yeah, I think that just doesn't play around what the Nidalee wants to do at all, really. And then even more so than that, you've got the bot side, which is Xayah Braum versus Zeri Nautilus. And really, no one should be dying for either side in that lane. So the Nidalee pressure that you are able to have, just from base of how quickly she can clear the jungle and how much damage she gets early, you've just lost it by playing that bot side. And it was their choice as well to do so. So a bit questionable there. I actually think if they were playing normally, it might have just been a better look because the Nidalee would have been able to get ahead. Like, it's pretty hard for the Viego to keep up with the Nidalee. But when you split the map, he is just going to be caught up, and it was very weird. I feel like going towards the Renekton, and while Cassandra pretty hard to kill, you can still pressure it. And quite often we still have seen Renekton along with, you know, the things like Sejuani, like Maokai, dive the Cassandra early to find advantages that way. And a Nidalee Renekton certainly can do that.
Yeah, I think so. And talking about playing normally, I think I actually, from this point on, would rather just see normal LeBlanc rather than Shiv LeBlanc. Because I think that if you play around it really well, it is a strong champion. But it's getting weaker and weaker as it gets, you know, the build gets nerfed patch after patch. And I think the standard build LeBlanc is actually still quite good. It was kind of fallen out of favor because Shiv was so strong. But I think there are, you know, there are times when it could come out. And I think that it just requires so much. And it requires a slower game than PCS normally plays at. Like, even in the comps where PCS are kind of playing to scale, they still fight a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of won and lost based on if the comp that's not supposed to win wins a team fight. It's like,
pretty much.
Well, the game's done.
Yeah.
And it actually happens so often, really.
It
like,
really does.
It's like ridiculous how often it's like, all right, you've got an Azir. You've got
2-0 or something.
Yeah, you've got an Azir that has just gone bot and picked up 2 kills at level 4. I mean, Anivia yesterday, Adiogs.
Yeah, exactly.
Adiogs on the Anivia, like level 3, walks down to Dragon, picks himself up 2 kills. It's like,
and double buffs.
Well, what do you do now?
Yeah.
Like this, yeah, I don't know. It is weird. I think the only team that is better at that at the moment seems like PSG, because I feel like even against some of the weaker teams, I mean, it's just been consistent with them. They do have more of a like X factor now where they can close it early, but if they are on a sort of scaling team comp, they're not afraid to just go to the late game scaling against even the weaker teams that you could perhaps just beat out early.
That is probably true, but I will also say that PSG gave up on LeBlanc too. So even them, you know, our strongest team and probably our most coordinated team as well, haven't really been able to make the LeBlanc work. So feels like definitely a bait pick here in the PCS, and I think we'll probably see it moved away from come playoffs. I don't remember what this fight was.
Oh, this is when no one could really do anything.
This one, yeah, this was. I think solo kill would just get taken out early, and this is really. I mean, if you see the health bars before the fight, the problem is that LeBlanc and Nidalee haven't landed anything, and there just really is no staying power. The LeBlanc damage is, of course, very high, but it also, you know, the LeBlanc damage in the early game is not very high, and if you reach your items too late, there's already lifesteal, and then it's just completely irrelevant. You kind of need to accelerate as a LeBlanc. It's almost like playing with Ziggs, where you need to accelerate it, but it can't really accelerate itself other than farming. You need to kind of have a strong early game team around it so it can grab plates, you know, grab some random kills here and there. It doesn't quite get them. I think for me, MVP should go to Betty.
It's Betty.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Who else could it really be? I think
no one.
I think
It's
Kara's
Betty.
had some good hooks.
It's Betty.
Okay.
He was like 607 or 707.
807, I think
there
it
you go.
was.
And he was the one starting some of those fights as well as the Zeri.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that fight on mid.
Yeah.
On
Where he
Eminem.
just like he realized that Pretend had gone too far forward, as well as Eminem just jumps in, ults, off he goes, battling them down, zapping them. Yeah, I don't know. It is. Yeah. I don't think there was very much of a conversation had 88% of the KP, 42% of his team's damage. I mean, a phenomenal performance from him. And you see the gold difference. And honestly, that gold difference there was so meaningful, because if Eminem was even in that fight prior, the second to last fight, which maybe we'll see, but maybe not, it does feel like Frank would have won.
Yeah.
Oh.
And, you know, since Beyond is going to be probably one of those teams taking on the LCO very early on, it's going to be tough for them. Because I remember last time, you know, the LCO fans thinking that Fang was the second coming of Uzi. And look, let me tell you, there's a couple more of those that we've got back here.
Yeah, they didn't make it to Waco last split, and now Fang has been replaced by Betty.
That's insane, right? That is just insane.
Yeah, I don't know, 80 carries. I think 80 carries admittedly in OS are probably the strongest role.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
they're also probably one of the strongest roles. Maybe junglers, I don't know. Honestly, PCS just have a lot of strong roles.
They do.
I mean, with the likes of Waco and Betty, and Eminem, honestly. I think Eminem's a very good 80 carry in his own right, but it's
a very stacked role.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, all of them are. I think top might be, like, in terms of, like, regionally, it feels like tops often just, like, sit there and help their team, but here it's, like, solo kills after solo kills.
I think in PCS, top might be the one with the biggest difference between the like top 3 or 4 and kind of the rest.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I mean, you see sort of the stats when there is a comparison where one team has like their top laner with 8 solo kills and the other one's like 0, but that will do us now. That's game number 3 in the books. Coming up next, maybe game of the night, maybe that was game of the night. I don't know, but it's going to be PSG CFO, so you're not going to want to miss that.
When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Can't stop, won't stop. It's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Shot the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place. Second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots. I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm. I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she can watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Lashes define, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give anyone make you feel. I'm so bad for you. Never been bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try and try, but never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you will be close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try and try, but never find. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Alrighty, we're coming up to now game number 4 of the night, and it's a very big job here, you could say, for CFO, because it's going to be PSG versus CFO. And if CFO lose this one, they're almost certainly going to be falling down to the 5th spot, which isn't going to look so good for them, of course, because that means they will be automatically starting in the lower bracket if it remains like that for the rest of the split. And you have to feel like they're on a, what is it, a 4-loss streak? It's either 4 or 5. I'm not entirely
It's a big
sure.
one.
It is, and you feel like it's just going to be extended here because PSG, they did falter a little bit yesterday against DCG, ended up still being able to pick up the win, but looked a little bit weaker perhaps, getting drawn out to like a 45-minute game, and what was ultimately a losable one. But CFO, last time these two teams went up against each other, drafted an entire AD comp, and it was Aze on the Poppy who was just absolutely unkillable. It was crazy.
It was really pretty unplayable draft, just as we saw the J team full AP version of it yesterday. But I mean, like you said, CFO, they've been kind of struggling recently on that loss streak. And I think the thing with CFO is that for basically every other team in the league, I have a very good read on like how they want to play, you know, what sort of style they like. And before, CFO used to be kind of like Frank, where they're like an early game team, they like stacking up the dragons. But now, I'm not even sure what CFO really does. You know, it feels like they're kind of all over the place. Maybe the one constant is it feels like Shun is the backbone of the team. But I think they've kind of lost their identity. And they had a really strong start to the split. So I'm hoping they can find something for them to start having some impact on, because they're running out of time now with only 4 games left, including this one, which against an extremely strong PSG almost feels like a write-off.
Yeah, I definitely am inclined to agree. And I wonder if something here has to come through draft to make things a little bit more surprising, because we have seen Rest on the Rumble, looks okay. But ultimately hasn't really got them netted any wins or anything like that. And it has really been Shun that's maintained consistency, done well in pretty much all of the games. I want to say Jimmy too holds his own in the mid lane, but never really extends a lead anywhere. And that can be problematic, I think. Obviously, last split we did see sort of at this time as well, Jimmy really coming into his own and turning on. And with it being now their 4th to last game, he's going to really have to do that, because I'm sure this team doesn't want to fall down into that 5th position. Stat comparison though, top laners, 6 solo kills there for Arja, best KDA in the lane. And it's really just a ratio in pretty much every stat there. The gold difference isn't that big, but it is still in favor of Arja nonetheless.
Yeah, pretty much. I think Arja just overall one of the strongest top laners, up there with the likes of Driver, solo kill, and probably Taco as well. And to be honest, Rest is in that conversation as well, but I would say Rest is a lot more inconsistent than those other top laners. He sometimes does have some really good performances, and sometimes he is just kind of invisible. And I think that has been kind of CFO just across the board as of late. They haven't been able to get enough members playing well enough at the same time to really pick up some wins. And PSG, of course, it's a big test for them, but we've seen a lot of teams now, you know, come up into games that you'd think there's no chance they win this, and then they suddenly pull out the upset win to sort of turn their fortunes around. So maybe that could be what we have here. And as you said before, I think a lot of that does start with the draft.
Yeah, I'd almost be interested to see. We saw it earlier today, but not a Wako, Emilio picked in the first 3, and I actually would like to see it from PSG. I think punishing Shun in the lane might be an avenue to secure sort of a win, because as we said before, it's like Shun that has been putting out the damage more than anyone else, and if you are able to get a favorable matchup, and Woody Wako looking so strong in the Lucian Milio, I wouldn't even hate to see it just early picked up here.
I'd be down. I don't know if you saw that, but did you see Shun's giant mouse pad?
No.
Oh, next time it goes back to the Shun camp, have a look. I was pretty impressed.
All right.
As the draft unfolds though, last ban is that Azir taken away from Jimmy, which I think is just a good way to kind of remove some of the unknowns, I guess, of just maybe you get outscaled.
Show me the pad.
Yeah, zoom out a bit more. It's huge.
Oh my.
Look at that monster.
Yeah, CFO even. That's a pretty cool mouse pad.
Yeah, I like it.
Usually you see, you know, black mouse pads. That one, bright yellow, bit of blue in there. All right, and now
is the Kaiser.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And now, what's left open?
Both
80
the
mid laners.
mids, yeah. And that also means that Rumble Prio is a lot higher. I
Ooh.
almost wouldn't be surprised to see the Rumble first pick and then just choose whichever AD mid is left up.
I think Maple's looked way stronger on the Jace than he has the Tristana, so I even wouldn't hate to just see this locked in immediately.
They could.
That's what they've done this 3 games in a row now, has had the Jace open, instantly locked it in for Maple.
I guess the question comes down to, are they willing to continue to blind pick Rumble? Because I think you can go Tristana Rumble. It is not as strong because Maokai's off the board. You could also go something like Rumble Rel and just take the Tristana later on.
Oh, wow.
Lucian. I mean, this could be Lucian mid with Ivern into Jace.
Yeah, perhaps. Looks like it's going to be locked in, though. I mean, we'll see. Oh, no, okay.
So I think you take Rel or Tristana. You don't really have to take the Triss. I think now PSG, I think you should take away Rel and Xayah, maybe?
Really? I think you can just lock the Lucian Milio.
I mean, you could do that. I just don't think they've really shown that they want to do that. I think the Xayah Rel is pretty good takeaway, and then I'm not sure what they would pair along with it. Yeah.
Well, Junjia played this yesterday, so absolutely remains a flex.
I am a fan of this. Let's go. Rel Xayah. Lock it in, fellas. No wasting time. Okay, if it's not the Zaya, what else could it be? I mean, it
Top
could maybe
laner?
be, yeah, an AP top.
Yeah.
And Kennen, it's an Arju special. I have to see how it does up against the Rumble.
Ooh.
This is pre-Aatrox buff, so I don't think it'll get picked. And I think they want AP. I mean, that does bring an AP threat if they want it to be. But I'm honestly, yeah, I'm a Varus hater, of course. And I think it's pretty hard to play Varus into, you know, something like Rumble Nocturne.
We did see Wako do that yesterday, though.
True.
Was it? It wasn't Nocturne, though. It was.
No, I can't remember.
It was not. Anyway, it was
something-
Nocturne.
Oh, it was Nocturne, yeah, and he's on you that a couple times.
Yeah. I don't remember what the top laner was, but. Now, Nautilus being hovered, I wouldn't be too surprised. It is a hook champion. So getting Chelsea back on those hook champions might be just an avenue for success. We'll have to see, of course. Heading into the second phase of bans. Where do you target? Could be supports here, I think. CFO banning away. It does feel to me like Junjia might just end up being the Rel again.
Yeah, I kind of think so too. I think sometimes maybe it's not worth banning supports because of that flex, but I really feel like it just will be Rel jungle. In which case, targeting the supports does feel good. Alternatively, AP tops could be the place to look. They ban away the Milio.
I don't feel like Milio was ever coming through here, by the way.
It would be a bit surprising, but I guess it is a really strong lane. You know, it could be akin to playing Ashe Milio.
Yeah. True. Varus Karma type vibe.
Yeah. PSG, where do you target? Poppy is good, yeah. I think taking away AD junglers, maybe you just ban Poppy Viego and call it a day.
Poppy Vi, maybe, because it's Gemini?
Oh, yeah, Vi. I think Vi's probably a better band anyway.
Yeah.
With the Rumble. Feels like Vi Rumble would be pretty unplayable for Varus.
Nocturne again is also an option.
That's true.
Has Gemini picked it? Don't believe so. Although it does function similarly to Vi, but a lot less secure. Let's see here, though.
Should be Vi and Nocturne, I would think.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I think it should just be Vi.
I think that's definitely the harder one to deal with. But maybe it depends how Wako's feeling after yesterday. Did have one death at the hands of Nocturne.
But look good for the entirety of the rest of the game.
Okay, so they ban Zaya.
I like that, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, that makes the Rel a lot stronger. Question marks now. Okay, would they go the Vern? I'm not a huge fan of it. I think they might want to take it away, though. I think that might be the problem, is if this Rel goes bot, and they then pick up an Ivern as well, PSG's comp's looking pretty menacing. And it is still good with the Tristana.
It appears well when you have the double AD, and it's almost certainly going to be double AD carries coming through for CFO. Now, what do you take away here? You're looking either a jungler or support, most likely a support, and also a top laner. Although I guess in theory, Jace could go top. Is unlikely.
It is possible. I think they still could just play an AP top if they wanted. It really feels like you have a lot of options. And Rakan will be picked up for Woody.
Yeah, a lot of Rakan today. Okay, Gangplank is able to maintain range against the Rumble. Although if you do get hit by one of those harpoons, it can be very, very scary to deal with. And now this looks... Ooh. This is a very scary team fight comp, by the way.
Ornn is pretty strong here. Maybe the lane would be too hard, I'm not too sure. I think they did play Ornn versus Rumble and LCO earlier.
Yeah, and it was the Ornn team that won, but I think the Rumble, we saw it in the highlights, was like 4-0-6, doing really well for himself. Now, I don't suspect a Callista, but it would be fun to watch.
Callista.
Me too. It's a very, very fun champion to watch.
I think it might be bad for the win rate, but I think I'd love to see Callista or Draven.
Will it be the impossible to ever push against Sivir with the static Shiv?
And probably static Tristana as well.
Yep.
Okay, I mean the Sivir is interesting. We haven't seen Sivir in a long time.
Very low range as well against what is one of the longest range AD carries in the game. So I feel like, at least for the lane phase, Wako and Woody should have their way with both Shun and Chelsea. But we'll see. Chelsea could make some impact with the Nautilus. It does happen from time to time.
I'm a Sivir fan, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's good this game. I mean, he's got some shields. Maybe he can just frontline.
Yeah. Does move at immense speeds. Helps the boys out. Well, I don't know how impactful this movement speed will be, considering you are probably going to face up against quite a lot of poke coming out of this Jace.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can spell shield one of them, but the cooldown on accelerated gate shock blast is gets quite low, you could say.
Quite low indeed. Heading into this game, I think it's not a clear draft win for either side. I'd maybe give it to PSG if I had to choose right now, but I think it's still very winnable, at least on paper for CFO. I do maybe wonder if this is I was going to say a bit of a departure from what CFO have found success on previously, but to be honest, they haven't been finding a lot of success on anything recently, so maybe trying out something a little new. I'm down to see it.
Yeah, it almost feels lucky how, well, not lucky, but like you're relieved if you're a CFO fan that they did so well in the early stage of the season, because current form CFO looks to be struggling to even make that top 6. Dropping games here against West Point yesterday, and really are struggling quite a lot. As we are now headed onto the Rift, of course. It is our 4th game of the night. The penultimate game between PSG and CFO, and again, it is PSG up 1-0 in the head-to-head so far this split. Taking a look at runes though, nothing too unusual. Phase Rush Jace, pretty much what we see every time against the Tristana.
Yep.
And there's Junjia going around for his 2nd game here of the Rel. Has opted for the Blue Smite, which perhaps is something a bit unique.
Yeah, okay. I want to see how the Gnar Rumble matchup plays out as well, because so far we've seen Rumble just kind of destroy every lane except for Udyr.
True. Udyr-based Rumble counter.
Okay, Junjia looking for something here, but it's spotted out very early and has taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, what is going on around here?
I'm not even sure what his plan was.
This definitely favors Gemini, who can just go to his camp and have a chat with his wolves.
Is that what he does?
He always talks to them, yeah. Clearly not an Ivern player.
No, I don't think I've ever played it in my life.
I have. He's quite fun to play. Here's a little chat to them. And then he relieves them of their duty.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, mid lane. Typically, we see the Tristana kind of winning out in the early game. And then as Jace kind of approaches that one item, starts to go back the other way. Especially once your poke starts being too much for Tristana to sustain up. Bot lane as well. Maybe expecting it to go the way of Varus Rakan early.
Oh, my.
He didn't quite find it. Shalcy's incredible hook.
Yeah, that was really well played by Shalcy.
That was almost disastrous as well. I mean, Shim was going to have to lose his flash or lose most of his health there. So, wow, that was really big.
I like the proactivity, though, from Woody. Just well played by Shalcy to stop that. And, I mean, honestly, things looking good for CFO. I think you should have favor in both the top and mid, which means Rift Herald.
Gank on the bot lane.
Oh, yeah, Gemini already in the area.
Not again,
He's
Wako.
a friend of the forest, and Wako is dead.
It can't keep happening.
Shouldn't picking up his first blood. Woody trying to get away. Gemini, though, hot on his tails, will land that slow and pick himself up a kill as well. And, well, disastrous start here for PSG. It is an early lead afforded now to the side of CFO. Endurance Blade picked up here from Wako.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, Maple now being looked at. And Gemini getting a lot done here on the map already. Junji in the area, though. Gemini now.
He dodged it.
Caught out, yeah, does dodge out. Is going to have that shield as Maple trying to find the damage. Does flash away, does Gemini.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, follow-up flash, but Jimmy in really in no man's land now. And Resto coming to the save.
Yeah.
But it's Arzi as well. This is chaotic. Junji is going to go down. It's another kill for CFO. Is Arzi going to be able to turn around? At least it doesn't look like it. And CFO off to an early 0-3. They're up 3 kills. 1,300 gold.
Yeah, that is what you want to see. I feel like this is just the strength of Ivan, right? It's a very difficult champ to track, and I think Wako's ward placed far too shallow. Doesn't know about Ivan until it's far too late. Even investing his sums, the flash and the ghost, it is still that first blood that is picked up there for Shun and Woody without the flash from before. Had nowhere to go. Gemini just gobbles him up on the way to mid. And the nice thing about Ivan is really you can do some really strange pass. Waco, this might, I don't know. PSG, they don't look good when they die bot early, and it hasn't happened a lot lately, but it did happen a lot earlier in the split.
Yeah. Importantly, their only loss so far was off the back of an early death here from Waco, and this time it's even worse. Not only Waco, but Woody, and then Junji as well.
Yeah. Oh, another nice hook comes out. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, Shun really outputting the pain here with that carrot. Chelsea receives quite a lot himself, and Maple now constant 2v2s and bottom mid. Oh, Q lands, Maple stunned up. Jimmy jumps forward. Doesn't have the damage though, as Maple clears out that minion wave.
Maple only with the tier really just can't keep up. And bot lane maybe has to worry about getting dived if Gemini looks down here. Because really doesn't need to keep up the farm.
Jinjia matching though, is aware of this possibility.
Can just get pushed out, I think.
Yeah.
Chelsea's trying to set up for something, and it might be too low.
Yeah, Woody does land the Q. Is he going to get the heal off? It looks like he does, and the Shirachi's charge won't phone the kill. Wako instead being the benefactor of that, and Woody able to stay away from that boomerang from Shun, and Wako, importantly, picking himself up a kill.
Wako does get one back into Jinjia. He might stay around. Shun does not have the flash. While it was one given over, I think it's still acceptable. I mean, it was Ignite committed. I think Chelsea just in a bit too early. Wasn't really anyone around to help him out, and Woody just barely lived there.
Shun activating the boomerang, the ricochet it is. The ricochet there early meant that he couldn't get the auto attack reset, so that could have actually just been the difference there. Because Sivir auto attack reset can offer a lot of... What just happened?
A little bit of a...
Happy gaming.
Mishap, yeah. I'm surprised that Jace is actually trading well, given that he does only have the tier, but Jimmy and also has the cull, so not the strongest items here for our mid laners.
At least for now, Nah holding his own fairly well, especially considering Rest was able to go down bot, or go down mid even, pick up a kill on Jinjia. Hasn't recalled though to spend any of that gold, and Merc treads already for Arja, as well as a longsword.
And now the items come through for Rumble though. Alternator Blasting Wand. Pretty destructive. I wonder if CFO are going to look towards this dragon or not. Feels like it might be too late. Definitely don't want to have to give over a Herald when you've got a Rumble. And also it's pretty hard for PSG to trade because, you know, Sivir has so much wave clear. It's not easy to make headway on the bot side.
Spellship down now.
Jinjia, oh, is he going to lane gank top? I mean, if this works, it would allow him to set up the Herald a bit later, but it does feel pretty impossible. Res too far back. Maybe just covering Arja while he crashes this wave. It is difficult to tell where the Ivan is, of course. Don't believe they've spotted him out for a while.
Oh, hook lands here.
The bone plating's up, though.
Yeah.
Absorbs a lot of that damage.
I find Ricochet one of the most annoying abilities to lane against. Because even though it only does like 20 damage when you haven't got any items, it just still feels so terrible that to hit minions, you're just constantly taking damage from the Sivir.
Yeah. I think that bot plate gets denied.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. Resets come through though, and on my way pings to this Herald from CFO. I think they're definitely stronger at this point. I was just going to try charge a little bit of his Narbar off it, but I think fighting into a much stronger PSG, or into a much stronger CFO would be a mistake.
Nice.
Does get the cancel.
Yeah. That is a big trade. Jimmy losing a lot of health before what could be a potential Herald. It is Wako going to stay bot, and Shun not going to be there. Although Wako now is possibly headed up. There's assistance pings going on towards the dragon here from PSG. So I think, oh, okay. Jinjia flashes away, but the follow-up, he's actually going to be okay.
Forced to flash defensively,
and Daisy is just smited.
That's so annoying.
Poor Daisy, man. Wako, though, getting himself a very sizable lead here now, actually.
Yeah, he's committed pretty heavily to bot, and while CFO will grab this Herald.
I think this is good for PSG.
Yeah. Are they going to try fighting the 4v5? I feel like that would be a mistake.
I think they just try and delay, so give Wako as much time as possible.
Yeah. I mean, they seem to really be looking for it, though.
Yeah, CFO just dragging out this Herald until the Gnar
If it
goes down. But
resets,
yeah,
or-
this is a disaster. I think Wako's getting way more than he should have. Hook lands there onto Junjia yet again, but isn't going to result in anything too important. As is going to be the Herald going over, but that's going to get you 2 plates. Wako's already gone and done that himself. Picked up a few waves as well.
Yeah, your bot lane lead really was just evaporated off that. And both sides committed so much there, but Wako was the one who just got to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah,
and whatever he wanted was a lot of bot gold.
Yeah, I think that was a massive trade in favor of PSG.
I think it depends what gets done with this Herald. I mean, if you can find a gank in a lane and maybe break the bot tower, then it's probably worth overall. But at least for now,
yeah, static
PSG
shiv.
favored. And yeah, with the Shiv, it makes it much harder to crash on the bot as well.
Dragon still hasn't been looked at by either team, but considering you now do have the static shift finished and Rest being looked at, does have flash available, will use it early, stay nice and safe. And there is no response. Ivern not the quickest champion in the game at taking a dragon. Arja no teleport and Rest also no teleport, but see where Rest heads. It looks like top lane. Jinjia off a recall as well as Maple might just be giving over this dragon and feel like they have to.
Should be gone, yeah. Rest picked up the Proto Belt. We've been seeing a lot of Night Harvester Rumble, but probably not going to be much MR built from the side of PSG, and the flat Magic Pen could be more valuable. This drag will eventually end up going down, so while CFO have secured the objectives, the gold isn't that in their favor, maybe mainly because of how much Waku picked up on the bot side.
Yeah, up almost 20 gold, 20 CS even, as well as nearly 3 plates. See if we can get that one. I'd be interested in seeing character gold or champion gold because I feel like Wako might be really up there. While the team obviously of CFO and General are ahead, it feels like Wako might even just be slightly ahead of them.
It does feel like it. Doesn't talk to Scuttle Crab, I guess.
Might be a difference between skins too, but...
Okay, Shun's got his Shiv, but he's had to recall for it, and that will be another plate picked up for Wako. And it's kind of crazy that after you die this early that you're maybe ahead as AD carry.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption should come through. It is going to be landed, and see the damage here from the Piercing Arrow. Will confirm the kill here for Jinjia, and Shun does have Gemini on the way, but if this dive comes through quick enough, he's going to be a big problem. Spell Shield doesn't result in much, and it will be the shielding coming through from the Ivern now, but Maple turning up. Woody is going to allow Jimmian to get a reset there, although I don't think he used the rocket jump in any case. Woody looking, should have, okay, doesn't even have the jump back, and is going to have to flash out there. So a fairly okay turnaround for CFO to find some summoners, but it is still, again, the kill given over to PSG.
Yeah, gold completely closed up as well. There's still that Herald, but this feels like a big macro misplay. Chelsea, he doesn't respect Junjia being here, and Ivern is on the way, but his ADC's not even here, so he doesn't have to be up this far contesting. And if you don't die here, I think things are mostly fine, but that TP comes out from Maple. Both sums lost there from Shun. And they can't even trade one back. I think split focus. Jimmian put his damage onto Woody, but then can't get anything onto Jinjia. All he has to offer are auto attacks. No E or Q at this point. So it feels like CFO have really dropped the ball, honestly. They had a fantastic start, but despite that, it feels like PSG are the ones kind of in the driver's seat making the plays and ahead in bot lane.
Yeah, I guess a lot now will come down to Rest, who does have himself obviously an advantage up there in top. When he joins team fights, maybe that can be the difference maker. At least for now, though, feels like Wako pretty comfortable in this game. There is also not that much threat on him. I mean, Rumble's rarely the main one. Maybe some flash plays from Chelsea. But compared to his game yesterday, definitely feels a lot safer.
Yeah. There does get dropped mid. It's Ivern that picks all of that up. Daisy's taking a bit of a beating. Smited away again.
It's crazy how tanky Daisy gets.
Yeah, I know there was a phase where there was Ivern tops running, I think it was like Rylai's Nashers or something, and just Daisy was just beating everyone's heads in.
As it should be.
As it should be. 2 minutes away on next drag, and I think PSG should feel pretty comfortable fighting it already. Question marks really will just be how the kind of Nah Rumble get to the fight. Most likely will just be TPs invested.
Maple, though, starting to hurt with some of this poke. Still hasn't obviously got the mirror mana, but Duskblade being completed does mean, obviously, this Jace starting to scale into this game a little bit. Junjia will Hex Slash forward. It gets the bone plating off, as well as that rocket jump, so makes Tristana a little bit weaker. And it looks like we're going to have Wako picking himself up first tower, so...
That is crazy.
Yep, dying 2v2, and then winning lane.
Yeah, and it feels like just CFO invested way too much into the Herald, and the Herald barely found anything, right? It was 350 gold into Ivern, but if you consider how much Wako got on the bot side, I mean, he got more than that just in the plates, not even considering the denied waves. It's a really big macro miss execution from CFO around that Herald. It cost them pretty dearly.
And what's really crazy is that this Ivern should be ahead. The Rumble is ahead. Tristana, roughly even. And still gold is even. And it's just all off the back of how much gold Wako has. He's almost finished his Nashes. We're approaching the 16-minute mark. And so this Varus, if you aren't able to take him out nice and quickly, will be exceedingly punishing. Now, Jace is not here to land poke prior to the engage. Nice dodge there from Woody. I mean, Chelsea will not have the hook available. Chain of Corruption lands there. Oh, does also find Shun, and that allows the Magnet Storm to come through from Junjia. That's 4 found. The equalizer's good. It will be able to help Jimmy and secure the kill there onto Woody, but thereafter, Wako finding himself another kill. It's 4 for 1, and a massive Chain of Corruption out of Wako, setting up for Junjia's huge Magnet Storm.
Yeah, just felt like absolute team fight difference. It is really easy for PSG's comp to play. All you really need to do is press all your ults on top of each other. On the side of CFO, they need that kite back. You know, with the Ivern and 280 carries, we're just engaged on too early, and they get punished for it. And PSG, I mean, obviously they are very good at teamfight execution, but they pretty much always have the easier to execute comp as well, I feel like. You know,
well, Maple looking to try to turn this. He's definitely dead, but
he's a goner.
Dodging out there, but will be going down. It is given over to Jimmy in there, so some much needed gold onto this Tristana. Take a look at the replay. I think this all really does stem off Woody dodging out from this hook and Wako following it up with a Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, now the Chain of Corruption, it doesn't
follow.
Yeah, that's what I noticed.
It stays where it is, yeah.
I did not realize that.
And somehow Shun gets hit by it.
Yeah, pretty crazy, because that does feel like, I mean, it's a 4-man Magnet Storm, right? It's pretty insane follow-up, because I thought that Jimmy had done his job getting the Chain of Corruption out of his team, but it spread anyway, so I had no idea it worked like that. Today I learned, though.
Yeah. I think pretty big mistake there from Shun to be able to get hit by the Chain of Corruption spread. I mean, there was like 3 of them got hit by it, so I guess a bit of a misplay there. Feels like you should just back off, allow PSG to have some control over that area of the map so you don't die, but... Well, the gold lead that was originally 1,300 in favor of CFO now, 1,000 in front of PSG. Should be another tower picked up too here for Aja.
It's definitely rough because it feels like CFO, they had that amazing start to the early game as although...
Rest. Yeah, Gemini in the area. Is Maple going to be able to turn this? He just has to look for Rest. Acceleration gate lands it. It should be not Rest going down. The Flash will secure his safety as it's actually going to be Maple who does turn a lot of damage. Definitely padding those damage stats. But if you take a look at the map, it's Jimmy getting jumped on here by RJ, having to commit that rocket jump. And there's another tower here taken. Chain of Corruption is going to be spell shielded away there. Rift Shield not long for the world, but you may have picked up 1 kill there onto Maple. What do you lose for it? At least 1 tower for now, and second one being looked at.
They didn't even end up getting the bot tower. Looks like they just opted to reset instead, so feels like PSG just honestly won out in that trade. Unfortunate for Maple that he's the sacrificial lamb, but it's definitely worth it. Feels like PSG, they're just kind of outperforming CFO now in both the macro and the team fighting. Put those laning phase in the early game over, they're just really pulling ahead. And this is what PSG does so well, just so consistent at these fundamentals. Always puts them in a good spot. 2 items here for the Ivern.
Oh, Sork boots for Wako.
pretty based.
I want to say, though, like, even though obviously PSG are the best team in our league, it still is very concerning that CFO got themselves such a huge lead that early on into the game and almost immediately blundered it. All it took was about 4 more minutes, the Rift Herald spawned, and the entire lead was pretty much lost because, while yes, your team was in theory ahead, Wako was probably with the highest gold in the game, getting about 2 times the value of a Rift Herald for the Rift Herald.
Feels like it. And Redemption was just popped for fun. I think it was meant to be a pink ward on the bush, maybe.
Yeah, a couple times. Driver did that with Zonya's earlier today, too.
Or maybe looking for a fight around mid here. Rumble has come up. If they can land some CC.
Oh, Woody's in trouble. Does commit the dash. It's going to be blocked up there. So much CC coming through. Is able to flash out, though. He does survive as well. And that is the bomb from Jimmy and down. So no real damage to come out of this Tristana. RJ walking forward will be rooted up there by the Ivan. And it's going to get the teleport there out of RJ. But fast track here onto the mid lane is PSG. They might be able to look for this inhib tower. Rest also fairly low, and Wako getting to work. And look how much damage he's doing to this tower.
So much was used there on Woody, and they didn't even get the kill. I mean, they don't have a good comp for bursting, but you know, that is kind of the downside, I suppose, of Ivan with Rumble. You know, normally when you pick the Rumble, you're pairing it with something like the Maokai or the Vi. Just that really guaranteed setup. And here, you're kind of relying on the Nautilus instead, and there isn't as much follow-up damage. Which, it definitely doesn't mean that the Rumble's useless by any means, but it's harder to find that impact, and the 80 carries haven't really hit their stride yet, although Shun completes 2 items, and Jimmy shouldn't be too far behind. So should be getting closer.
I'm kind of surprised with how many objectives PSG have taken despite being against Static Shiv Siva.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I mean, getting the mid-tier too especially is...
Yeah.
Shouldn't really feel possible. Dragon is coming up soon, but I don't think either team cares about it that much. Dragon WinCon still feels very far away. Obviously, you can go ahead and pick it up, but it's not like both teams are rushing to contest it. Navori now for Jimmy as well, so those are some pretty important spikes. Lots of pings around the Baron area as well, so just making sure, I guess, that CFO can't rush it on the other side. Have dropped a lot of vision here.
And here comes Daisy. Will it be smited away for the 3rd time? They don't have the damage to do it, at least at the moment.
She's safe for now. Siege gone to mid, doesn't feel...
Oh, okay, nice flash away there. Will ensure Wako's safety. Now he's trying to play from over the wall. Isn't going to have to eventually, as Daisy will be smote.
Magnet Storm was used. It feels really hard for CFO just to kind of start up a Baron because they're up against the Varus Jace and a lot of just AoE that can come through in the pit. Feels really hard. Definitely feels like PSG have many more win conditions, whereas CFO are really relying on just pretty much a straight front to back with 2 strong AD carries. Once again, it does feel pretty hard to pull off.
Yeah, especially before any lifesteal can really come through. I think right now, Jace really in his own. Oftentimes you want to get to that 3rd item, but I think in this game specifically, there's no real tanks. And so being on that Mirror Mana Duskblade means this poke's going to be landing so hard on both these 80 carries. Shun obviously can spell shield one of them.
Well, they got it. That blue. Demonic is picked up here for rest, which I think is a pretty big spike. Oftentimes do see that Demonic picked up first. As PSG, they're moving in to take away this vision. This can be a bit scary, face checking some of these. They're probably aware. No one's showing on mid lane just yet, so PSG probably need to wait their turn just a little bit longer. Maple coming down from top though. They do have the members now.
Junjia will get the spell shield there out of Shun.
He's really horsing around. Okay, right. Baron's up. I don't think we look at it just yet. Need to find a pick in this jungle somewhere.
I think you need to wait for Arja's teleport too. Need to time it well with the Narbar. Although it looks like it will be up very shortly. Hex Flash from Chelsea, of course.
Might just be a 5v5 on mid, and it's one I'm kind of liking for PSG. Especially if they're the ones that start up the fight. As long as they're not getting engaged on, As long as Wako without flash isn't getting Nautilus altered, feels pretty good. But if they do find Wako and follow it up, it can be pretty hard. Nice damage onto Arja.
Yeah, that's huge.
Worrying as well, because he's going to have to base. Won't be able to TP. Meanwhile, Jimmy is getting a lot done down here.
Right. Daisy doing God's work here, clearing out vision.
Very stable mid-game, really, with the Sivir. But I feel like this can pretty much explode at any moment once a team fight starts. 2 minutes on the next drag. I wonder if for this one, CFO will try to trade the Baron. I think they definitely could. They have the damage.
Guess it's yet to be seen. Maple, though, headed towards the spot side. I think you'd rather have the Jace match the Tristana than the Gnar. Now not really with the tools to deal with the Tristana, and Jace certainly is, especially with that phase rush available. And just how much damage will be coming out.
Yeah.
Serrated Dirk picked up now. I wonder if that's going to turn into a Serpent's Fang. Probably.
Could be, yeah. I mean, you don't really need the armor pen at this point. Just need the flat lethality. Chelsea's looking for something.
Ooh. Actually, I think Serpent's Fang gets so much value here. Ivern, Rumble, as well as Nautilus.
Yeah, it does seem solid. PSG playing this out very calm, steady.
I think they probably just want to wait until Wako is flashback up, as we see a big trade here happening in the river. Maple, though, proccing that phase rush, will just run on out of there at max speed.
Pings onto Baron from PSG. Are they just going to try hit it? Looks like they will.
Yeah, damage certainly coming through. RJ losing.
They're about to lose an R-bar. TP comes in, so they really want to force the issue. I'm not sure why they feel the need to, but maybe they can just win the fight.
Yeah, Wako still does not have flash available. It is very shortly going to be up, though, and Woody is in a nice angle if he can find it. That pink ward will deny vision, although Rest coming up here might find it. Equalizer does go down, Gingier down to half HP. Vision being cleared out here by Jimmy, but nice poke here coming through from Maple. Accelerated shock blast, of course.
They lose a mid tower, though.
Yeah, meanwhile, will be picking up himself a tower. As Wako comes to look to answer it. Woody, though, taking so much damage as the depth charge coming through will knock him up and teleport as well from Arja. Buster shot, though, hits him away, and he's brought back in there by the dredge line. And very low health bars here for most members of PSG, as Maple's doing his best to fend off the attack. And kind of surprised that CFO aren't willing to try and start up this Baron. There's no teleports available. And very low health bars, but resets will come in as the Mountain Dragon up. Wako picking himself up a red bar prior to it. Does have flash available for this next fight.
Yeah, having flash will make it a lot easier. I think it was really weird by PSG to start up that Baron then. Didn't really feel like they had anything that kind of made it possible. You know, there wasn't like there was anyone dead or chunked out.
Oh, CFO picking top side.
Yeah, I like this. I think trading is really good
This should be known. Yep, on the way pings here coming out from PSG. They know it's time. A lot of flashes were used in this last engagement, and they do see, obviously, Chelsea and Jimmy in here, so should know that it's not being started. Chelsea, though, flashes forward onto Jimmy, and Daisy comes out, rooted up. Gingier is so low, but does manage to get out, as well as the Radiant Virtue, topping his health up just a little bit. Rest takes half his HP there from that piercing arrow damage, and RJ eventually will be rooted up. And again, we just see some trading of abilities. Still, though, Summoner spells hugely in favor of CFO. It is PSG, though, starting now onto this Dragon. It is Baron being looked at. Woody and RJ in the area trying to fend them off. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, I think CFO probably don't know for sure that PSG are just doing the Dragon, and without the Rumble ult, it's hard to start up as well. I think if they went to start it up now, it would be too late, but maybe they're going to try. It feels difficult, though. I mean, there's a lot of poke that can come out.
Yeah.
Ults, I mean, there is no Magnet Storm. They do a lot of damage.
Yeah, okay, it's down to about 2/3, now to half. Poke still coming out of Maple, though, and the shields aren't enough. Shun, you can see on your screen, is very, very low, being sort of escorted out of here by the rest of his team. Recalls are being channeled, but RJ's not going to want to let them get those through, although with that boomerang missing, it will just be the full team of CFO getting their resets off, and now I imagine there's going to be another skirmish around the Baron. But importantly, PSG getting some of their cooldowns back.
Yep.
Woody, importantly, does have his flash now as well.
Feels like all these fights could have been so explosive, but they just... Everyone gets out on so low. And it was 3 dragons, of course, for PSG, so next time CFO won't be able to go for that trade anymore. It's been a constant war, really, for this vision around the Baron. I think it's because both teams do have a lot of DPS on it, but it's almost... You almost want the other team to start it, as both sides. You know, if you're CFO, you want PSG to lock themselves in the pit. And if you're PSG, you're very happy to poke away at the side of CFO as they try to do it without any lifesteal. Do have that Ivan shielding and the redemption, but no BTs or anything. Aja just ticked 16, so that's a pretty big level spike. And an LDR there for Jimian. It's going to help with taking out the tanks. Serpent's Fang was that pickup from Maple. I do like it.
Yeah, you don't often get to see this item. Sort of lacks a little bit of lethality that other items have. And Woody, again, caught by the hook before he is able to use that grand entrance to escape, but does ultimately get away with his life. But as I was saying, I think the Serpent's Fang lacks a little bit in terms of the lethality and damage, but when you are up against 3 champions with shields and an Ivan, which he's just perma-shielding, I think it finds an immense amount of value. It'll be interesting to see the item stats at the end of the game.
That would be, yeah. We never really see those. Be nice. Shun takes a bit of damage there on that mid-wave.
It's Baron Dance time. Now, Junjia's flash is also going to be available. Basically, all important cooldowns on the map are up. RJ being the only real important flash missing. I guess you could argue Chelsea as well. Now, this is getting absolutely decimated. RJ teleporting in. Narbar completely empty, so really they want to try and let RJ build this up. Also got a Hullbreaker, which will not be finding any use. Equalizer comes through, cuts off the river, but RJ is the whole team. Junjia fights to steal. It's a 4-man magnet storm, the chain of corruption across everyone. Look at the damage output by this Varus. Is Shun running for his life, but Maple will catch up to him, secure the kill. It's a 1 for 5, and how explosive out of PSG.
Yeah, I think they just end, and I don't know, it's weird, right? You feel like whoever starts up this Baron just ends up losing, because that's just how both the comps function. But CFO, they think they can do it in time, ultimately didn't commit enough to it. Probably could have DPS'd it down and got out, but instead, just like that, PSG punished them for it. And the game goes from being close to just completely done in a matter of moments.
Yeah, look at the side of CFO. 4 flashes still available at the end of that. Really doesn't bode well. It is going to be PSG, though, ultimately picking up. Still remaining at only the 1 defeat.
Yeah.
I mean, this team's looking fairly insurmountable. Even, again, we're seeing Wako get his little happy gaming going off there in the early game alongside Woody this time, and still manages to get it done. I mean, in reality, I felt like CFO were so far in control until that Herald, where Wako just got everything he'd lost plus more.
Yep. I do kind of feel like CFO, similar to DCG, oftentimes do defeat themselves, right? It feels like PSG honestly didn't need to do much in that game other than catch their mistakes. Because honestly, there weren't that many proactive plays coming out of PSG, and they weren't necessary, right? Because time and time again, CFO would put themselves in bad situations that would kind of just inevitably lead to disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to ask you the classic question, MVP, because Wako could be an obvious choice. I mean, he just farmed down bot. I don't know that it's an MVP performance, but I think Woody. And just solely because of that last engage where he found so many with his quickness and grand entrance that allowed Junjia to then go in with the Magnet Storm.
Yeah, I was going to say Junjia, but I think you're right. It is kind of between the 2 engages. Yeah. I probably wouldn't give it to Wako. I think the deaths early were... I guess it was just 1 death, right?
Yeah,
but it was a very
crucial
death.
Yeah, they could have very well lost the game from that death. And I think it wasn't his play that got them back in it. It was his team's. I mean, because how long did that Rift Herald take? It was like a minute and a half, really 2 minutes for them to finally get it. They got it low and then got poked off it. It reset and they had to redo it entirely again. And the whole time it was just Wako down in bot lane, staying there, claiming CS, getting plates. And He ended up, at the end of it, like up 20 CS as well as 2 plates, which is just, at that stage of the game, is way too much to have lost.
Yeah, it feels like it might even be worth at that point, you know, if you're CFO, maybe just trading away the Herald and just trying to put Wako even further into the ground, because it's not going to be easy for him to survive when he's already that far behind. Feels like you could blow up bot lane perhaps more than anything that could really be achieved with the Herald on the other side. Because you got to remember, you know, if you're PSG and you pick up that Herald, you're either dropping it in a Rumble lane where it's going to get, the wave gets equalized, right? Or you're dropping it against the Sivir. Doesn't feel like that really works out either. I guess you could drop a mid, but Tristana normally has priors, so feels like that's one of the games where the Herald might not actually be that important, but instead CFO, they commit basically everything to it and they lose big.
Yeah, they do, and I think, again, a lot of that to do with Jinjia, a lot of it to do with Maple actually finding some nice poke, even without the items, and it just was, I mean, you can't really look any further than that to be the big turnaround. I think the part where PSG cemented themselves as the winning team was that chain of corruption that hits Jimmy and then spreads on to 3 members, which results in a massive team fight win. And even there, it's kind of, as you said, CFO defeating themselves, because very easily Shun could have walked the long way, got out of the chain of corruption, as well as, I don't remember who else got hit. I think it might have been Gemini.
There's definitely a tank.
And Shall See. I think it might have been those two got hit. And they could have just walked away too. Sure, you're giving up some sort of presence on the map where they sort of take that bottom side of your red quadrant. But you don't die. And 3 of them getting caught by that chain of corruption was just something you don't really see from the elite teams. And we're seeing it here. And again, it's like now this is either their 5th or 6th loss in a row. Are CFO really that good?
It's hard to say. I mean, I don't think you can look at them up against PSG and be like, okay, this team's not that good. But
yeah, of course.
I do think the way in which they lost was not that good, right?
Yeah.
Like having that lead early and kind of making poor decisions around it, and also it didn't feel like the mid game was particularly convincing. And on top of that, I think while the draft again on paper is good, is it what you want when you're kind of struggling this hard as a team? I'd say probably not. I think just back to basics, pick an AoE teamfight comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think importantly, we can kind of compare how CFO did today with DCG yesterday, because of course they're tied in the standings. And DCG yesterday, they lost, but they didn't lose because of their mistakes, really.
No.
They lost because PSG were just sort of man-to-man the better players almost, especially when it gets to that later stage of the game. We saw Wako had one mistake, got caught, and then from the rest of the game, didn't look like he was under pressure at all. Just Zonyazing, and then it looked so good. But CFO really losing it for themselves. And take a look here. It's just the engage, really, that just finds so much, even without any Narbar, to be able to pull off such a convincing win in a team fight.
Yeah, I think should have just walled this off with the equalizer and committed to DPSing this down earlier, because I think they waited too long. And by that point, PSG had really just closed the gap. And of course, all that damage taken from Baron. Something as well people don't think about is that Baron shreds your resistances.
Yeah.
Which actually adds up to a lot of damage in the team fights. Even if you've got something like the Ivan to shield the damage itself, you know, it allows for a lot more to come through here.
Oh my god.
That's a very weird looking damage graph.
Yeah. Nah, not looking like the greatest Rumble pick, counter pick. It did fine, to be fair. He was like, he didn't die, I don't think, and he was like 2-0-2. Not doing a whole lot of damage, but to be fair, in this game, you're probably not looking to do so much damage. You're more going in, trying to look for a nice Gnar against the wall, as many targets as possible. Because you did have, as PSG, such an insane team fight comp. I think Jace's really the only one without massive AoE. And even then, the poke is still AoE and sets you up for those good fights, but yeah, I don't know, just again, PSG showcasing why they are the better teams and why they are so hard to beat here in the region.
I think so. MVP does end up going over to Wako.
Oh, 100% K. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. And I guess for that 3-man ult as well. 37% of his team's damage feels like it was just him and Maple doing all the damage, right? And this is the one, really.
One.
I actually can't believe it spreads from the source and not from who it hits, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I knew that. But I play
It shouldn't work like that, though, right? I swear, like, it's not a bug.
Well, I think what it is that, like, it's considered, like, if you get away from it, it's because you've buffered the ability. Like, Tristana buffers, you know, Blitzcrank hooks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so, like, a lot of champions, if they get hit, they won't be able to continue on.
I guess that makes sense.
And so, like, it is sort of similar to how those hook champs work against the likes of, you know, Ezreal, Tristana. But yeah, I don't know. I knew that mechanic existed. I just find it so surprising that so many people got caught by the snare on the backside of it, because not only does it obviously CC you, but it also gives you 3 sites of blight. And against the AP Varus,
the big
that just means that you're just going to take half your health bar as soon as he either I mean, he can do the rain of arrows or the piercing arrow, and it's just sort of all over for you.
It really is. Well, I mean, I feel like our two big games today of Frank Beyond and PSG CFO, they didn't deliver as much as I would have wanted, honestly. But I'm still happy, I guess, with them.
Yeah, I think what was most upsetting, I think, was in that game just there. It's just like CFO really looked like they could have at least taken PSG to the absolute limits. But then with just so many blunders and so consistency, it didn't really end up happening like that. But we do have our last game of the night coming up. But it's DCG versus Duish Team. If DCG do win, they will be taking the 4th place position. But Duish Team was sure to have an interesting draft, so do stick around for it.
F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Phone calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Phone calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, me out. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you to
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Welcome back, everyone, for our short intermission. Now, we are going to have DCG versus Duish team coming up last game of the week, and I think there might be a team that is favored here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at DCG versus Duish team, I think win conditions for Duish team are few and far between, if there are any, to be honest, because Duish team, they haven't managed to pick up a win yet, and they honestly have a pretty tough schedule to close out the rest of the split, so they might find themselves going winless. We hope it's not the case, but I'd be very surprised if they pick up an upset win up against the likes of DCG, because DCG, the men on your screen right here, they're really strong in lane, and Duish team have troubles getting through lane against many teams.
Yeah, even the weaker sort of laning teams, they do really struggle, and I think Mission in specific should have pretty much his way with Zhao too.
Yeah, this was the Xin Zhao last time, right? The Azir versus Xin Zhao. I think it was this team.
I think it was J team. I think.
Are you sure? Because I thought it was. Wasn't this the matchup where Mission got his like Azir with 1,000,000 damage?
No, I'm pretty sure. No, it wasn't this. I can't remember who Mission did that against, but it was the game that Bruce and Inhal played Lilia. No, Milio Lucian bot. It was definitely against. Yeah, that was against Duish team. So I can't even remember last game. All I know, last game between these two, it was DCG who picked up the win. It's not very hard to guess that one.
No, it was probably a shellacking.
Yeah. And it does feel like Mission really should probably be the prime focus here in this one. Ultimately, it does feel like Duish team's bot lane, Pepero and Inhal, do kind of hold their own a lot of the time. And often, I mean, we saw that one game where at one stage of the game, Pepero was like 10-1. And they still weren't able to get across the line in that one. So it does feel a little bit doomed. I want to say also JP up in the top side often does just remain even. He doesn't really fall behind all that much. And he's looked quite good on the Gwen in specific. Not looked too bad on the Renekton as well. But it really is just a tale where they are not really able to find success, even when they do find themselves at a lead. And most of the time, they don't find themselves at a lead. So not really sure how this team can try and come up against DCG. I mean, again, I think they just need to do something interesting in draft. I don't think Lilia... I think WSL and AP champ, again, I always say it, but I don't think Lilia was that champ to do it. I think it really should just be a Nidalee or an Elise.
Yeah, or maybe the Karthus again.
Yeah. I mean, that Karthus game looked like they could have won it.
Definitely, yeah, that was close. And Zhao too, I mean, I'm not sure what to ask for him. I feel like he just needs to play something stable.
Nico, he looked okay on the Nico.
Yeah, that's true. Wow, Krishkada's first in damage percent on a team with Mission. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Definitely holding his own in terms of AD carries in that regard.
He's had some pretty monstrous Kai'Sa games from what I remember.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. That's a pretty good stat to look at. Isolated deaths, though, actually higher there for Cascada. So not doing too well at the whole playing safe thing as an AD carry, but we'll see how this game goes. Again, Pipero and Inhao kind of find themselves at advantages fairly regularly. It just never seems to matter. DCG taking away Nico, though, it now feels like Zhao 2 doesn't really have a stable laner to go to. I mean, Cassante, admittedly, he doesn't die all that much on that, but still, he also doesn't do too much on it.
Okay, well, LeBlanc and Nico, those blue side bans, and this is something that I think is maybe going to haunt DCG all the way through their playoffs, because they're not willing to play these champs, and they're also not willing to give them over. And I think that could be really problematic in the playoffs, because it's just going to be 2 fixed bans on either side, it feels like.
Yeah, Nidalee banned.
Nidalee banned away. I think that's a smart choice, honestly. Frees up Hana a bit to play, you know, the meta without having WSL punished with that. Kai'Sa's that last ban, so AD mids are up, of course. Sejuani, Maokai as well. So many OPs really have gone through, even the Rumble if someone chooses to look for it. Tristana as the hover right now is locked in. I think people generally prefer the Trist because it does beat out the Jace early and it's a flex pick. But I think the Jace has generally been higher impact.
Uh-oh. I think Zhao 2 was 0-7-0 on the Jace yesterday.
Yeah. But their team is 0-14. So 0-7 doesn't seem too bad.
It is a sad state of affairs here on the Duish team side of things. Last split, I think they picked up 3 wins in the regular season. Now, admittedly, their comp is starting off very strong.
Yeah. If they look for something like the Jace Maokai Rumble, I think that would be a pretty solid start. DCG, I think you take probably the Sedge alongside the Renekton, although could take the Rel Flex. It seems like a lot of people do value that higher now. And it does feel really hard to teamfight against this champ. You know, you see a 4 or 5 map Magnet Storm pretty much every single game. They take away the Rumble. I really like that.
I think that might mean that this Rel could just hit jungle.
I think so as well, yeah. I mean, you still got options, of course, but definitely doesn't feel like you're going to have the likes of a Sejuani Rumble. Now, Duish team have to pick their top lane answer. I suppose they could take the Xayah if they wanted. And lock in the Nara instead, so we're going to see it again. And I don't know. It doesn't feel that amazing to me. I mean, it is just difficult to counter Rumble, right? Wins most of its lanes. But it doesn't feel like an Udyr, is what I'm trying to say.
True. Udyr is just so good against Rumble. We have a 1 game sample size.
100% win rate.
That's right, and it decimated. He did the most damage as full tank plus Demonic Embrace Rumble, so I think it's just the best pick in the game.
Yeah, Alistair is banned away. Can just take away a lot of these engaged supports. Now Zyra Khan is open, and so is Lucian Milio. So there are some strong combinations still left. I wonder if any of that will get targeted.
Neither of these teams particularly strike me as a Lucian Milio team.
Well,
I mean, we could see Cascada's played a bit of Ashe. We could see Ashe
that's
Milio.
True. Well, the Milio banned away. I wonder, does the Rakan get banned? I mean, you can take the other one.
Yeah, I think you can just leave it up if you want to, but why not ban it?
Yeah.
Okay, ban the Xayah instead.
I mean, I like that too. Definitely feels pretty hard to play any AD carry into Rel Rumble, and Varus, I don't know. It does work well with their comp, but I don't think it works well into DCG's comp. I think it's very hard to survive, especially if more Engage is picked up, which it can be.
Look, you're misreading things here. Duish team just watched PSG beat CFO, and so they're seeing DCG pick pretty much the same champs as CFO, and they're like, I know the comp. And just, obviously, the Rel being on the other side meant they couldn't get that. Getting the Maokai instead, and wow.
Samira Rel will be your bot lane.
I'm excited.
I am.
To be fair, I'm excited to see a Taric too if this gets locked in.
Yeah, it actually is a pretty good Taric game. You get a relatively easy lane phase, and it does do well in the team fights, but it's a difficult champ to play for sure.
bot lane's exciting this game.
Braum. I mean, the Braum again feels like a solid option. I think Duo's team on paper do actually have themselves one of the most normal looking comps they've ever played, which might not be to their benefit, you know? I think they've had better games when they've been playing some of the weirder stuff. I've had a few close ones. DCG, though, they have got a lot of threat. I mean, this is a team that wants to go forward and doesn't really do anything else, really just AoE you all the way down. Whereas Duo's team, again, it feels like they kind of need some requirements before the fight starts, maybe land some poke. Make sure you kite back with your Varus and your Braum. So I think, based off comp, based off ease of execution, I think I'll just give it to DCG. They are, of course, a stronger team. But maybe this is the meta-embracing Duo's team that we've been missing the whole time, and maybe secretly they are really good at meta champs. They've just been, for some reason, not prioritizing them.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see. I'm so excited to see the Samira. We've seen it once before. It was Hell Pigs, and they got absolutely annihilated. But again, here you do have Chris Carter, who is currently topping the 80 carries in terms of damage percentage. And he's got the Samira alongside the Rel, so that's a lot of setup. It's actually the same bot lane we saw last time we saw the Samira.
Yeah.
Vastly different team comp around it, though. We'll have to see. I mean, Pepero and Enhao, again, have found themselves leads quite often. I think it's a tall task here in this one. They do, of course, have the Varus. So should be able to, at least very early on in the lane phase, find themselves something. But at level 6, it starts to get a lot harder.
Yeah. And I think the Samira is a champ that has been, you know, I think it's, like you said, the second time we've seen it in the PCS, but I believe internationally and as well as in the PCS, it is a champ that gets banned every now and then, just because the rel is shown, right? So we've never really seen the power get through because it is a strong combo, like plenty of others, like the Zyra Rakan and Nolio plus Lucian or Ashe. They just don't really make it through. So now we'll get to see it.
Yeah. 2 phase rushes, one here onto WSL. He'll be going AP.
Yep.
Pause. Hana having a mic issue, we've just been told. Sure, that will be resolved pretty quickly.
Yeah, it won't be too long. And we've seen a lot of the Rumbles just going to TP today. So not as much Ignite. Probably just because even though Ignite obviously makes that 1v1 in the lane phase pretty nice, it does make some of the mid-game macro kind of more difficult to deal with. And I think a lot of teams honestly just don't really want to deal with the headache that can cause.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, I want your prediction for the rest of the split. Do Duo's team pick up a win?
I don't think they're gonna. It sucks because they've had, I think, 3 games that they had giant leads in, you know, 6 or 7K.
Yeah.
And every time they've just fumbled it at the very end. And I think that's all their easy games out of the way as well.
It is. Pretty much top of the bracket left for them. Who knows, though? I guess weirder things haven't happened, but there have been some big upsets.
Yeah, there have been weird things for sure. Just not that weird.
It feels awful, really. Just so often they've gotten close. Well, not so often, but, you know, the fact they've been so close to these wins and just not quite been able to get them. You do have to feel bad for the players.
Yeah. It feels bad as well to not have a lot of positive things to say about Duo's team, but the reality is they just haven't managed to find success on anything, really. They've gotten close a couple times, but it never feels like Duo's team are definitely going to win because they just so consistently falter at the end. Maybe now, though, with their comp that they've got coming out, especially if Xiaotu can play a bit more stable, maybe wait for his bot lane to get strong, I think there could be a way.
Yeah, definitely don't want another 0-7-0 Jace game. 2 in a row would be pretty disastrous, really.
To be honest, though, this could be one of them. I mean, there's a lot of threat that comes out. If you fall behind in this game as Duo's team, you're not going to be in it for much longer.
Does definitely feel that way. As junglers are mirroring each other, both doing the same camp, so obviously opposite side of the map. Does strike me as somewhat unusual that Hana pathing away from the Samira rail lane.
Yeah, maybe just feels that without the priority on that side of the map that there is no chance of getting that scuttle. So wants to instead path to top, and I mean, Samira Rel doesn't really need to be played around too early, not until that kind of level 6 mark anyway, so kind of content, I guess, to let them just do as they will.
Hana pathing
okay.
to the enemy side.
This is risky, because he has no bot prio whatsoever. He has mid prio. Is he going to go for a cheese gank bot?
It looks like he might.
I don't think this works.
It is warded. He will be spotted out here. There's no way for him to avoid this, and Pepero backing off nice and early should mean that this is very hard to find, although Hana will be getting in there, knocking up Pepero, and the flash follow-up will ensure a knock-up, and it looks like Enhao is not long for this world. First blood already given over to the Samira, and it's a disastrous start to the lane.
I think Duish team held on to their summons for so long.
Yeah.
I think they really could have got out here. Unfortunately, though, they don't, and that is first blood going over to Samira, the last person you want to give it over to if you're Duish team. And with that, I mean, bot prio is secure.
Yeah, now WSL walking up to this vision plant, you see both the support and the Sejuani walking up there. Very, very greedy, cost him his flash. And now really, the jungle is Hana's oyster. This Maokai never going to be able to compete.
I think Pepero just should have flashed the initial Q, because how does this much come out before we use any thumbs? And as well with Enhao, I mean, if you're going to commit the flash, you need to commit it much earlier. So unfortunately, just feels like decision-making, perhaps around the sum usage, not on point at all for Duish team, and now down a lot of sums in the bot side, and gold, of course.
Yeah. Now, things kind of slowing down a little bit. Obviously, it is only very, very early into this game. Hana should be able to pick himself up a nice little comfortable CS lead, having picked up already 2 of the Scuttle Crabs, and his top side still yet available. WSL, though, in the top side, is he going to look for something on Rumble? It feels a little bit hard. Although this wave will creep into JP's side of the map.
It doesn't want to spend the time to look for any sort of lane gank. Samira picks up the Dirk. I believe the build is collect the Gale Force.
Yeah, that is correct.
Which is really, really strong
an
early.
Insane amount of damage.
Yeah. If you think about it, rushing Collector as AD is basically the mission of bot lane. You know?
It is.
Going for your Shadow Flame rush.
And it really is only, what, Samira that can really do it, I suppose.
I think, does Nyla do it?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
I can't remember.
I never see that champ. No one plays it. I saw it in an arena.
I was just thinking of Nyla and Samira as pretty much the same champ, though, so...
Yeah, it does feel much like that. Honestly, though, I find whenever I do have to lane against Nyla, that the dodge is just so infuriating to deal with.
Yeah, they actually just put Jackson bot lane.
Yeah. And if you ever die in lane, it's just all over for you. Kind of the same as Samira in that regard, though.
CS is looking pretty good in top for Hanabi. I'm not sure how big the wave is for JP to collect, but obviously there's some nice pickups. Yeah, plate picked up early, and that is kind of big, because I think DCG almost guaranteed to get the Herald, so any plates you can take just in pure individual laning is going to go a long way. Don't think anything can be forced onto the bot side here, especially not with WSL waiting in the wings. Dragon. It's being pulled by Hana. That wave could not quite crash, and Cascada did lose a fair amount of health for it. But I think they are just going to have to give this one over. Don't see any realm in which they could contest.
No, I think with what's happened early, it does feel like pretty much all objectives should be favored, really, towards the side of DCG. Mission controlling mid lane as well as priority over top. And now, nice. Hex Flash will find the double stun. Braum, though, ensuring not too much damage can follow up. Samira, though, with this Dirk, if they are able to find a stun again, will be able to go in now that the Braum does not have access to his shield. Level 6 as well for Cascada, so...
Yeah, big spike. They could look for it here.
Yeah, Pepero has to be careful. There is Cleanse available for Pepero, and Flash very shortly will be up. Orca as well, just getting his Flash.
WCL, is he going to... No, he's not going to look for anything top. He's just going to go back to clearing the camps. Hana, though, looking for a dive on bot. They are full HP with sums. Do they have enough damage? I think they should have stayed under tower.
Pepero has left the tower. He's getting very, very low. Samira, is she going to get the ult? She does, but she doesn't use it and does go down. And Braum, triple kill. What?
How crazy is that? I wonder if a Braum's ever gotten a triple kill before in comp. I mean, it must have happened, but I remember ages ago looking at the list of supports that had pentakills, and it was like 3 of them. I think 2 of them were pikes or something like that. That just made me wonder. But yeah, I mean, I think misexecuted, of course, there by DCG. But I also think if Duish team had just stayed under the tower, it might have been even closer. Because I think diving the bot lane, full HP, all sums, seems a bit unrealistic. Now the WSL, he's trying to punish by starting the Herald. I don't think this is his, though.
Cascada's doing some cooking. Wonder if it'll be Duskblade.
Yeah, I guess. Oh,
Mission, though, getting low. But Zhao2 now out of mana. Is going to get stunned up here. Does, but there is not really any follow-up damage. Nature's Grass coming out, but that... Ooh, it's going to hit Mission. They don't see it. And now all onto Orca. If they are able to find this, which they should, nice stun. He's actually running away, and it's going to commit the Braum ult as well. In the meantime, though, Hana picking himself up that Rift Herald, so not the worst trade of all time, but certainly nice for Duish team to have picked up some gold for themselves.
Yep. See how this happens. I mean, chasing makes a lot of sense, right? But I think if Pepper had just been under the tower from the beginning, it would have been better. And I think I'm not even sure if they could have executed it that differently. Honestly, I'm just not familiar enough with Samira to say whether or not it could succeed. But obviously, she didn't get her ult, right? Which feels like that's where all your damage comes from. Yeah. But it is difficult. It just feels like diving... You know, Varus Braum when they have all sums is too hard.
Yeah, and now Braum set up to carry the game, picking himself up a triple.
Oh, what was this? Was there a solo kill? I guess there was.
Who wins it? Does
Cascada? I think Cascada annihilates it, right? He just needs a flash. Ooh,
oh, he doesn't
didn't
dodge
flash.
that. Yeah, okay. Now he's going to have to... Oh, he didn't even dodge that, but he's still... Oh!
Wow.
Oh, they killed each other.
That was pretty funny,
I think Cascada played that about as poorly as he could have.
Yeah, I think it's hard to flash the Varus ult in point blank, of course, but I think you can almost just predict it, right? Like, you know the Varus ult's coming out. You might as well just flash. Because you're going to have to flash for distance later on anyway.
I think also you don't necessarily have to flash straight away. If you try and predict with the wind wall, at minimum, it's giving you a stack towards your ult.
Sure.
But then, in that interaction, didn't get a stack towards his ult and also mistimed it on the piercing arrow, and so it got no value. So maybe some holes here, at least, in the Cascada Samira gameplay. But I don't know what happened there with that pink ward.
That was just being left.
Yeah. Oh, another one will be found here. Hana gobbling up some vision score.
Well, credit to Duish team. Have kind of kept it relatively even. But again, it kind of comes back to, it feels a little bit like DCG defeating themselves, right? That bot dive especially.
Yeah.
Just was not it.
Yeah, I think Duish team being behind in gold, yet having a 4 or 3 kill Braum, means that in the places it matters...
Yeah, very behind.
Duish team are very, very far behind. I think mid lane probably...
Yeah, mid lost a lot of plates.
Yeah, 4 plates going down. Obviously, half of them did go to Hana. But nonetheless, huge amount of gold over to DCG in that regard. At least for Duish team, though, at least, you know, you can't see the gold stats in-game. And so all you can see is the kill stats. And so they might even think they're ahead.
Possibly. This tower, though, might not be long for this world. This
Hana's
time, this is Zhao2 with no
Zhao2's dead. Yeah, see you later, bud. Oh my god, he's lived for 3 hours too long. Does eventually go down, but not before WSL can arrive, and I'm shocked with how long he lived.
Yeah. Not too sure. Damage just ran out, I suppose, but ultimately he does go down. He has TP, so if they can keep this mid wave, or keep this mid tower up for one more wave, then the tower should be okay, but it's going to fall eventually. And having this mid tower so low already coming into the mid game is, well, feels really good. Especially for getting access towards these next drags. So Xiaotu here does it full HP, but no flash, of course, makes this really, really difficult. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess just wasn't really the damage yet from the rest of them. But ultimately, they all got out and got the kill. Dragon started up and now walking down.
Do they have the damage?
Even if they do, I think they're going to die on the way out. I think this is pretty risky.
Hardy has teleport.
Maybe
Looks
they
like
got
it
it.
might be okay. Yeah. They're just able to do it in time.
Okay, really nice there by Doer's team. I was pretty worried. I mean, there was a lot of members coming out of base, but they got it and they all get out scot-free. They are still losing stuff across the board, though. It's 6 plates to 0, and there's still a full minute left to grab some. Feels like that mid tower might just get dived again. WCL kind of just has to plant himself around mid.
Yeah, Xiaotu.
Yeah, they want to hit this, but it is hard as long as Maokai stays in the lane. Bot lane comes up as well. Cruscata will use this opportunity to just push on bot. We're really investing a lot here as Doer's team to keep this mid tower alive. Make sure that last plate doesn't go down. Unfortunately, this tower is just going to go down eventually. You can't stay here forever. But they keep it up for now. More gold picked up on bot side. The plate situation is getting a bit out of control. It's a lot of extra gold just from that.
Yeah, 1.2k. The vast majority of their gold lead, in fact. And now, Hanabi, we've seen different builds come through from the Rumble, but it is going to be the Demonic Embrace rush this game.
Yep. Could be an invade on this red buff. That's where the ping comes out. I think this should get picked up. I don't see any way to defend it, especially not with WSL on the other side of the map. And I think we will start to see some lane swaps now. Looks like Cruscata's heading towards the mid lane, and most likely will be the beneficiary of that first tower. Hanabi, he's weak side, but he's got the ulti, worst case, so he can always buy a little bit more time. I'm surprised he's so hard leaving. Drops the ward. I think he should just ult this wave, and he probably will.
Xiaotu going forward is going to have to flash out there.
Tower goes down there and a lot of gold. And this is the problem with playing into the Rumble, especially when you're trying to trade the map onto him, is he buys so much extra time. You know, JP forced away from that top tower and losing a lot of CS and damage, of course. Meanwhile, Hanabi is completely fine on the bot side for now. So it looks like it'll be Herald and a tower picked up. And this is also given time for Orca to run down the map, and you can see it in the minimap there. He is hovering Hanabi. I don't think they can dive, not with Morel here. But they almost have to try.
Well, Inhal losing half his HP to a couple of harpoons.
Well, here it comes.
Nature's Grasp does come out. It'll mean they do get this tower. Although will they, considering how aggressively they're positioning. Should eventually find the tower. Won't find any kills though.
Yeah, they are going to get it, but they are losing a lot, both mid and top. And this Herald potentially takes an inhib if it's not answered.
Yeah, Xiaotu doesn't have flash, and he just used it, and he's gone down. It's another kill now for Mission, who will rocket jump out of that smash from JP's Gnar. Should get another charge here, perhaps, from this Rift Shield. Maybe not. Looks like it was stopped.
Top tower is taking a lot of damage here as well, though, and if Mission can pick this one up, that would be so much more gold. Tier 2 tower is just worth so much. It does feel like across the map, DCG just trading up. A minute 20 on the next drag, and this is one that I think Doer's team almost feel like they should be contesting, but at the same time already so far behind. Look at how much gold Mission has. 3,000 over Xiaotu. Just so many plates, towers, creeps, kills. He's just got everything. 2 items now at 17 minutes, and I don't think Doer's team can contest this dragon at all.
No. Think that could be almost the end of the game if they do, considering how much of their base has already been lost.
Yeah, and look at all that standing gold still on the bot side. There's 2 towers down there. I'm sure Mission would love to walk down and start grabbing. And with how strong he is, and the rest of his team, they have priority pretty much everywhere around the map. I think we'll just set their eyes on getting these next two.
Should be picking that up very shortly. 20 seconds until Dragon, which also feels like it's just DCG's to claim. I don't know, what do you do as Duish team here? I mean,
yeah,
you kind of have
nothing to trade. I feel like you're almost just fighting anyway, because I don't think you outscale. So I'm not sure. Duish team, I think they're already out of options. They might just decide that the best way to do this is to flip some kind of fight on the Dragon. But it's a fight that, as long as DCG play it somewhat well, they will just destroy them.
Yeah. Now, hasn't been started up yet. There is a little bit of poke that can come through, but not all that much. L2 fairly far behind, so this poke doesn't really land all that well, and it will just be given up. DCG picking up their second Dragon as recalls come through here for the side of Duish team. And where do you go from this? Looks like Mission probably just going to head bot and start working away at that second tower as well.
And I wouldn't be at all surprised if DCG just decide to try and force some sort of 20-minute Baron, because I think Duish team are way too weak to fight right now. If you can just start that up and force Duish team to come away from their base, have a good chance of just acing them. Mission's getting closer to 3 items. And collect the Duskblade Samira. So it was not the Gale Force. Now, I believe Duskblade... This is secondhand information, so I might be wrong, but I believe Duskblade had an interaction where you could still cast Samira ult during the Duskblade untargetability.
Oh.
But I think that's been fixed. But maybe it's not this patch. I'm not sure.
That's a groovy little thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it sounds very imbalanced, honestly.
I imagine that should be out of the game. That feels incredibly unfair to play against. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get to see it this game. Cascada having kind of a quiet one. A couple of misplays, you'd have to say. But ultimately, Mission should be the one in control of this game. You can see him on the side lane here. Isn't all that much wave clear. They do have the equalizer if it comes down to it, but are able to just force away. Actually, everyone from Duish team. Ignite coming down, but a poke landed from that true damage of Brom's Ignite.
That could have been the pick. Instead, they're going to lose more on bot. Mission already took one of these bot towers, and this one's next. I think he already probably has the goal for 3 items. He just picked up so much money in the side lane.
Even gobbling over that Gromp.
Did he?
I think so, yeah.
He's a greedy boy. Does he have the 3 items? Let's see. Well, not quite. It is a lot of money to get together. Okay, he's TPing mid. I wonder, are they going to try force the Baron?
This should be Baron. I actually think they can just do it.
I think so too.
And if Duish team come, then you've got pretty much every flash. In fact, you do have every flash, and you just fight them.
Yep. I think if you just push up your vision, go back to the Baron, it should be super hard to contest. I saw one ping on the Baron already. Here it comes. Yep, they've started it. And I think it's so hard for Duish team to come. It feels like you can play for a steal, perhaps. They have to know it started, especially with the way Orc is positioning. But it's just far too late. They can't even get to it in time.
Now, is there going to be a fight afterwards? I want to see Cascada do something. I want to see the Samira. Okay, Magnustorm comes in. Oh, this is a huge one-mo combo, but Cascada's not able to get there, and it's immediate kill found here from Pepero, who does have some kills for himself. Mission getting one reset. Is going to get a second one onto Zhao 2. Pepero solo as well once that comes through, but Harder claims that one. And there is nothing else to come through here, at least in terms of kills. But with this massive minion wave and the Baron coming down top, feels like the death timer's just long enough here for DCG to take the game in roughly 22 minutes.
Yeah, I think they can just end. There's no wave clear. The Nature's Grasp is gone. Megan not here as well. And Trist, very, very good, of course, at pushing these towers. Maybe they can't go for 2. Oh my.
Okay. Okay.
What an absurd amount of damage.
That was just off a tower explosion. I'm surprised they're not just trying to end.
I guess they just don't have the creeps for it. But I'm sure they still have 2 minutes on the Baron. I mean, they might play for the end in a bit. Mission picks up that BT for himself. Goes from being a super hard damage dealer to being an unkillable super hard damage dealer.
Yep, Hex Drinker picked up here by Cascada. Feels a bit odd. Just go damage, just kill them.
Yeah, I missed the old Cascada. He wouldn't build Hex Drinker.
True, he went full lethality on Kaiser against
True.
the full tank Scion.
Okay, now sieging up. They've got this big bot wave and mid wave as well. I think they can just play to end. They've got a minute and a half on Baron. If they find any kills, it'll pretty much be the end of the game.
Yeah, now flashes were all used in that last team fight, excluding Hanabi's on Rumble, which is not that meaningful. Nature's Grasp will come out here. Is going to just land here on the tanks. Frozen. Glacial Prison, should I say. Not going to land, but the slow does.
Yep.
Poke coming out of Zhao 2. Pretty lackluster. As middle inhib now going to go down, and with the minion wave now hitting this bot lane tower. Should be taking that down, following by the inhib. I do feel like DCG can just end. Stun here lands onto JP's Gnar. Mega Gnar bar is fully stacked. He does have flash, so maybe he can look for some incredible hero engage that can net them a win. Pepero definitely does have damage if he's able to land some poke there with the stacked up Blight, but that seems a little far-fetched. Double super minions there in the top side. Obviously slow pushing in means the wave has stacked up, and it's a massive, massive wave. And with Baron minions coming in from all angles really, we'll see if anyone's able to auto-attack this tower. For now it feels a little bit dangerous. Mission opting to clear the wave first, and now bomb on there will confirm this tower goes down. It's a naked Nexus. The equalizer, not too impactful, but it does mean that Pepero does go down. The engage comes out. It's a nice Gnar ult, but ultimately Cascada's in there. He's trying to find the damage. Yao2 manages to pick himself up one. It's Orca going down, and DCG aren't interested in ending. They're interested in chasing down Yao2, give him another death. Looking for the fourth. Glacial Prism will land. It is him going down, and following that actually, WSL claiming himself. He's had a perfect game, 2-0-2 on the Maokai.
Yeah, he's up CS as well.
Yeah.
Oh, WSL robbed, but yeah, it feels like not much to say really about this game. It was pretty inevitable that DCG were going to pick up this win. I think just outclassed across the board, really. Maybe not in jungle, but WSL
not an
didn't
80
really
carry
do a
either,
whole
to
lot.
be fair.
Yeah, that's maybe fair, yeah.
I think Cascada had some mishaps.
There
And honestly,
were-
Pepero did sort of counter on them. So.
That's true. There were 2 AD carries, though.
True.
For DCG.
And Mission played
He
very
did.
well.
I think he'll probably get the MVP.
Yeah, I think so too. Might be him, maybe Hana.
Yeah, hard to say because the Herald obviously being placed at Mission today makes things a lot easier.
Yeah.
And also there's 3-man collapses. At the same time, the reason that's able to happen is because he's taken the plate in the 1v1. He's getting the better of Zhao 2 there in the mid lane. So, again, I'm not really sure what you take away from this game here as Duish team. Feels like you are just being kind of outlaned, and DCG, to be completely fair to Duish team, DCG often do that to much stronger teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think in particular Mission really is the one that usually does that. I think Hanabi has been a little weak this split, but fair enough, he played well this game, and I think that's one thing for DCG to take away is at least you expect to win. You shouldn't really ever lose, but at least you've done it cleanly. It never really looked like you were in any trouble. Obviously, you were down kills early, but the trade-off for that was that you were so far up in gold that the kills don't really matter. Because ultimately, the kills are supposed to lead to objectives, which leads to the win. But in this case, it was kind of Duish team got some kills, but the objectives were going over to DCG, which meant that they were just so far ahead anyway, and particular Mission.
It was unfortunate for them as well that it was Braum that picked up the triple kill, right? Because I'm not sure if it would have actually changed the game much if, you know, the ADC picks up 3, but it's definitely better than a triple kill on your Braum. And, you know, if they are just kind of, I think it was at that 3rd drag maybe where they were kind of thinking about maybe contesting, and the kills and everything looks close, but the gold was not really because so much of it was just on the Braum, right?
Yeah, and Mission was up like, was it 3K probably?
Yeah,
or something
3K.
like that on Zhao 2's Jace, and that's insane to me because Jace Tristana stays pretty much equal in every other sort of, pretty much every other mid laner when they go up against each other. It stays somewhat equal. I mean, maybe Sheriff falls behind a little bit, but aside from that, it's like no matter what, the better player gets the Trist or the Jace, they still pretty much stay even. It's sort of how the macro gets played out that changes things. But I mean, here you saw it was a Mission. Got a plate like 4 minutes in after already having gotten Zhao 2's teleport. Made him base again, and just from there took over the game completely.
Yeah, I wonder how much gold was picked up just from like towers and plates for Mission there, because he took that mid tower, he took both the top towers. He took both the bot towers. And I'm not sure, did he share the second mid tower? I can't remember.
I don't think so. He was taking top tower, I think, while the Rift
I'm not
Herald
quite sure, but
and Chris Carter, I believe, were taking that. It was Chris Carter and Hana in mid lane, I'm pretty sure. And then, but
either way, it was absurd.
He got, a ridiculous amount of
thousands of gold.
and 1,200 just off the side lane tier 2s alone. So it was insane, actually. And he was just so far ahead. No one could do anything. I mean, Tristana already does well into the Gnar in a side lane. Was so far ahead of the Jace that the Jace couldn't actually stand up to the Tristana. And then from there, it's like, well, you could put maybe the Varus there, and you can sort of look to maybe one-shot him if Varus has the support, but yeah, ultimately it is a little bit too hard. And as you touched on during the game, just holding the summoners way too long down here.
Yeah, and that should have really been a lot more disastrous than it was, I think. You know, giving that first kill to the Samira. It didn't end up actually snowballing that hard, but damage is there for Mission. I think you could look at that gold graph and probably pinpoint when towers were taken. You know, if you zoomed in enough, just those little jumps of every time Mission knocks down another tower and the gold just gets further and further out of control.
Yeah, well, out of control, definitely a good word for it. He is going to pick up the MVP, died only once. 10 KP, which was roughly 77% of his team, and 40% damage share.
Yeah, love to see it. Can't really ask for anything more from him that game, I don't think.
Yeah, up 5.5k gold on Zhao by the end of it.
Yeah. But when that, especially in the base, when the bomb is just hitting two people for like 80% of their health, that's when you felt like, okay, yeah, this champ is a bit out of control now. This was a really nice engage. I think the Rumble ult kind of went into outer space, but it doesn't really matter because Mission is the one who deals all the damage here. Jumps on in, puts that bomb on Zhao for a later reset. It's kind of sad for him that he didn't get that Pepero kill, but
true.
Hey,
Hana wanted it.
Yeah.
Hana smacked him around there.
He did. Hana wanted some gold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fair enough. He did do a good job setting up there. You saw it in the bot lane, immediately picking up the first kill there. And admittedly, they then went for a dive, and Braum picked up his triple kill.
He did. We should have seen that as a cinematic, really.
Yeah, kill hungry Braum in that one. And you really never see that. But taking a look at today's results, it is not all blue side. It's pretty fairly shared. Anything surprising here? I don't think so.
I think Game 3 is not exactly an upset, but I guess the way it happened was a bit surprising for me. Like, I think Frank definitely went and drafted quite differently from what they'd been having a lot of success on. So that's a little bit strange, but taking a look at the standings, it's still kind of that 6th and 7th that are only one win difference, and we've got 3 games left of the regular season.
Yeah.
For
We're
each
getting
team.
very, very much down to crunch time now.
Yeah, and now I can't remember how it worked last split, but I think head-to-head doesn't matter from what I remember. I'm pretty sure if two teams were on the same points, they tiebreak no matter what.
You get, and the team is based off strength of schedule. So basically, if you've beaten higher ranked teams, then you'll get to choose side.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, so head-to-head isn't going to matter. And obviously, I don't think it matters amongst those teams anyway, because Frank and Hellpigs are 1-1.
Yeah.
Not sure about West Point, can't quite remember.
I think West Point beat Hellpigs and lost to Hellpigs, I believe.
Okay.
So yesterday they beat Hellpigs, and then they probably lost to Frank. I actually don't remember. Yeah.
That might be a match still upcoming as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the next week's schedule is, but I feel like we haven't seen that twice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we haven't. So that could be an interesting one. I mean, the 5 Ls next to CFO is... That's bad. This is a team that was at Worlds last year, was second for the entire split up until the tiebreaker last split, and now 5th after coming off 5 losses in a row. So they were 8-2.
Yeah, that is insane. And DCG now managing to climb above them to that 4th place.
Yep.
That's pretty big.
I mean, PSG are all but locked in here at first. I don't really think it's reliable that they can lose 3 in a row, or even 2 in a row. They'd have to lose 2 for J-Team to be able to reach them, and that just doesn't seem very realistic. Yeah. Ultimately, this team has looked very, very strong. J-Team, though, J-Team and beyond, obviously fighting over 2nd, which is a very, very important standing to have. And taking a look at the upcoming matches, I'm not sure if it'll be Thursday or Friday, because last split they had it a day earlier because there might be a tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's true.
So it might be Thursday, might be Friday, but DCG versus Beyond, that's a big one, I think. And I guess there are a few, like J-Team Hellpigs is very important for Hellpigs, and PSG West Point, very important for West Point. But both of those teams have odds stacked very, very far against them.
Definitely. It does kind of feel like it's going to be that first match that is the really big one, because I think DCG, they're 2 wins behind Beyond. I think it's 9 for DCG and 11.
Yeah, I think Beyond, I think it's basically a fight between the top 3, well, second and third, and then 6th. It feels like the main fight, because the rest of the standings are a little bit split. I mean, CFO obviously can catch up to DCG because they're only 1 win different, but I think more importantly, we're looking at 2nd and 6th as like really the cut hold of you get a bye in the playoffs, or you actually just get into playoffs. And also, we did have word it is probably Thursday.
Yeah, so a day earlier than normal. Might not be Thursday for you guys, depending on where you are.
True. Thursday for us.
Yeah.
But, I mean, good set of games. I think this week, possibly the most surprising week in terms of upsets. A lot of weird things happening and a lot of things staying the same. But ultimately, that will do us here for our second to last week here of the PCS. Do join us on Thursdays. We come down to the final week and we're starting to see where these playoff spots are going to be.